What's up, guys? Good morning. Get ready for some volatility up, down. If you don't see live at the bottom of your screen, this is probably an old video. Good morning. Thank you for joining us. Please hit the like, share, and subscribe. You gotta like, you gotta subscribe. Give me a reason to help make us some money, right? You guys do it. I appreciate it. You get some newbies in here that don't, whatever. Okay. Well, we're going to have a huge day. We're going to have a huge week. This volatility, both ways, whether it's long and it's short. Look, it hit the bottom of the range already this morning, and we've already popped back up to 454 just like that. Just like that. So get ready for volatility. Hang on. Strap your seatbelt real tight because it's going to be one of those type of days. It's going to be one of those type of weeks. Thank you for joining us. I'm Justin. This is the Ivy League live stream. Let's get into it. I'm going to go over my levels. I'm going to go over some news, some earnings, see what beat, what didn't beat, all that fun stuff. Let me make sure that everything is working correctly, that we have sound too. First off, let's do that. That probably would help, right? Because if we don't have sound, we don't have a stream. Right? We don't have a stream. There we go. We're good to go. Listen, again, if you don't see live at the bottom of your screen, you're on an old video, please like this video, subscribe, share. We go through a lot of good content here, a lot of stuff you're not going to find anywhere else, and it's free 99, baby, free 99. Let's get into it. If you guys have questions, again, throw them in the chat. Any tickers, anything you guys want to know about me, about the market, anything, throw it in the chat. I'm going to start going over my game plan. Now, I'm going to run through this stuff. There's not many people on here. So I may be a little quiet for a minute, but I got to get busy. All right, I got to get busy. But yes, I will talk through the levels. I will talk, I will talk you guys through the levels that I'm seeing. What am I expecting? This and that. Well, we've already broken the downside of the range on the SPY. Would you look at that? It's something else, ain't it? I'm just trying to get everything set up. So I do apologize. Just give me 1 second here. Sorry, the little girl came in here. I had to feed her. All right, let's get it going. Again, guys, warning, expect volatility both up and down. All right, both ways. Expect volatility. If you can't handle the volatility, you might be in for some trouble. So I'm going to run through some earnings and all this fun stuff and find out if we had any beats, misses, and all that good stuff. So, again, I will talk you guys through my thesis. What am I thinking? All that stuff. So I'm kind of thinking here that if we do hold this area right here, and again, it's volatility, so it's going to be an area, guys. It's going to be an area. It's not just one specific price point. Maybe we get another retest of this 456 area during market hours. Maybe turn it into, resistance, right? Maybe we turn it into resistance. All right. That's number one. I want to see where we settle in at. Do we just pull back all the way back into 452.75 and then work ourselves way back up there? Possibly. We're going to get volatility. This is an opportunity to make money. All right, we need to know where the VIX is. Realize that the contracts are going to be... VIX is getting slaughtered. So right now is when you want to take advantage of the premium opportunity, because premiums are going to be cheap. And with this VIX down the way it is, it's going to allow you to not have to pay, prices when VIX gets to 20, 30, 25, 28. They're $300-$400 a contract for a daily, you know. So what do I have right now? I have a double bottom here on Google that I want to see if we turn, that was support. I want to see if we turn it back into resistance, if there's anybody here. What's up, Bingo? How you doing, buddy? Sorry, I was going through some stuff right here, trying to get my stuff ready. All right, we have a double bottom right here. I'm going to make it this color right here so we can see it. If I'm talking too loud, I do apologize. How you been, Bingo? You been doing good, man? Hope everything's been all right with you. Look, prior resistance, double top, or double bottom, bang, bang. Let's see if we get a bounce back into 131, 130.90. And I want to look to take that short and take profits and get it down to like 129.50 and see if we can break that level today. Now, whether we break it, you know, a whole nother ordeal. You know, I will be taking profits in it, looking for $2 there. That's one. Shoot, I was just talking and the mic wasn't on. But I was just going back over the trade. 131, 130.90s. You know, look to see if we start to reject this level here. Double bottom. Look, I want to take it down to 129.50. And then we'll see if 129.50 can break if the markets are weak. Right? If we still see yields rising, which we got to pay attention to yields because of everything that's going on. We want to be short tech. We want to be short technology stocks that miss earnings, you know, things that are going to be, that's going to give you the extra oomph, you know, to get something to the downside. And then, so this is putting in a pennant here for the 2-year. This is a 3-hour. We'll see what yields do. We'll see what they do. I'm going to see what, hold on, let me see here. 10-year. Let's look at the longer end. Look at the longer end starting to rise. This might help with the yield curve inversion. This actually might help with the yield curve inversion, actually, which is weird. So yesterday I said something's going on because of this is always look at that, man. This thing has just got gotten trapped. Something wasn't right. That's what I was saying yesterday, that TLT was down almost 3%. It was like 2.2% yesterday. Another gap down on TLT. So they got the warning. Somebody got the warning. I know they did. Look at this volume that came in here. Right? That's not even Fed Day. There's no reason for that volume to be there. This is when they got it. Like, this is like they knew something, that they were going to do it. They knew. You know, and then for, you know, Janet Yellen to come out and put out a statement, this and that. It's like the way that she was talking, and they said it on CNBC. Guy Adami said it too. He's like, it's kind of funny how, you know, how that they responded to it makes it seem like this was already pre-planned. You know, like this was coming, and it was. We had warning back in May. You know, when the debt ceiling thing was going on. So let me run through these real quick. It's 8:50. My cat kept me up last night. I've been getting so frustrated with her. I'm like, girlfriend, you gotta stop. Like, she wakes me up at 2:30 thinking it's morning, and 12:30. I'm like, man, she's really doing something. So I'm gonna keep her up in the afternoon so she can sleep all night. So, and I'm actually going to go fill up a cup of coffee. Let me look at Nvidia real quick, and then let's see the SPY. So we are finding support there. That's what I want to see. I want to see that we find support there. We get that bounce. That'll help with the bounce to Google to see if we get a rejection. So if the SPY starts to try to work its way up to like 455, 456, can't get up past that 456. Pretty much yesterday's lows. If we cannot work our way back up through yesterday's lows, then I'll look for the rollover and then try and, possibly put on a short with Google. The thing about Google, though, is that it had strong earnings. So, but still, I mean, the environment that we're in, it's putting in lower highs. So I would expect it. This looks like a good area. This is not Google, but this is Nvidia. You guys see how there's like this open, like just no, see how it's consolidated here? You just ran it up. So I wonder if Nvidia does the same thing. We run Nvidia up and try to short it at this 464 area. That's what I'm going to look for. There is a gap fill, so maybe even the gap fill. All right, sorry about that. All right, I gotta get up on my stuff. There's a lot of lines here, and I don't like how the lines are building up. My levels, I gotta go back and clean these charts up. Not sure why I have a line all the way down there. This is putting in a pennant. When does Nvidia report earnings? Need to know. So Nvidia is still sitting on the top side of this range with the 9 EMA. So this 458, 459 area is still a nice area that's trying to turn into support, unless we gapped below it today. Where are we at? We are 458. So we did break it. We broke the bottom end. All right. So that's what we're going to look for. That's what I'm going to look for, guys. I'm going to look for. Let me show you. Let me take pre-market off. Let me make sure I know where we're at. Gosh. Come on. $458.75. $458.75. Oh, I did not write my target down on Google. It was 129.50, right? 129.50 was the target. Taking target profits along the way. Again, if you guys are just joining us, if you could hit the subscribe if you're not subscribed. There is going to be a ton of volatility. I need you guys to remember that. It's going to be tough. I know a lot of people lost a lot of money last year because they couldn't handle the volatility, the up and down movements, and then they're playing options, and the options aren't paying because they're priced at such a level that, it takes a huge move for them to really pay. So just watch yourself. I think this is actually starting to, we're right here, 458. Well, I can say 458. I hate having to do this. So I wish I knew how to just have pre-market on Thinkorswim. I'm going to have to call them or go through I'm going to have to go through and see if I can learn how to get it to just have the pre-market of that day. So we're right at the 458.69 level. All right, we're right at it. 458.69. All right, 458.69. Look at this flag, 458.69. 458.69. $458.69. Let's see here. I want to see if we can reject yesterday's lows. Let me go to the daily chart. This is where I want to see if we reject. Right here. right, I want to see if we reject this 461 area, which would be yesterday's low a day. But that's still, so it's like an area though, guys. You got to remember, it's an area. Bang. And it just consolidates there, hits it again. I can get rid of this. Yeah, that's what I'm going to look for if the market's weak now. So if the market's weak, we're going to look for downside. Right? We're going to look for downside if the market's weak, and we can see that Nvidia is putting in a pennant. Right? It's putting in a flag. Right? So what would we look for? We would obviously look for a higher, if it rallies, a higher low or a lower high. Right? Or does it put in its lower low right now? It goes up, rejects it, and we pull back, to this this area right here, this 453.38, 453.50-ish. All right, let me get this going. So I know we have a pennant. I'm just curious if I should add the after hours. So, all right, I got my line. All right, let's do this. Sorry, guys. So, previous support, previous resistance. We've broken the support. Let's see if we start turning this into resistance now, right? Which is yesterday's low. I'm gonna make it this gold area. That's where I wanna. That's where I wanna look to get short, right? If the market's weak, right? If the market's weak, this is where I want to get short. 460.50, up there at yesterday's low, which could actually be more 460.50 area. Yeah, 460.50. It's going to be an area, right? It's going to be an area. So let me do this. But if we break up above it, then you also want to look for a lower high, right? Does it get, if you do break up above 461 and it holds, then you can obviously look for a move to 464.50, 465 and see if you continue to put this pennant in, and you would expect it to continue to put in lower highs. Okay? So it's about kind of like watching the move, like seeing the overall move. I know we probably still don't have any. We probably still don't have any type of moving averages on the daily to catch up to it. So I'm gonna have a few stocks. So listen, we have tech earnings tomorrow, and I want to watch tech because if tech misses, like look at Zoom Info yesterday. That's just one of them. Look at Zoom Info. Look at that. Bang. Right? Snap. Bang. Anything that missed on earnings in tech, they got smoked. Spotify. Bang. So that's where we want to look to get short. And that is going to be tomorrow. PayPal or after hours like PayPal, Shopify, guys. I want to put us on the right side of probability and make us the most money we can make. Okay? And that involves putting us in stocks like these. All right, Spotify right now is still coming to, it's in resistance. So Spotify could be a trade today. If we get a bounce back to this 152.25, we could look for a short there on Spotify. Looks like the volume's drying out though. That's the only problem there. So it's kind of not where I want to be. Maybe we play Snap, right? The volume is still a little, Snap has actually regained it. But you could look for Snap, a short on Snap at $11. Okay. If we get there. Like Snap. So $11, like Snap. Let me write that down. $11 short. I mostly have shorts here. And then we would... Like, these things are easy to find. You see, you've turned it into support. 11.15 really is what it would be. It could be like 11, yeah, 11.15. 11 to 11.15. And then you would want to look to take that back down to like 1075, 1075 area. And then if that level breaks, then look for continued downside. See if you get back down to like 1038. 1038 would be final target. 1040, 1050. Yup, 1050, baby. So, Snap's target would be 1050 if we get the short right up in here, guys. I would look to be short up in here. Or you have a double bottom here. Look at that resistance, actually. So, you're getting it now. There's a double bottom on Snap that it broke through yesterday at $11.04. So $11, $11.04. 11.04. Double bottom broke. Turn it into resistance. All right, so there's one for Snap, guys. All right, there's one for Snap. So that would be pre-market highs. All right, and I'm just looking for a few cents. You know what I mean? I'm just looking for a few cents. See if this thing brings in some volume. Okay, see if it brings in some volume. I need to make it red. Edit properties. Edit properties. Properties. Properties, properties, properties. This is how we make money in the markets. Easy trades, guys. Easy peasy trades. All right, easy trades. Just something we know we can lean on and make things happen for us. So again, let's go to NVIDIA. I want to find something that has news. What is the news of the day? I don't even know. I have to look. I know there wasn't very many earnings today, right? We had a lot of like Dow name, like your Kraft, CCJ, Camco, which is like your uranium. So look at these. Look, Shopify, PayPal, Etsy, DoorDash, man. Like DoorDash, Qualcomm, any of these start to, you know, they report bad earnings. That's what I'm waiting for. We have Net, Cloudflare. Like, I'm excited. It's just getting ready to get good, guys. It's just getting ready to get good. I can't wait. I can't wait. I've already got a smile on my face. I cannot wait. So, NVIDIA, if we get the bounce back, again, I would like to be short. I'd like to be able to try and get this thing back up to like 464 would be the area I'd like to get it at. Okay, 464. I just feel like there's a little bit of this area that needs to be filled. It's in a downtrend, but so what is that? 464.27. Let me see here. Actually, let me do a 30-minute chart. Let me look at it on a different time frame. So we've got a few stocks here to trade, guys. All right, a few of them that we have on the list to trade. Oh, that's right. We still have that double bottom, that resistance right there. Boom, boom. So, yeah, 461. NVIDIA 461. So, with NVIDIA, if 461 or 460.88, 461, if it breaks above 461 and holds it, I'm going to be watching what the Qs and the SPY does. And then we'll look to see if it does want to bring itself back up to this 463.85 to 460. You know, it's tough. It's an area, right? We're going to say 460. This level I have it at 464.20, but that's it right there. 464.88. 464.88. Or is that too high? Is that too high? Let me see. All right. There we go. 464.75. I keep bringing it up, don't I? That's so funny. All right. This whole area. This whole area is where I'm looking to get short. Right. That would be the area if the SPY bounces back and we're able to get ourselves a short and the Qs start to break down. All right. You know, there's a lot of tails in there. This is a 30-minute chart. Let me pull up a 15 because I want to get it exactly because there's an exact price point where they're going to have orders sitting to be sold. Right? They're going to have it up there. And it may just look different on a different time chart. I mean, hell, it might even be forced. So weird. There's so many tails and it's just consolidating here. That's it. Yeah, 464.69. Yeah, 464.69. So if 460, if we break back, we find support here at 457, 469. What did I say? 469.54. 469. Yeah. Hold up. Hold up. Come on. Boom, 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 boom. I don't really know if I like that area anymore. I don't know. It's this whole region right here, guys. So, that's what I'm going to be looking for. 464. It's such a tight area. Yeah, 464.21. That's it. I'm done. 464.21. So if I actually look at this, guys, I'm like seeing like it's just weird because look at this. You know? Yup, but that is resistance support. So we're gonna just keep it there. So 461, I'm looking short. 461 short. Okay, if 461 breaks and the SPY breaks and Nasdaq breaks, we break back up above it. I'll look for 461 to then become support again and drive itself right back up to this area here at 464, 465. Okay, so 461 holds. Then you could look for a long to 465. Yeah, 465. Then you would look for the 465 rejection. If 461 breaks or rejects, then we're going to look to just bring it on down. All right, we'll look to bring it on down. Where would my targets be? No, you son of a bitch, man. Come on, man. I fucking hate Thinkorswim. Like, really? Come on. Like, if you double click, it should just put it there. Honestly. Like, I don't understand this thing. Now I don't even know what the hell I was doing. So I'm gonna be looking to get 453. That would be a nice short, guys, if we're able to get this. All right, that would be a beautiful short if we're able to get it. Oh, there it goes. There goes Carvana. It's going to be junk now. That's so funny. So there we go. You know, if we break any lower, that's what I was saying. Carvana is probably going to go down off of that news. Fuck, I gotta hurry my ass up, man. I gotta hurry up. So we said 460, 461 short. Okay, 461 short. First take profit would be right down here at 456.50. 456.50. You know, and as we get the rejection off of that, I'm going to take profit. But I want, this is going to be my first take profit zone. Yo, oh my God. This is so crazy. This is so insane. First take profit is going to be 456.69, 456.50. I will be taking profit along the way, but again, this thing's got to be playing with me. It really does. It's just got to be fucking with me. It's just got to be fucking with me. Alright, so I apologize. But again, 456.59, okay, is going to be an area where I'm going to look to take profits as we get to there. This is a profit target. So what do? I will make it like a gold color, I guess, because that's where we're going to enter, where we're going to exit. All right. Where we enter, where we exit. I don't know. I'll just leave that. Let's actually do something too before we get into it. The market's getting ready to open. I'm gonna get everything set up in 10 minutes. I wish you guys luck today. I'm still going over a few things, right? Still going over a few things. It may just take the move away from us, and if it does, then hey, it does. You know, I feel like we may just be trying to get long this thing now, right? Now we may change it around, and the volume's been dropping on Nvidia. There's not really any news. I don't know when it has earnings, or it already reported earnings. I have no idea. I don't think it did. All right, so there's that. Boom, boom. Okay. So yeah, what I would look for on Nvidia is if we pull back to this 456. Now it's trying to hold this level right now. But if it pulls back to 456.50, then you want to look for the bounce. Right? Then you want to look for the bounce back to 458.81 to be short. But we're going to see. We're going to see. There's still a whole empty area here that needs to be filled. So I want to look to be short up here like 460, 461. All right, let's keep it moving. Let's keep it moving. What have we been watching? We can watch AMD. AMD had earnings. That's right. AMD had earnings yesterday. All right, so we already know the plan for AMD. That's where we need to be. Holy cow, I forgot. Oh my gosh, I cannot believe that. AMD. So what are we going to do? We're going to look to be short at 121.50. 121.50. If we cannot get above 121.50, we're short 121.50. We're going to take profits all the way down to this yesterday's high would be the first place. Okay, yesterday's high. Right. Let me see here. You little booger. All right. And it looks like she's just climbing. Okay, AMD did beat. But if we get it, first take profit, I'm going to get it if we cannot get back above. I'm going to look to take profits down at 118. 50 short. Now, this is if the market is weak. Again, if the market's weak, I have my plan. All right, we're going to watch the NASDAQ. And we're going to see what is going on. Let's see, QQQ. Yup, she's on CNBC. Lisa Sue's about to come on if she's might already be on. All right. So I got to make a cup of coffee and get this up. But anyway, 121 short. Okay. 120.50. 120.50. 120.50. 120.50. 120.50. 120.50. So we're right here. We're right here. I want to see if this double top again becomes resistance. And then we're just going to look to take this thing as far down as we can take it. We'll look to take profits in front of 118. Okay, 118 is going to be a profit target. I'm going to be taking pieces off in front of that as well, though. Okay, and this is if the market's weak. They had earnings, so it could be strong. All right. Where could we open up? We could, it's hard to say where we open up, actually. You want to watch also this 118.50 area as well. 118.50 would be another area. And where do I want to get this thing to? I want to see if we can get this thing back down to this see if we can get it back down to 115. All right, 115. Yeah, see if we can get it back down to like 115 area. That's what I want to see. 115.50. Let me pull it back. 1650. Boom. And you got to watch because 117.50 might be support now. Okay, that's previous resistance. 117. Friday's close. 117 might be support. And it might turn itself up. So watch out for that. So if you get a hold of this 117.68, it's like 117. It's an area. It's 117.60 to like 117.50. You start holding that level again. You got to watch for the hold, and you got to look to be long and a break through that double top. Okay, so those are the two ways I'm going to play this. If the market pulls back and finds support, I would expect Nvidia to also pull back to 117.50, 118. That's the area, 117.50. That's it right there. Previous pivot high right there. So I'm going to make this area right here. I'm going to put a box because I want to make this green because I think if we get a hold there, and you've seen that pivot low from last night. So we may want to be long AMD. I'm going to wait and let the chart tell me if we get a pop up here and we cannot break up through it, then I'm going to look to, I could look to ride it down. What's up, buddy? We're going to have a lot of volatility. I just want to say that. We're going to have a lot of volatility, so stay safe. Strap your seatbelt because you're going to get big moves up and big moves down. You guys if you guys are playing options, you guys need to know you really need to understand your option and what you're paying for it. Because if you're paying up for it and you don't get that big move, you're just going to... A lot of people lost money last year because they don't know how to play volatility. But yeah, so AMD... I'm gonna look to see if this is resistance, but I'm also not blind to the fact that yesterday's high is also an area of support. Where do I see that? If I go back, look at this whole area. It just broke out of it. Will it hold? Look, Right here. That's it right there. Right. Sorry. Shit. Yesterday's close. So there's a couple of them, but it's mainly that area right there. It's mainly that area right there. It's right here. Triple bottom. Boom. Resistance. Resistance. We hit it again. We broke through it. Now, do we pull back to 117.50 and turn it into support? That's what I want to know. It's like 117.50 to 117. So we'll see if we get the bounce to try and, you know, potentially break this double top. All right, so let me get ready. I'm going to go make a cup of coffee. Market's getting ready to open. What do I think the market's going to do so we can kind of have an idea? I want to see if we hold right here where we're at. Those Qs are just getting ready to bounce off an area. Let's see if we get a bounce back and then start again. See if like the Qs reject, you know, yesterday's close. Like this whole, I would look for like 382.95 to 383 to see if that becomes resistance. Okay, I would look to see if 383, 382.90 becomes resistance on the Qs. And the SPY, same thing. You know, this whole area here. See if we can get the 456.50. Yesterday's close. See if we get up there. You know, this whole area. I'm gonna make a coffee and I'm gonna get down to business. We're gonna get down to business. If you guys have any questions, throw them in the chat. Any tickers, any plays, any news. You know, good luck today. Remember, we're gonna have a lot of volatility. Gotta be able to handle it. Know what you're doing. Play it smart. Wait for the best setups, guys. Be patient. All right, be patient. Don't be an idiot like me yesterday. And give back everything and more, like an idiot. So I got a lot of work to do. I got a little hole I got to dig myself out of. Not necessarily, but I'm gonna be all right. I'm gonna be all right. So what's our number one stock of the day? I am honestly not even sure because I feel like, oh, it's obviously AMD. obviously it's AMD. We did go over Google 131 to 130.90 short. We're looking for the 129.50 target. So pretty much if we get a bounce back to 132 area, 131, could actually get it up here. That'd be a nice rejection point too, right there. All right, let me fix this. Give me this appearance. I gotta get my shit going. All right. Whoa, what? Where's the lines up? Oh, there is. I guess there is. Okay. All right, so guys, right now we are above VWAP, but you want to watch, or we're below it, but you want to watch and see if we regain VWAP to make another little ride up to this area right here. All right, you want to see yesterday's pivot high at 455.75 to make like a. You want to see if we put in a lower high is what I'm getting at. All right, the market goes up and it goes down. It goes up, it goes down, it goes up, and it goes down. Oh, no. All right, time and sales. Ba-boom. Level 2. I probably don't even really need level 2. I mean, I do, especially for days like today. I'm sorry. What did I just say? What? You don't need level 2? How the fuck are you supposed to trade if you don't have level 2? Oval. That's crazy. Put that target there. I knew something was going on, man. Yesterday, I seen TLT, and I'm like, you're kidding me. Something's going on. The bond market sold off hard yesterday. Hard. All right, let me go make this coffee. We got 5 minutes, gang. 5 minutes. I told you guys the game plan for AMD. Right? We have two different ways we want to play it. We want to watch the SPY and see if we pull it back. If the SPY rallies, then we want to see if AMD is going to get itself back up over this 121.50. And it does, you know, then we can probably look for another test of the high. The earnings were not that great. They beat by a damn penny. Okay? It was not that great. Now, they lost a little less money. You know, they're starting to lose less, more. They're starting to lose more, less money, if that makes any sense, right? All right, so we're obviously all going to be watching AMD. Again, be careful. Don't get over your skis. Let the market pick the direction. Let it shake everybody out the first 20 minutes. All right, guys. And then, look, because your options are going to be cheaper as well. At 10 o'clock, your options are going to be a lot cheaper. I'll be right back. Looks like we got weakness, guys. Looks like it's trying to have weakness off of it. We'll see if it holds support. Watch this area right here for the SPY or AMD. There is a support area down here. If it drops down there, I'm going to watch the volume. Good luck today, guys. Good luck today. Keep an eye on the overall markets. Again, let it, you don't have to be the first to the party. Do we have any data at... Oh my God. All right, we can still see it. We just got to make sure that we don't have any dumbass data coming out at like 10 o'clock or something. No, we don't. ADP already came out. Bada bing, bada boom. 324 versus 455. All right, so it's starting to bounce. So it was holding above VWAP. All right, let's watch AMD, guys. Watch the cues. I got the cues up on the left side. So if you guys ask questions, I can see it over here, but you'll have to give me a minute. Good luck today, guys. All right, that's some volume, heavy sell volume right there, guys. So that was it. That I had a feeling they didn't beat by that much. Now watch out. See if you get a bounce here. See if we get a bounce. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Qs are selling off. That's what we want to watch for. Give me a 1 minute. Fuck it. All right, give me the 1 minute. Oh my gosh. I hate that I have to click around so much. All right. This thing looks like it might fall. Again, don't get tricked, guys. This thing can find support. Look at the SPY coming in to support. All right. I don't know. I think she might still be talking on CNBC. Let's take notice of the volume. So we broke yesterday's high. We're finding support. Look at the orders coming through. I'm not sure if it's gonna hold. I really don't know. I really don't think it is. The volume's lightening up at this area. I want to get SPY is crack. Excuse me. I'm sorry. SPY's cracking that area, guys. Qs are trying to bounce. SPY's trying to bounce. Taking a 115. Damn it. All right, I got to wait for the bounce. I don't want to pay up for this. And this thing reversed, guys. Shit. This thing's falling out of bed. I need a bounce back, guys. Damn it. I just missed the 115s, guys. I just missed the 115s. Can we get a bounce back? I took a 115. I was just saying that it's trying to hold there, it looks like. All right, I took a piece off on that extension right there. All right, let's get it, guys. Let's go. Let's go. If you were a little worried, you got to give it some time. There she goes, guys. That's a rejection off VWAP. She's hanging out in this area. There's a bounce. See, that's why you got to take it off. I want to let this thing just kind of play itself out. We're down just slightly. Again, my stop loss was previous day's highs, where my stop loss would have been. You may get another bounce. You may be able to get another bounce here. Oh, come on. So the SPYs are looking to bounce right back into that area again. There goes AMD. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go, team. Again, got to look to take off at 115.50. Look to take off on your way down here. Boom. I'm out, guys. I'm good. I'm out on that one. I'm out. Let's go. Let's go. Let's fucking... There's probably still some more room. Look at this volume. We got it back from yesterday. Let's go. Plus some, baby. Plus some. Fuck it up. Let's go. Like I said, we break yesterday's high. We break yesterday's close. You know, you got to look to be short, but take your profits. It's going to be volatile. Volatility means you got to manage risk and take your profits. Because if it reverses, what are you going to do? You're going to feel like shit. You just had a green trade go red. Okay? I'm watching this area here. I was watching this pivot high right here when I panned it back into it. So you have an area support right there at 116. See what happens. The volume is getting a little lighter. Beautiful. Fucking beautiful trade. Shop is nice. I also was looking at Snap too, because Snap gave us, it would have been an easy trade unless it took it away pre-market. I'm going to look at Shop real quick too. Yeah, I was looking to see if Snap could get up here and get a rejection. It looks like the markets are turning around now. Got to look for nope. I got to see what's going on here. Come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Yep, could be a nice bounce back for the SPY. Look at that gap down. That's insane, guys. At least it looks insane. We just haven't had something like this in a while. Come on, you son of a bitch. That candle's too fucking small. So there goes Snap. That was the area to be short Snap. Let's look at Shop real quick. Nice. Come on. You could probably get another entry on Shopify up here at 66.12. 66.12, right? Looks like an area. Yeah, I would look, see if it can't get above this area right here, which was yesterday's, like pretty much yesterday's low, kind of. It's not the low of the day, but it's that pivot area that it, you know, found support at yesterday. So 66, I would look if you break up above it. And I don't mean just like wick, like, yeah, see, now it's getting strength. Now it's going up to the upside, so is the SPY. SPY got through the level, so there you go. Now you want to look, see if you pull back into 68, take it long to, you know, right here, pre-market highs to 66.75. Did AMD turn around? Or is AMD going to remain weak? Beautiful trade, man. That, god damn. I wanted to take it out of the gate, but I just couldn't. Just couldn't do it. You know, I had to be patient a little bit. You're far below VWAP in the 90 MA. Look, SPY just wicking up above that area. Couldn't get any follow through or an increase in volume there. Again, it's hard to say with like what the market's going to do. It could just go back and forth between levels and wait for Apple and Amazon earnings. Those are my thoughts. And like I said last night, you know, I don't know. You know, we could just stay in this range and like, not sure if it's like a reason to like really start to sell the market off. You know, I mean, you know, now tech, it can tech because, you know, that's the industry that's going to get hit most. So if we do get a bounce back on AMD, I'm going to look for that pre-market low, this area here, to end up getting short again. Let me find something else too, especially if the market wants to break down. If it breaks down, I'm not saying it will. Because you have major earnings tonight. You have tech earnings tonight. That's some nice volume on the 15-minute. Well, let's see here. Let me go to the 5-minute. So it looks like we just turned that area into resistance. We got to look for support down here on the Qs, 376, 377. All right, on the Qs. Right here, guys. There's support in this area here. Even more so pre-market too. If I had pre-market on, so you can expect a bounce here. I would expect a bounce in this area. But if we break out of it, we break down and out of it. Come on, man. I need to get this thing set up so I can get things how I want to get them. Like, I'd like to have like a 1 minute, 3 minute, like 5, 15 in a daily. I got to work on it this weekend and find out how to do it. That way it'll really paint the picture for you. There goes AMD, more downside. Again, I don't know if Lisa Liu is still talking or not, but the Qs are still headed to the downside. I had to take that trade off because of the support area we were coming into at the Qs. And with that trade I had yesterday, that stupid mistake, I'm not going to be done. I'm not done for the day, but I locked in some really nice gains today. Got everything back from yesterday, plus some. Good morning this morning. Good morning. I overtraded yesterday. Coin and PG. Yes, Coin. I forgot about Coin. Look at Coin go. I was looking for that bounce. Yes, let's go, bingo. Let's go, baby. Oh, shit. And Google. I was watching Google for the short. There is a bounce right there off of that pivot high. Bang. Man, I think we're almost there, though. What is it, 96.50? You'd have to look for it to be resistance, in a sense. You know, you could get a pullback at 96.50 and then maybe stick the landing at like 94.75, like right around here, and then see if it becomes support now and look for more upside. That's what I would do. I would look for more support here. Make it support. Bring more buyers in and see if this thing can edge higher. It may pull back a little bit further, but still. I know, you just want to work when you want to. I know. Did you guys see how I could sense that AMD was either going to give us that follow through or go back in an opposite direction? Because I felt it. I'm like, man, this thing is just... Look, it's starting to regain this area. Sellers are still remaining strong. Look at the time in sales, man. Just flat, they're still selling. They're still selling this thing, it looks like. You got some nibble, you got people buying, but these sellers are just taking a hold of this thing. They can't send it down, though, so I would look for a bounce. You know, I would look for a bounce. Man, there's so much I want to look at. There is the bounce on Google. No. So what do we have here? 129.50 was the target. We got there, but we also didn't get up to 130, 131. All right, look at SPY. Look at the selling that's coming in on SPY at VWAP and that level. All right, look at that. You might get a nice downside volume here. You could. Sellers are trying, or buyers are trying. You had some mean selling just pop in on the SPY. What is this? NVIDIA. Man, they started to take the move away from us. I know they did. Goes Whirlpool. Alright, let's see here. See if this volume can increase. See if the buyers kind of give up. Sell it. Look, yep, there it was. Look at the sellers just start stepping in. Look at it. You get some nibblers, but the way I'm looking at this is that look at all the there's a little bit of buying there, but I feel like you got more selling than anything else. Now it feels like it's changing. You know, see how it's starting to go green? See how it's green now? See how I can sense it and feel it? You gotta feel it. Now it's a little green. Here they go. They're trying to step back in. They're just fighting back and forth. I mean, they're not fighting, but they're just putting in their orders. We'll see what happens. I gotta watch. I gotta focus. I gotta fucking focus. NVIDIA. What did I have here? 456.50. See, we're already at the profit target, guys. Can you believe that? There goes AMD. NVIDIA looks like it's might be putting in a double bottom here on low volume. AMD dip. It went further, didn't it? They didn't really beat earnings yesterday. And like I say, I'm out of that trade. I got the move. You've already had let's see, a $5. You're already up 2-something%. Look at the volume today. AMD is definitely weak. There was a nice test of the 90 MA right there. I don't know. Do you get this thing back down to 112? It's going to be hard for me to short it now. It's going to be really hard for me to short it. I want to see if this is a low volume bounce on the SPY. Let me give me a 1 minute so I can really see who's in control. Also, let's do this. Oh my God. Come on. I think Carvana's going off too. What is going on here? Holy hell. Yup, there's a nice tail. I figured that was enough for AMD. Alright guys, let's see here. Let me see here. So the volume, it's that time again. 9:45, 9:50, the volume starts decreasing. Let's see what we do at 10 o'clock. Looks like the VWAP's right at that level. Could start to see some downside. Let me pull up a daily chart for a minute. I got to get my stuff set and ready for... I got to change these settings on Thinkorswim. I want to be able to have everything ready to go. Like everything right. Like I want 1 minute, 3 minute, maybe a 5 minute, 15 minute, and a daily at the bottom. On the top two, 1 minute, 3 minute, and then on the bottom three, kind of like I have right here. All right. So look at the Volt ratio. It's not, it's fairly even. Advanced decline. You have more stocks making new highs than you do versus new lows at the moment. When we opened, not quite the story, but I want to see if we can poke our head back up to this Fed day. Right now we're at the low of Fed day on the SPY. I think. Nope, we're past it. We finally broke down below Fed day. Wow. All right. Yeah, I want to see if we can get a bounce here. I want to see if we bounce. You might be able to get a nice long, man. If you get a long up to like 455, 456, don't put it past it. The market could do it. It's still more downside. This thing is so weak, guys. Damn it. That's crazy. Shit. All right, I gotta make something happen here. I don't have to do anything. I had a good morning so far. We're back in the saddle. We have a ton of earnings tomorrow or tonight. This is where I'd look to the AMD if you're still in it. I would watch this area right there. Because that was previous resistance, previous support. Now, is that going to be support now? Or do they just run it through that level again? Looks like they're going to tear it down. Looks like AMD is just going to get tore up. Nice job, bro. Nice job. I'd have been taking it off like throughout the trade personally. I know you didn't. Like, I'm not telling you what I'm just saying. I was taking mine out through that trade because you started to get a hold here. You flip back in reverse, and them contracts are going to go red so quick you faster than you can blink. And there's more downside. They're still selling this thing. I feel like they didn't have good earnings. They barely beat. And the stock price is X amount higher, MCD, McDonald reversal. Let's find out. MCD, McDonald. Holy shit. I would honestly, I think it's got a little bit more room to go. I think you got to look for it if it happens around 293. You might get a lot of, with this interest rate stuff, you might start to see rotation in the names like this. That's the thing I would watch out for. You do have tails there. It's probably got a pullback coming soon. But I would honestly think that I wouldn't be short this name for that simple reason that if tech stocks are going to go down, they're going to be taking profits in these tech names, and they're going to put it in safe names like McDonald's, Walmart. I mean, it does have resistance right here at 292, 293. So I would honestly just look. I mean, time of sales is green. The level 2 doesn't really have much going on it, but I don't think there's going to be a complete reversal. I think you have upside at least to that right here to this 293. That's a nice chart setup. That's a really nice chart setup. You do find 293 resistance, then maybe you do. But again, I would I would think people would start buying these type of names because of what I just said with interest rates and technology. These rates and this downgrade could hurt them. It'll hurt tech stocks, and they're already up X amount of dollars. So they have all the reason in the world to just take profit. 293, 292, 91 ish. Yeah, 293. That's what I would look for. So, if you're short, I'm sorry. I don't think it is a name to be short. I would watch that. I would watch 293. That's what I would do. 290. If you can't break up above 293, then you'll definitely get your pullback. Fucking AMD. I had to sell because of yesterday's loss. I had to. It started to hold up here. We got the breakdown. I mean, my job is not to catch the whole move. Our job is not to catch the whole move. We get our trade on, we get paid, we get out. We don't need the whole move. Nobody really knows where things are going to stop. We have support, we have resistance, but you don't know. Well, a piece of news could come out and that thing reverse on a dime. You got to manage risk throughout your trades. And you don't have to do that, but I just don't want anybody to learn the hard way and be up on a trade and then, say, hey, I just had a green trade, now it's red. Now I just want to commit suicide because I just fucked my whole life up. Like, we don't need that, right? People have killed themselves over this game. 2008, you had people jumping out of buildings. People lost their retirements, lost everything. You just had a trader last couple years do that. Look, again, another breakdown, guys. This thing is mad weak. This thing is so weak, guys. Damn. What do you do? What do you do? What do you do? Did I see this coming? It doesn't surprise me with the earnings that they had. Now you got to start just hanging on and looking for the 109, the bottom end of this range. I would expect. I apologize, guys. I'm just trying to look. I don't know why I'm looking at AMD anymore. If you guys want it up, you can. I gotta find another. I want to find another trade. I'm waiting for the SPY to I'm gonna see what the Qs are gonna do. They're kind of just going up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. We got some nice volume today, so I want to start focusing in on where. Man, I'm surprised we broke this 113.94 level. Now you got to look for 109. 113.95, 114 area broke. Look for the bounce back to 114. See if it takes it to the bottom of the range of 109, 110. But it's going to take a few days. It might take 2 days, 3 days. You got to watch if the markets reverse. And then if it breaks, that's where my stop loss would be at. It's still too big. Not really. Nah, 114, yeah. So looks like it's doing it right now. Looks like it tested it right now. Yeah, that 114 area right there, that's where I would look. Maybe you buy a couple cheap contracts, it breaks 114, it breaks it. But look how far below VWAP you are. I could put up a standard deviation for a reversal. I would do that with McDonald's if you don't know. Put up like a Bollinger Band or whatever you have, bingo, for like a 2, 3, and 4, a 1, 2, 3, 4 standard deviation. Every time stocks get to that fourth standard deviation intraday, they reverse all the time. It's like the last piece of profit. It may wick above it. If you go look at any stock that's like a penny stock or like any small cap, mid cap, large cap that's just had like a crazy day like CAT, you'll notice they'll run and they'll hit that fourth daily on intraday fourth standard deviation, and they'll reverse. It's so weak. That's crazy. I would like to have like a Bollinger Band of like of this on a, like an intraday chart. Mm. Look at it riding that. Let me see here. Starting to make its way back into it. Fuck me, man. This sucks. Come on, I don't have time for this shit. So that's that. We have this. I can't. That's just too much. I can't do that. That's too much. I just need. And this is the middle. I'm gonna get rid of that. That's way too much going on there. We're just sitting here, guys. So let's see what happens here. See if we get some type of buying get put in here. I'm gonna run through, like you say, like coin. Come on, studies. No, 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 no. And I'm out of coffee. Fuck. All right, so let's do this. Look at this thing just go, guys. Man, this thing is so done. AMD stock is just getting liquidated right now. That's crazy. That's insane. How did I not hold, guys? But it's all good. I don't need to hold. It's not. See, I don't like to think that way because if we look at things like, you know, you start looking at things like that, it's not reality. Like, it's not, like, you don't know this, you know. I seen a lot of like, it was holding up here, you know, and then it finally cracked. It finally cracked, and I took mine off. We don't need to catch the whole move, but those 150 puts, they're I'm sure they're way up. They're $2-3 in the money. Oh my, yeah. They're up 300% just about now. 150, like almost like 200. Because I think I got in at like 140 something. I got in at like 140, and right now they're at 400. So, beautiful play. Got into 115s, 140. Now they're at 320. So, if I'm going to re-enter this thing, I gotta get a bounce back, and it might be coming. Let's look at coin. Okay, let me see here. So coin did reverse. I wonder if so. That's lighter volume though. That's a pullback to initial morning high, but that's retraced a good portion of the move. Let's see here. Like coin will mess with you because it'll just go, it'll chop around, and it'll just take people's money. That's why I don't really like to trade coin. I really don't. And we're not overextended in like one direction. We are trending to the downside. The tick is trying to, looks like it might be trying to come back down or come back up. Which one is it? It's trying to hold, so that's advanced decline. Let me see here. All right. So the volume's really slid off. The volume's really just like stopped on the SPY. Kind of curious if we're going to run our test of 451.50. Really curious. That's the cues. I have the cues up over here. What's everybody looking at? What are you guys watching right now? All right, so there's coin. It's trying to hold. AMD. Let me go back to this. Unbelievable. Unbelievable, guys. If you guys were able to take that short on AMD, look at it just fall out of bed. That volume was a big sign to me that this thing is done. The earnings, the volume, it's just, look at it. Just look at it. Would you just look at it? Bear flag breakdown. This thing just never gave you an opportunity to hit it again. What's NVIDIA doing? There goes 112. There goes the SPY. Kind of curious how much, like, do we just continue to the downside? Do we break it down? If we start breaking it down, looks like a failed hold of that level. I need to lean on. We were mainly short today, so we had an idea that, we wanted to lean on the short side of stuff. NVIDIA still falling. All right, let me look at Google. I'm hoping I can get into another trade. It doesn't look like I'm going to be able to. It looks like what I got is what I got. I start Nike Shop Coin, PG, Lily. Yeah, bros. Okay, awesome. That's cool. Did Google just give me another opportunity? Or is it going to turn itself around? Like now I'm starting to feel like, I took my trade and that was it. And there may not be much meat left on the bones. It's so like look at Google. Google's still up at previous highs. Not previous highs, but like it's not making new lows. The SPY's making new lows. AMD's making new lows. We kind of want to watch to see if there's relative strength there with Google. It had decent earnings. It's not as weak as the other stocks. So I'm going to keep my eye on that for future reference. So there's Tesla. So Tesla's going up, not down. All right? I mean, it's obviously pulling back now. So you're starting to see like some of these names. I don't know if there was news that separated Tesla from the rest of the market and Google, or if it's like the sector. Let me pull up this right here. Let's go to boom boom. So it says Tesla is red. It did gap down, but it's still trying to work its way higher. Amazon's dirt red. So semiconductors are the ones taking the hit. Software like CRM. All right. Is it going to give it up? Let's see here. So there's the volume on the SPY. I don't want to get caught. I got to be patient. I can't just get sucked into like something and then end up like yesterday. Can't let it happen. see here. It's trying to make itself up above VWAP. I wouldn't mind seeing Tesla back at 260, 261. It's still dropping? Yeah, it's just getting liquidated. 108 puts. How about that? You know what? It's going to $100. If you're almost at 108, then AMD's going to 100. You know, that was the target. That's so fucking insane, man. Fuck. Those contracts are up $500. Oh, God. They're up 400 and some % right now. What the fuck? Guys, I had to take profits. Now I just feel like shit. Now I feel like shit. I should have never, you know, I was just recouping what happened yesterday, and wow.
Delta AMD.
Unbelievable. Unfucking believable, man. 400% on those. Unreal.
MEDS shares halted on a circuit breaker.
Looks like AMD wants to go to 100.
That's Trade Health. Mike Echo Delta Sandy MEDS.
You can get the next week hundreds for $40. It's still a little expensive, but not really. It's only $10 away for next week. Today's what, Tuesday? Let's see if we get a reversal on AMD and get it some type of bounce back. This is insane. This is insane. Yeah, but Bingo. Well, see, here's the thing, Bingo, is I had a great morning yesterday. Then I just overtraded and I took a loss, and so this is why I didn't let it run. Right? I didn't let it run. Why? Because I had a red day yesterday. I had a nice size position on this. I took my red day away, and now I was profitable. And God forbid this thing turns around, right? We don't know that this is going to happen. I got paid. I got paid a good amount to where my red day yesterday is now green. Now I'm in the green. I have profits. And I'm looking forward. Now I'm green. Now I'm still green on the week. I have PayPal, Shopify, Apple, Amazon, Thursday and Friday. So that was my concern, was getting back green, putting some profit in, getting my head back in the right space, because this volatility is about to keep up. You know, this volatility is getting ready to pick back up. You know, so that's the reason why that I was taking profit. Because I had a red day yesterday that I overtraded. You know, I overtraded, and, you know, I had to bounce back from that red day yesterday, or I wasn't, you know, I feel like I wasn't able to, I wasn't going to be able to, you know, I want to be able to come in with confidence. You know, I would have loved to have taken it, but it just never, I felt like it never gave me a pullback, you know. So, I don't know. I just, you know what I mean? Because it's what I do for a living. So I just had to take it. I was up. My week is now green. So I also went a little heavy on it. You know what I mean? Because I knew if I got a flush that I was going to take advantage of some nice downside. There goes the SPY too. SPY's dropping. There was a couple other reasons too, though, like with the SPY and the Qs that were because they broke back above that resistance area and were pulling back in, and I seen AMD start to. So what I was also thinking too was if AMD pulled back and gave me another entry, I was going to re-enter it at a smaller position and have, you know, I have profit. I can take a little bit of that profit and add it on to see what AMD's going to do. I think AMD's going to 100. I think AMD's going to 100. You know, that's the I don't even know where we're at. Right here. Yeah, but that was my whole spiel, because yesterday I just had such a fucked day that I had to just get green and get my head right for what's about to come. Shopify, PayPal, Amazon, Apple. There goes the SPY. It's coming into support, but I feel like it's going to break. AMD, let's see here. So there's the bottom end of the range. That's a huge candle. So 110.50 looks like. I would like to see this thing get down to the 100-day. You know what I mean? I'd like to see this thing test the 100-day. If we get a bounce back, I'm telling you right now, we get a bounce back to like, hell, even 112.50 to 114, I'm taking her short. I will get back on that. I will get back on it. AIG, the insurance, what is it, on its way down too? We're moving. So that's a nice pennant there. I just feel like now it's time to like take this thing and reverse it. You know, get this 114 level, turn that into resistance. See if we can do that. Every time we get one of these, I always think of the rapper Straight Drop. It's just motherfucking straight drop. I'm like, every time it drops, I just think of it. I don't know why. I just, you know, not that there's any talent or anything there, you know. I don't know. I don't really listen to him. I just, you know, I know there's a rapper, Straight Drop. And every time a stock does this, I tie that together. What a day. Getting liquidated. AMD's getting liquidated. They said, we're good. We're going to take profits. We're not worried about the long term. I wonder if this is your 4 standard deviation here on that move. It was fun. I'm sure it was fun. I'm not here to have fun. I'm here to make money. All right? There's a difference between fun and making money. You need to separate them. I'm just kidding. I'm just fucking with you. Because it looks like they're all both coming into support. 14. Let's see here. Oh, GLD's getting smacked. Wow, GLD's having a hard time. What's TLT doing? It's still having a hard time. Wow, this is the capitulation for bonds. I feel like this is where the money's being really made. I feel like this is where it's at. You guys gotta look at TLT. I feel like this bond is capitulating. Boom, boom, boom. Like, what? You just went. I mean, this doesn't seem like a big move, but it's a big move for TLT. Let me see the weekly average. Look at that. Turn the weekly 50-day into resistance. Let's go to the daily. Look at that. Just gap, gap, gap. That's crazy. On volume, too. That's what I say. I feel like they knew this was coming. So I wonder if we could get a small reversal and head back up to VWAP area on the SPY. If we can't do that, then that is a surefire sign of weakness there. So it is 10:20. I'm going to look to see what we do here. You're going to get volatility both ways in this type of environment. Let's see here. Just happy to be green. I'm just happy to be green. Let's see. Let's look at coin, because if the market's going to try and bounce back to VWAP, I wouldn't mind being long something. Man, coin still rejected that area. Fucking weak. There goes the SPY. Let's see if we. Yes, you know what? Let's look at Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Let's look at like Google and Tesla for a long. Let's see here. Is it finally going to break the level? MACD. Let's see if I can get Google back to 131. Need to see the volume though. It has no volume today. Never mind. There's no volume on that at all. Nvidia's bouncing back. I'm thinking about what I want to do. Because if Nvidia does not reject or turn this previous double bottom low of 23.6 fib right up here at VWAP, if it regains it, I may think about. It's going to be hard to go long in this market, but I want to see 30% my account today thanks to AMD. Thanks for pointing it out, bro. If you see it in a trade, it gives me more confidence that I'm in this. Yeah, you just want to be in something that has news, it has liquidity. You know, I almost forgot about it. I really did. I had to take. I'm kind of upset that I took those off, and you know, but yesterday was such a fucked up day for me. Excuse my language, because I had a really nice day yesterday. I took a nice, just small trade. I was green. It paid me. I entered right, and then I overtraded. I made another trade. Made a stupid ass mistake. Made a stupid mistake, and then was red on the day. So then I'm like, so I come in the day today, and I'm like, I have Shopify, I got PayPal, we have Amazon, Apple, we still have a lot of stuff. We have job numbers, like the volatility's just getting started. I don't need to get ahead of myself. Like, just get green. Just get green trades, lock it in, get your head right. And you know what I mean? Because that helps. That helps build your confidence and that you're seeing things right and you don't make stupid mistakes. You know, like me holding it and then it reverses and then now I'm red again. Like, so now I'm just getting back in. You know, I messed it up yesterday. And that was the whole premise behind why I took what I had. I got paid nice. I have profit. Like, I'm green on the week. I got back what I lost yesterday, plus some. You know, plus some. I went pretty heavy on it. So I was also a little, I'm not going to say like pretty heavy. Like, position side usually, it still remains the same roughly, but I added a little bit to it because I was fairly confident that I could at least get this thing down here to this area, and then to see what it was going to do. And then on the break through it, I just took it off because it went quick. Yeah, sometimes I do. I trade SPX, SPXS, yes, from time to time. It's so weird because like I haven't traded the SPY in a while. Actually, no, I traded the SPY yesterday. Yesterday I traded the SPY on that bull flag breakout, like right off the morning when we had that small rally and we pulled back to the initial morning high, and then on that like wick down to it, I took a long on it. I took the long right here. I'm on the 1 minute. Literally on this wick, you know, into this low. Well, really this low right here. When we wicked down into it, I got it. And as soon as I hit them orders, I was up already 8% on them because it came down and just flipped. So I bought it right into weakness. And then I think I got out of them like right here. It was like 25% or so. And then I ended up giving it fucking back on the Qs and stuff like that. But yeah, from time to time I do. Usually if I trade like SPXL and stuff like that, I'll just buy it outright. You know, I'll buy it outright. I'll just buy the ETF outright. And so that's what I was actually like preaching to was, you know, let's don't forget there are triple leverage stuff where you can, you know, you could bring down your position size and still get paid. You know, I think I was talking about it last week. All right, what's NVIDIA want to do? Does it want to hold? I need to find something because I feel like just not, you know, I don't know. Sometimes it sucks having to not trade, but what's small caps doing? Let me see here. I don't know. I don't think NVIDIA is showing any type of sign of strength. I think it's going to just have an increase in volume once you get up here to the sell side. I don't know what the hell he's talking about. I was thinking long on this earlier, but now I'm just like, I don't know if it's going to give it to you. J&J, let's get it. J&J. Is there news? J&J. That sector has been ripping today with Merck. Gee. Nice. There is a reversal there. How do these trade? That's crazy. I didn't even think about trading J&J. I've never traded Procter & Gamble and J&J. Those are the only two I don't think I've ever traded. Like those stocks, for some odd reason, I just have never traded them. Myrna's just in the dumps. Let's see here. Let's look here. What do we have that's green? I think TM. So TM. Everything is red. Everything. For the most part. That's a bear market for you too.
Gasoline inventories, a build of 1.48 million.
It's crazy because we called out oil weeks ago. Like, if not a month ago. And it's going higher.
17 million versus the draw of 1.36 million expected. Crude shares popping. Crude futures popping on that.
Let's see here. I'm kind of curious if we just sit here at the bottom of this range. I would look. This is going to be a target. If we do break this range here on the SPY, 451.50, I will look to get down here to 448. I will be looking for that. I feel like, How do I think this daily candle is going to close?
MEDS
That's the question.
shares resuming trade. Mike Echo
So it looks like 452. I want to see if we get a bounce back up here. Let me see. I'm not sure if it's already done it yet or not. This is why I need to go on like I need to go find out on Thinkorswim how I can like have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like 5 here, and have like I say, like 1 minute, 3 minute, and then 5, 15 daily, so I can just have it up and I don't have to like go back and visually look at like what's going on, like the bigger picture, because it sucks trying to do that. It really helps being able to like see the daily chart, see the 15-minute chart, and then like your 3 and 5, or 5 and 1, whatever you want to use. It really helps show you the picture, because you'll see it go up, you'll see it hitting like this previous closes, and it's not going. You're like, okay, take the short and then look for the break if you get enough volume on that breakdown. So 452.16. I have a whole nother computer. I have an Apple computer too, which I'm getting ready to change everything around. Gonna wait probably until this weekend. It takes a lot of work to try and do everything that I need to do during the day. Could do it at lunchtime and stuff, but see, like I said, yeah, you know what? Nvidia is that you're not seeing an increase in volume on the sell side. I might want to take this. Let's see here. Let me see. That is still a low volume pullback. You've got VWAP there. Should I go to the close? I could, but I would watch out if we start putting in another reversal here. We just can't get up. Like, it feels like for some reason like the shorts aren't covering. We're not going up. I do want to see a bounce in the Qs and get back up to 378, 379 area. That's what I would like to see, but it doesn't mean it's going to happen. So we're coming into 11. Oh, it's only 10:30. What are you going to do? I feel like a move's going to be happening like soon. We're going to get something here soon. I'm thinking about that long on Nvidia. Nah, I can't do it. I can't pay that much for that. That's crazy. There's no way in hell. There's no way in hell. Well, 466 yesterday we were at. The volume is just completely weak to the upside. I feel like they're waiting for somebody to just like pull the trigger so they can just like load on like show us the way. Are we going up or are we going down? So this is the low of the day right here. So if we watch low of day, we start breaking and holding above it, you could expect a bounce back. Oh no, and you know what? Look at this. Microsoft. Look at that. I said it yesterday. Look at it turn it into resistance. It was support. I said it yesterday that we were looking for it to get up to this area. And it gave it to us. Head and shoulder kind of. And rolled it over. Unreal. That's crazy. That's a huge move. It's not, you know, it's not like huge, but it's pretty big. I might want to see if we can get the bounce here on Microsoft and start putting in a you know, start putting in a flag here. Maybe not. It's too. Nah, it could. It could. I would be looking for upside on Microsoft for a few different reasons. There's that. I can't believe I almost forgot about AMD today. That was so crazy. I literally almost forgot that they had earnings last night and forgot about playing them. So I want to see if Microsoft can probably bounce back a little bit. Let's see if we can get a bounce back in Microsoft. All right. Of course, I'm getting hungry. I'm not giving up. Look, we came back up. You guys seen that? Came back up to 252. Now we're working our way to the bottom end of the range to see if we can break it. So far it's held. Really curious if we break it. And where's our 50 day? Our 50 day is way down here on the SPY. That's so crazy. That's so crazy. It's all the way down at 440. That's nuts. That's so crazy. And we said yesterday, I should have taken my own advice. I should have did a better job preparing this morning. We said we can look for about a $10 move on AMD, and that's exactly what we got today. Crazy. I could have did a better job preparing myself for a big move like that. Because I said it. I said it Monday. I said it Tuesday. You know? Shit. It's all good, you know? It's why they take humans out of trading. It's why they fired them all. Nike, we think a reversal here. It's still in that pennant. I'm watching Nike. That would be cool to get a little bit of downside on it, just to get it in this range here. It's putting in a pennant. It's making its pattern. Give it a little bit of time. Bang. This thing might break out for Christmas, you know? What reported last night? So we have Pinterest, Solar Edge, AIG. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go take a leak real quick. There goes the SPY. Still testing that level. It's one of those days you can't buy the reversal. You can't just try and front run a reversal. I don't know what to do. I feel like I fucked myself out of being in a fucking trade all day by selling it and get myself right by being green. Excuse my language, I do apologize. Now I'm starting to get upset. We're going to get some follow through. You got to watch. You got support down here at this area. You know, this 450 area is an area of support. I mean, your psychological 450 area. If I show you guys here on like a 15-minute, half-hour chart, it's an area that, you know, it's might be support. You know, but again, you don't have much after that. You know, it looks like we've cracked it now. So, who the hell just used a key card somewhere? What? Yeah, so there was the bounce off of it. What the fuck is Benzinga Bill doing? Oh, he turned it off. Sometimes you hear the weirdest shit when you listen to this stuff. So you got your bounce. You know, it's could get a 2% day. We have a reason to. RSI is starting to make a higher low. Let's look at the 15-minute chart. I want to start trying to spot the reversal. If I've already missed the downside action, I want to try and get some type of a reversal. And where is it going to be at? You stupid fuck. I'm just going to start getting angry. I need to relax. We still have a couple big days coming up. So, if you didn't catch it, just there's still going to be more volatility to catch. AMD is sticking that 111.50 area. Let's go to a 5-minute, 3-minute. Unbelievable. It's kind of... There it goes. There it goes. There she goes. I'm still here, guys. I'm just kind of just wallowing in a day of just liquidity and just liquidation, and it's just so fucked. I gotta get better. I can't be doing this. It's 2 days where I've made a mistake. We still have some wicks down here, guys. I just don't know how much farther you're going to get on the Qs. Qs should be the weakest of the bunch. Qs are down 2%. So there was more downside. I could have bought that dip. And those fucking contracts went from 12 cents to 18 cents. You gotta be fucking kidding me. I literally just wanted to buy puts right there on the SPY, and I just couldn't do it. I just couldn't do it. Couldn't do it. They went from 12 cents to 18. They're at 19 cents now. 19 cents for the 450 or 448 puts. 24. I don't know if that's for the contract or not. No, that's probably on the day. It's kind of scary what the hell's going on with this Squawk Box. He's like, I don't know what the hell's going on. It's like echo. It's just weird. It's just weird. I don't know if you guys can hear it or not. This is the emotional. This is the emotional part. I did. It's just sitting here watching the market go down like this. Because I was, oh my god, fuck! Those 448 puts that were 12 cents when I had them pulled up are now just under 24 cents. I was looking to just grab some puts here under this rejection of here. They just ran 100 fucking % from here to here. Looks like you're getting buying coming in. I don't know if there's any news. Look at the volume increase here. Look at the volume just ripping up. It was a good day. I'm profit. You know, this is greed. This is the greed coming out. You know, sitting here watching this and, you know, kind of just like sitting back saying, what could I have done better? You know, I had a plan. I mission accomplished, you know. I wanted to get back my red day and go green. I did that, but apparently that's not enough. That's the greed. This is the emotional part of trading. You know, this is it. I do it. I'm not perfect. You know, I'm going to be wrong, and I get emotional too. You know, you got to try the best you can to not get it, but it's just really hard when I talk myself out and not buying 12-cent puts for the 448s for today, right? August 2nd. That just went from fucking 12 cents to 24 cents, 100%. I'm just sitting here watching it just drop and drop and drop. And 449s, man, I mean, so what made you go with 449? They do have some, but they have more volume on there. I could see that. I don't even know why I went with the 448s. There's not much volume on them. Oh, fuck it, dog. It's getting hot in here. We're just bleeding this thing out. Look at that, man. That's so crazy. Good old greed. How many people do you think are getting ready to enter this thing right now, and this thing starts to reverse like right now? How many people do you think are getting ready to get tore up and try and enter puts here, and they get ate up? Let me see if I can do something here. I know. I know. It's crazy, man. Like I said, I told you guys before the open, or tried to mention, there's going to be volatility. You know, if you get the direction right, you can get it. So I got to do a better job of preparing myself. Because I just did a video on AMD 2 nights ago, Sunday night or Monday night. And I literally said, if you think you're missing the move when you don't show up to be first at the party, right? And the stock makes a huge move that you think, man, it's made this big of a move. I've missed it. If you go back and look at the ATR on like high volatile days versus low volatile days, I could have told myself this, but I forgot. This is why writing stuff down is important. We literally, I said AMD is going to go from like not like $8 to $11. There's $8 to $11 there. Call it $9-10 move, and look what we did: 119.50 to literally almost 109.50. Literally $10. I said it the other night, but I didn't think about it until the fucking thing's down here, and I'm like, shit, I forgot about that. You know, I can come up with every excuse in the book. It is what it is. I'm green on the day. I had a nice trade. I traded AMD, but I just still. I had a plan this morning. That plan was to have a nice green trade, and if I'm able to, take back that red day from yesterday and still become profitable, even just taking back the red day yesterday was good enough for me. I did it, but again, there's the greed. The greed is coming out of me. I want more. There's opportunity. I didn't take advantage of it. I want more. That's greed. But again, it's like I'm going to keep my cat up this afternoon, like, because she'll sleep in the afternoon at like 7 o'clock, 7:30. She'll fall asleep till like 8 or like 9:30 or so, till after I do the live. And then she'll be up, I guess. And then so I'm going to keep her up because she had me up at 12. She had me up at 2:30 this morning. I'm like, girlfriend, it's not time yet. Like, the birds aren't even chirping. So, along with I think my foot was cramping up last night too, or my toe was cramping up. I gotta drink some more water. But, yeah. And so, like, right now, I sat here and I literally watched these 448 puts go from 12 cents to 24 cents at 100%. I mean, you're talking $200-300, bang, $300 on top of what I already did. Granted, it's already happened, so it's like I'm talking in the past. So none of it really means anything. It's just greed coming out. McDonald 1 minute. Nice. Look for the SPY. If the SPY does, I'm going to check it out. Look for the SPY if it does get to it. Look for it to come back to this area right here. That's where I would look for the SPY to get to today. If we don't, end up reversing it. Looks like we did 292, 293. I got to get back on track. I got to look at charts. Yeah, I got to get back on my shit. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, bingo. Oh, yeah. That's a beauty. That is a beauty. That really is a beauty. You know what it looks like it's trying to do to me? It looks like it's trying to break out and go higher. If I had to say. And actually, you know what? Let me get rid of this. Remove. If it can hold. I like this. I appreciate that, bingo. Keep me on the right track. Because again, I'm only human. And the rest of them, the rest of the humans got fired. All right, let's see here. Where is... Let me do some homework real quick on this thing. I haven't traded McDonald in a while, and you know what's funny is I've had good times with McDonald's. Every time I traded McDonald's, there were green trades. Like, you guys notice how you have these certain stocks that you trade them and you trade them good, and then you have others that you just suck at, like that, you know, and you want to stick to those. Look at the bounce off the 20-day. It's found support on the 20 weekly moving average. I think I might think about this. Man, it's got to get up above that 9 EMA though. 20 support resistance. Can we get the 295 on that? Man, there's a lot of selling on this daily chart. That's crazy. There's a lot of selling there. This thing might break down. I need to really look at it. I'm going to keep my eye on it. If I was to get short, I'd have to do it right there on McDonald's. There's the break. Look at it. There she goes. I knew it. Just feel it. I feel like she might want to break down. I don't know though. We'll just wait and see what she does. SPY. So there's the Qs finding support. There is a gap fill on the Qs, it looks like. We're so extended. There she goes. There goes McDonald's. That's what we said. We were kind of looking for it to go to the downside. It's trying to break down now. Does that mean the SPY? Let's see if the SPY starts to reverse to the upside, and then like these type of down names go down. Let's see if we get this switch. So there's the Qs coming in with volume on the 15-minute. We finally have volume on the 15-minute. Okay. There we go. Let's go. So look at the Qs on the 15-minute, if it'll come up. Q's 15-minute. No, not 15, not 5, not 30. Okay, they gave it to me. Here we go. Let's see what McDonald's does. See if McDonald's tries to reject here. Again, like we said, we thought it would break down. This was your halfway mark. I like to put like, so if I pull up the 3-minute on a pennant like this, here's a little lesson for you guys. You guys can start watching. So when I panned it out, like, I don't know, give me the half-hour chart. I was looking at it, like even on a daily, there was like a lot of selling. I said, you know what? Let's see if we can pull it back down to this 291.70, 291.50 area right here. See if we reverse it and pull it back into here. Right, so I'm seeing that. Right, and then I go back to the 3-minute. Come on. Just showing you guys how I look at things. You know, and then if this 291.50 obviously breaks, then, you know, you look for low a day. But I pull up the 3-minute. What do I have? I had this top end right here, this range, right? You have one right here. See that range? It's like you can just slice it right down the middle, you know? I'll put a line there. And then it started to break. It started to break. And obviously it's at an angle, so it's just like going to be right there. Slice it right down the middle, you know? You have the top side of it. It breaks down. Breaks back up, holds it, can't break out, boom. And now we look to see if it reverses. I would look for the reversal. I would. That's just my personal opinion, would be the reversal. AM Diener. Let's see here. What you got? I might go grab a Red Bull real quick. It's 11 o'clock. I want to see if something starts picking up. So those SPY contracts are back at 12 cents. Got you. Like, it's like every little bounce we get, we just reverse it. We just reverse it. Let me short. Yeah, that's a nice short. That. We got ourselves an all-day event here, guys. Fuck, and they're back up to 17 cents already. I can't even get these puts fast enough on the 448 puts. I can't get them fast enough. Like, they just sell this thing off. Look at the tape speeding up right there. Let's see what happens here. What are we down? We're down 1.28%. We'll probably get some, we might get a reversal here. If we hold this level, that's going to be frustrating. Look at the RSI. The RSI is higher on this, well, obviously, because we haven't put in a new low. God damn it. They're going to dick me around. I know they are. Because I wanted to enter puts. They were down to 12 again. I grabbed some at 13. Nice, man. Yeah, I just fucked up and bought them at 16, 17 cents. So this is what, like, keeping an eye on your options, like, it's probably going to reverse. I don't know. I don't know, though. I'm still holding a little bit. But once if it flips and it goes back up, these things are going to go down. You just got to remember that. You know, you're going to lose premium. But you earn the right to take the risk today. It's still a solid red. I'm watching the time and sales, kind of what I'm justifying. You know, we're already, I mean, we're down 1.29%. It's 11:19, so the time shouldn't really decay until like 11:30 and then into 12. Unless you get the reversal. Bang, look at that flash of a sub again. Let's go. Let's go. Come on, give it to me. Give me another extension. I took one of them off right there. One of them has in 2 contracts. We got a mixed bag. A little bit of buying coming in right there. Yeah, got it. See, look, look at that. Bang, another flash of red. Yeah, I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait a minute because well, let's see if we can. It's a new low. There's a low. Looks like our MACD is trying to turn itself. You know, we have we have bullish divergence going on with our MACD, but not really the RSI, and even the RSI. So I'm out on these. I'm taking my profit, even if we do go lower. I would expect a reversal here soon, because we're making new lows and the MACD is just going back up to 0. So, but good job on that, man. That's why it's good to like watch options and like know what the like high and low is, and like see where see where they're buying it at. There's our buying.
down
Yeah, that's why you gotta
4%.
look at everything. Like you see the MACD. Like look, here's a low.
Nvidia at 445.
You know, a new low.
360.
You guys probably can't see it,
Delta
but
Alpha, NVDA.
look at it. Look at the MACD rising. Oh my goodness. MACD's rising. RSI is rising. So we should be able to pull it back one more time when we hit this 9 EMA and see if we can pull this RSI back to this previous high, which we just kind of did already. See if we start trying to work ourselves up. Let me look at a 15 or 5 minute. Yeah, I'd like to see a bounce. I want to see us bounce. I feel like the momentum's starting to shift. And it's lunchtime. You could get that lunchtime run up. There it goes. There it goes, guys. That's what I say. I'm looking at, want to see the reversal. Still a weak day, but I felt it. I had to take those off. See, this is what happens when you don't take it off and you try and hold on. And you don't, like, if you're missing something, if you're not seeing something correctly, like I could have not seen something in AMD, and it could have reversed on me, and then now I'm red twice. Like, so that's why I usually take profits. I get it. I take profits. I you know, I want to keep it. I can trade all day long. There we go. There's a nice reversal, guys. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Give me a pullback. Give me a pullback. Pull back, baby. Pull back, baby. Give me so we can get back up here. I want to test 452 again. Shit, hurry up. Come on. So what I'm going to try and do is I'm trying to try and measure this move and like figure out where are we going to get to? Where is it that we can get up to? Let's see here. Yesterday's close 56. So we've ran $6. It's crazy because $6 used to be the normal. You guys remember that? $6 was just an average day in the SPY. It's so crazy to think that we've came from that and to see this. A lot of tech is still weak. Tech is still weak. So this is full. Man, just everything. Basic materials, everything. So what? Let's look at yields. What are yields doing? This is the 10-year. It's still climbing. Like I said, I wonder if this helps the inverted yield curve. Wonder if this is what helps fix the inverted yield curve. Like this is their little scheme where they do that and they downgrade long-term debt. And now that raises rates past the 2-year. Now your yield curve isn't inverted. You know, I'm kind of wondering if this is all the little game that's just being played. You know, I'm really curious. 4.1, 4.1, and 4.9. So they're catching up. Now it's only what, 8 points? You know, it's only 0.8% of a spread on the 2s and 10s. Can look at let's see, what else do we have here? I'm not worried about that. I just seen the bonds. What's Bitcoin doing? Did Bitcoin break down? It didn't. It did not. Let's look at a 2-hour chart. So I wanted to talk about this one last night, and I kind of forgot about it. Bitcoin's making a nice wedge here. You know, a failed breakdown. It's pulling back. See if we catch support and can go higher. That's what I'd look for. There's our play. It took a little bit. Wow. That's crazy because we said this a couple days ago, guys. Remember that? I said look for the 19, this area right there to become resistance. And it did, and it's back down. You know, The 1925. Let's look at Snap. DGX. Let's see here. Let me see here. Sorry, Turkey. The little girl came to join us. Snap's still trying to hold itself up. DGX. Yeah, she's weak. 135 with it. I've never even heard of this. It's weird. Yeah, that is a nice setup. You're finding them, Bingo. I don't know how you find some of these. You know. Some nice slow names that aren't too volatile, but have a little bit of volatility with them. Let's see here. I think I might be starting to wrap it up and just sit back and not even try. Well, like, not that I'm not going to try. It's just I'm going to start probably looking at maybe small caps or something and see what is going to move. It looks like there's the upside on the SPY. So there's the reversal. Not sure how much upside you're going to get, but she's trying. So we'll see. I'm gonna go grab something to eat, and I'll be right back. Nice bing. Nice bing. Hi, babies. What do? Hi, baby. What do? You hungry? Want something to eat? Do you want to play? You want to play? I had a feeling. I was sitting here waiting. I want to see it. I want to see it pull back before I think about the long two. I want to see if we can get a pullback in here. It's like I'm looking at this whole area right here. I'll have to. It would probably be wise to look at futures. Put it right there. And it broke. Of course it broke. Well, there you go. Maybe 450.86. It comes in for support. You know. Well, it all depends. Alright, I'm gonna get something to drink. I'll be right back. A little bite to eat. Nice. Yeah, that's what I look for too, man. You get those 15-20%, take them. That's good money. It's damn good money. Here's that call. See if that call line comes coming back in. But again, that's the second rejection of the previous low. So we'll see if we put in a new low or if we can hold this area. Chances are, probabilities we put in new lows. But I mean, we have bounced at this area before. RSI is way up here at 35. You know, MACD still look. Actually, MACD is actually trying to pull back down. So I'd be careful. We'll see what happens here, though. I think this is giving us the. This is showing us where we're going. You know, I think we're back to putting in downside, and we gotta look to ride it for a couple days. You know, get time and watch with the options because you know the bounce backs will kill you, but we got the direction. I would, you know, honestly, I would short if you have the capital to short. Yeah, I seen Lily. I seen that on. Let me see. I was thinking yellow. I'm sorry, but Eli Lilly. I think they had earnings, right? They were in the news. That's always a good one to play. Look, fucking AMD's still going. Just dead. This is insane, man. I'll be right back. Like I said, I'm just trying to get something to eat, get some caffeine in me. What a day. Oh my god, this is insane. We haven't had something like this in a while. Again, obviously, the market should react like this. It's only happened one other time in history. Um, Shame on me for not, listening to myself that I've been saying a night, 2 nights ago that, you know, AMD's ATR, you're going to get $8 to $10 worth out of it. And what'd you get? You got that more. That's crazy. Fucking 10%. That's so crazy. My hands are just so greasy now. I'll be back on in a minute because I can't like touch anything. You guys see this wheels up? Not sure what the breaking news is. It's one of them all day events. It's an all day event. Mm. I want to see if we start to get a bounce back up here to 450.45, and then, you know, you look to continue it into the afternoon. It's just really weak. Shit is just weak. So that's the next entry point. It's the only thing you can do, unless you want to chase it. You want to chase it, and then it does that. It flips and reverses on you, or it continues. You get lucky. Flip the coin. You know, it just feels like you got an all-day type of trend to the downside. Everything's getting liquidated. So, but again, you got to remember, if it bounces back, you know, you want to be short bounce backs, not short when it's at the bottom. Because it bounces back and you go red and you're like, shit, I can't ever do this. The market's rigged. And what if it doesn't give you a bounce back? Well, you don't get short. You let it go without you. Time to tear this Red Bull up. Boeing might have some downside to it. If this thing can get some volume with it, it looks like it could have some room, guys. Seriously. Look at this. Look at that. You start breaking this level, you got a straight run right down to this 224, 220 area. That might not be a bad idea. And this is why you wait for bounce backs. Because when the SPY reverses like this, you weren't red. I would enter a short right there with a stop loss probably just slightly above it. Right around 450.75 would be my stop loss. My entry would be you know, on the bounce, like as you go into 450.60, I would be going long right there. On the strength right into it. Like, let it go. See if we can go. Can we push? Can we push? Boom, I'm buying into it. Right there. Puts. Look at that. Pulls it back. Look at that. Now I'm kind of red. Depending on the strength. Right? Depending on the strength, I'm red. Let it go up a little bit, but... Or not red, but I'm green. Look at that. You buy your puts and buy your stuff into strength. Look at that. Now you're green. That taste of green. You're like, yes, let me just take one off. I've had such a bad year. I fucking suck at trading, but now I'm getting it. I'm green. Give it to me. I'm just gonna take a piece off. Maybe next time I'll buy 100 contracts at like 350. 10 minutes left to go. Dailies. Give me like 1,000 contracts at 10 cents. You know? Yeah, I can do this. I'm selling. I'm shorting into strength. So, but yeah, look at that. You're green. See that? The fucking taste of victory. Can you taste it? This is how you got to start trading. If you're new and if you suck. If you suck at trading, start doing things like that. I wish I could have like an infomercial and like really sit down with with somebody and like kind of show them the way and have like a little thing and it would say like, you know how they show people at like the beach talking about products. Yeah, I don't suck anymore. He showed me, you know, I was just doing it all wrong. I'm not a sucky trader anymore. That's all I could think of. I don't fucking suck at trading anymore. It's the best feeling in the world. This Red Bull's the best feeling in the world too. God, Red Bull's so good. Have you guys tried Celsius? I have not tried it yet. Just kind of curious what it tastes like. Is it water? Is it like kind of like rain and whatever those other dumbass cheap drinks were that came out years ago, and they're probably still out, but like rain and what's the other one? There's a couple of them where it's like sugar free, and it's not like Monster or Red Bull. Like fucking just like I love like even okay, so they are so like but Red Bull like the 8 ounces. The 8 ounces taste so good. There's like a difference. I never knew that there was until I started like a buddy of mine was drinking 8 ounces. I'm like, yo, why you always just drink 8 ounces? And then he got me onto them. I'm like, these little fucking baby bottles, you know what I mean? What am I gonna do with this thing? You know? And now I get it. Like the 8 ounce Red Bulls taste so good, and they taste different than like, you know, your 12 ounces and whatever. But I've been meaning to try Celsius, but I just don't know if I can get away from it. I don't know if I want to get away from it. I get the sweet part too, with like tasting like a sweet, like a sweet tart. I've gotten that before, but I don't know. I'm just gonna have to go buy a couple of Celsiuses and see how they are. Just a curiosity. Need to get down to business here. Boeing's still coming down. I guess there was some Airbnb news. It's 12/21. Let me see here. So, last one, this could be opportunity for sale prices. I'm really curious to find out if they're still buying the dip after this mess that happened yesterday. So it looks like to me this 5 minute volume on the Qs, the lower it gets, the volume's still coming in to the buy side. It's just not enough. It gets its little bounce and then they continue to step. The sellers are stepping down and just getting rid of it. So there it is. This is the entry point to help you not be a sucky trader anymore. You know, if you work on doing that, I'm telling you, you guys, even if you just take profit when it's green and then worry about trying to hold on to it and test in different levels. I think a lot of people struggle because they don't get their entries right. Or obviously they size up too big and are scared to take it, and then when they do take it, they're just, as soon as they see green, they take profit, and then they're still stuck losing more than they're making. See here.
TM Toyota Motors, Toyota to boost
That was
EV development efforts in China.
that was one of the only things
Toyota
up
Light
today.
TM, Japanese manufacturer's market share
TM.
2.8%, with according to Inside EVs.
So we said 448 was 23% of that move. 23.6 of the move for the rally. I was gonna say, are they still there? I got a mixed bag right here. I'm getting a mixed feeling. If the sellers are just gonna like, I'm just curious, like, where is it that they're gonna step away? We're still up at 450. They've still made a lot of money this year. I think I might have no choice. I can't fucking get short right here. Can't do that. I'm gonna write that down, and I'm gonna stick it right on my computer or my monitor. And I'm gonna stick it on here so I remember. You know, remember to just trust the volatility of the ATR of a stock, like with earnings, with it, whether they've reported earnings, whether they were good, they were bad. You know, we have a volatile day, and I'm playing an earning stock like AMD. Remember the ATR. Remember what it was. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I fucking preached for 2 days about AMD having about an $8 to $10 move. You could get $11 to $12 out of it, you know, on the like max side of things. And I just completely, you know, I think that would have helped me too. You know, I can't sit back and look back and wonder what I could have did different, because my game plan coming in was to get that red trade. It's not like I was trying to get it back. I was just trying to get myself back and not make stupid ass mistakes like I did yesterday. So I don't know. That's all. But I am going to do that. So I know if like PayPal misses, you know, I'm going to run through their charts, and I'm going to go, you know, dial up, you know, hey, I can at least get, I know I can get $8 out of this thing, and I'm going to stick to it. I'm going to stick to it. If it's weak, it's weak. Maybe I sit back until like 9:50, 10 o'clock, and I wait, and then I still just take it halfway, you know, halfway through the move and catch half the move, whatever it takes. Look at that downside on Nvidia. Wow. I don't think I had anything close to that. I had 461 short, 461 breaks and holds, then you can take a long to 465, then look for the short. But 461, first take profit would have been at 456.50. 456.50 would have been first take profit, which was up here. That's right there at the support. 450. Huh? First profit won 456.50. Why would I have done that? Let me see here. Okay, I see. Because that would have been if we did get a bounce up here to test yesterday's low, test at 460, but we never did. Let me see here. Wow, so you still have some healthcare. And B brought it up. Bingo brought it up with J&J. That was red when you called it out too, I think. Not red, but it was green. Yeah, look at that. That's a nice setup. Bang. There's a rally. Pull in a base. I wonder if there's still room left on this. We're going to find out. I'm going to find out if there's still room left on this thing because I think there might be. There might be some room left on here. Let's find out. Let me see here. I'm just going to measure it. Then I'm going to go back and I'm going to zoom out and see what we have in the way. Or what we don't have in the way. If there is still some room left on this. You know, that's pretty much... Well, you had the pullback from here to there. That's really the move. You know, that's really the move right there. You guys, we can start to see the rotation into like safety type of names that like where money's protected. I wonder what TLT's doing today. I'm really curious what TLT's doing. So if I do that, just measure it, and that puts us right up here to 172. Maybe I go for it. Let me see something. So if I let me try this. Excuse me. Let me see what we get from here. I mean, it's close. Doesn't have to be perfect. Yep, there it is. That's better. Right around here. Right? 172.50. That looks a lot better. 172.50. I wonder if see, it's hard to be long things when, look at the VIX, look at that. Damn. 13, 14, 15, 16. All right, let's do this. Down. Damn. This thing down 22%. 22%. That's insane. That is so crazy. AHI. Hold on. Let me see here. Look at that thing. It's down 23%. 23%. Volume's only increasing. AHI, guys, that's down 20 some percent right now. Yeah, I know. I was a little late on it. I didn't see it. Sorry guys, hold on one second. I'm just looking. Alright, so we are above here. So we did break above that level. So if you would have held that short and never took profits, you're still a sucky trader. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding if that happened to anyone. Just joking. Just joking. Just going back talking about what I was talking about earlier. Yeah, that's crazy. Let me see. what do we want to do? So healthcare we know is strong right now, like UNH, J&J, like these stocks are all up on the day still. All right. I mean, who can't trust a hospital? You could go there and you could eat. You could just go in there and say, "Yeah, I don't feel good," and try and get them to keep you if you're homeless, and they'll take care of you. You know, healthcare is a safety net there. Let me see. What am I doing? I feel like I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, this right here. That's pretty cool. I didn't even think about that with like weekly performance and stuff. I could probably make good use of that. Oh, you know what? What's Cat doing this morning? Did it hold on to its gains or no? Look at that. Look at that day 2 trade on Cat. It's still kind of up. But still, it's like starting to roll over, guys. Not sure what happens here. As we get a bear market, this thing's going to come down with it. I know it has earnings. I know it has a catalyst to keep it up, but you could look if the market starts really rolling over. You could look to these as like sometimes, like let's say like Fed Day, right? Tesla was still holding up, and Tesla was one of the last things to go. It was like last year, and it was probably like last fall, last spring, whenever it was, and Tesla was last summer. Tesla was the last thing to like roll over, and I'm like, man, all these stocks, the SPY, the Qs, all these stocks have went, and I'm like, hey, hold on. Tesla was up on the day. So whatever was weak had already fallen. And it was like the last of the rollover were the stocks that were still green. And then I was able to take Tesla short and it worked out. So I'm going to keep my eye on Cat. But I don't know if the options have gotten any better on Cat. I know they weren't too great. They're just not that liquid. So banks here, everything is red. I want to say we're trying to get more green in, but I don't think so. Consumer defensive. Hormel. You know it's bad when Hormel's going up. Everybody's going to be homeless. Like, you're in a bear market. You're going to be eating out canned food and shit. It's not good. So calls on canned food. If you can even call it food. DHR. $370. Apple. Meta. Amazon. Yeah, man, bingo. Appreciate you being here. Great, the new house. Good luck with everything. It's good to see you. You have a great day. I think you're making the best decision. Something I'm probably going to think about doing as well. So enjoy the new house. Congratulations again. If there's any way you can message me on here, message me, and I'd like to send you a housewarming gift, man. So have a great rest of your day, buddy. We'll see you tonight or tomorrow. Good job today, bro. I think we got crypto news, guys. Look at Coinbase. Bring up Coinbase, guys. We got news here. Coinbase, whatever it's called. Shit. Come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. So, let's see here. I grabbed some Coinbase short, guys. I grabbed Coinbase short. All right. It's kind of far away. There's a piece there. Ah, come on. It's getting volatile. I don't know what happened there. I got out, but it was like, it was weird. I think I got fat fingered again, but it's like, I didn't throw out a limit order because it said the order that I was getting filled at, what it gave me the price. It gave it to me way under the bid in the ask. The bids were at 59, right? 60 to like 58. There was a $2 spread there. And then it fills me like way crazy. I'm like, no. It's like below. It was below the ask. I watched them tighten up. As soon as the bid in the ask tightened up, I tried to get out of that one. And it fat fingered me. So I pretty much didn't make anything from that trade. What I made, I paid up for in commission. So it was like... Oh, there you go. Look, there's the move. BITO. There's the move. Shit. Fuck, I knew I shouldn't have played Coinbase. So guys, I want to make one of these for us. I'm still learning how. I'm gonna make us a free Squawk Box so you guys can have your own.
Rivian, the October 35 call trading Romeo India Victor.
I'm not gonna say it, but I want to say it so bad. What you hear? Oh god, I want to say it so bad. Anyway, um, yeah, I want to make us one. As soon as I do, as soon as I get to it, I'm gonna send it over, and you guys can have it. Man, that shit is wait. Okay, never mind. It just doesn't seem right.
Oh, we want to hold up on that government funding for October 1st I think this raises the probability we're likely going to have a government shutdown on October 1st.
Oh,
And it's
interesting.
going to raise the pressure on the Fed to become more accommodative than they've been for the last 2 years.
You're absolutely right. It will act to kind of galvanize public attention on this issue, which maybe wasn't there 6 months ago. So most people look at this and go, okay, whatever the Fed does is going to kind of the yields will react. You're kind of making the argument from the other direction. When you look at the yields, you think the Fed might need to start cutting here to help Treasury out. Just explain that.
Yeah, well, I think we'll eventually get there. But clearly, yields have been moving in perfect proportion to the liquidity drain that we've seen since the debt ceiling. So as liquidity has come out, yields have gone up. That's exactly what we would expect. Same thing with the dollar strengthening, so to speak. What's going to happen is that there's going to be a forward look. And if you think about 2011, we raised the debt ceiling 12 years ago today. Today's the 12-year anniversary, which I think is an interesting data point. And what happened was it took maybe 6, 7, 8 weeks before the Fed began to really step in and they started Operation Twist. So that's down the path where you'll start to see it if these problems continue. But today's Treasury quarterly refunding announcement is saying we need more debt and that there's more strains on issuing that debt. That means we're going to have higher yields. That means the interest cost is going to continue to go higher on the federal government. And Congress is basically going to be passing budgets to pay interest. At some point, that's going to be financial markets pressuring austerity, and there's going to be political pressure to begin to change that. The Biden administration would love to wait to deal with this in 2025. Hopefully they can get through to 2025. But my sense here is that there's pressure is going to come a lot sooner than that.
Quick final question. Have we seen any point, and my guess is no, because the deficit just keeps going up. So we're not making hard choices about paying interest or funding other programs.
Correct.
But at what point, do we start squeezing that out, or at what point can the budget not increase by more? When do we kind of hit more resistance?
Yeah, so right now, Congress wants to do a business and individual income tax cut before the election. And we're finding out that it's got to be paid for. So that's a first sign. You have all of the Trump tax cuts expiring at the end of 2025. So that's going to have a major impact on how we're going to be able to do this. And let me just kind of give you one other major point here in terms of how we're thinking about this, is that once you get into 2024, Congress is going to have to deal with what's called sequestration on April 30th. And if that happens, then you could see broader 1% cut reduction. Some of the companies that are benefiting from this government spending right now would actually be hurt by that. That includes the infrastructure and clean energy names that have really, really benefited here. If you remember, the economy is getting stronger. A lot of people think it's because of the deficit.
Right.
So there's positives and negatives to what's happening, but you're moving into a more negative environment as you get into 2020.
Near-term stimulative, but more pressure down the road. And again, I think that it's worth, noting that Fitch is highlighting that. Even if we think that this is behind us, perhaps it's really more ahead of us than anything.
Yep.
Dan, thanks as always for your time.
Right. Thanks, Kelly.
Dan Clifton with Strategas. Bond yields have moved higher, even in light of weaker economic data earlier this week. The 10 and 30-year at their highest levels since November of last year. The 2-year, as Dan said, up at nearly 5%. The T-bill rate is even higher, and that's what we're using to fund the deficit right now. Let's ask my next guest if he expects more fallout from Fitch's downgrade. Joining me now is David Hardin. He is the CEO and Chief Investment Officer at Summit Global Investments. What was your gut reaction to this, David?
Well, I thought it was very interesting. I think that it plays into the idea that investors this year have really turned towards managing their risk and being active in that managing risk. This just plays right into that same type of scenario. So I really think that the timing may be what it is, and people may be susceptible there or worried about it. But the reality is that what they say is somewhat true. Our debt is high. We have complications with the inability, the prudent governance that they talked about, and the size of the debt. So I think it's worrying in a lot of minds. But if you go back to 2011, I think there was much more pride in individuals. So they were mad. They didn't want that to happen. This is America, so to speak. And you're seeing the shrug, I think, because it is a little bit different political environment that we're in. So I think from right now, people need to position their portfolios to understand what their risk is. The Fed is still the driver. There's no doubt about that. They're the catalyst. They know what's going on with things. It gives bears, I think, fuel to their fire. Look, the VIX is up. Credit to swaps are up. And that's good. But the capitulation, we're not there yet. We need to see that VIX above a 20. We need to see that VIX above a 40
Right.
in order to really have the capitulation that we had back in 2011.
Yeah, it would be fun to unpack the psyche of the public over the past 12 years, but maybe we'll try to just unpack the psyche of the markets here. So what does it mean for stocks? What does it mean for bonds?
I think for bonds, they pretty much stay right where they're at and continue on this trend that you're seeing. Very high yields. I think the Fed is going to be pressured a little bit more to be a little bit more accommodative. But so I really like bonds right now. I think there's a really good space for them in your portfolio. On stocks, I think it's time to look at the risk. You have to look at the risk of the technology run and this magnificent seven that have went just really through the roof, so to speak, and take some of those profits. I think you need to take some of the risk off the table that some of these areas have and look a little bit defensive. I mean, listen, this is the biggest spread we've had between utilities and tech in nearly 35 years. When is that going to unwind? So I think that it's really important to take a look at the risks that you have in your portfolio, maybe take this time to reposition some of those, and where you feel comfortable. I mean, let's face it, there is good data about this soft landing. The Fed has done a great job. Where you feel comfortable, use that as specific buying opportunities to get into specific names that you feel very comfortable with. High quality earnings here is what I would favor. High yields, we're talking. The oil looks very, very good.
Right.
ConocoPhillips was mentioned earlier. Tech, some of the big tech names like Microsoft, for example, very good play here as it sells off today. So I think you need to be very specific.
How do I know, you say Microsoft, Adobe, are names that maybe people could be looking at, but how do I know which ones are safe and which, you just warned about the Magnificent Seven and kind of hinting that technology is overvalued, right? So it sounds like there's both a warning about the whole sector, but, it just doesn't extend to two of the best performers.
Well, I think that you do need to look at the names individually as yes, we have had Magnificent Seven. We have had this amazing run. And if you're looking at individual names, there is still more upside, I believe, in Microsoft and Adobe particularly. So if you have to consolidate the 7 to 2, those would be my top two to consolidate to, and maybe some good times to get in. But as a sector as a whole, tech has run more than anything else. It has done phenomenal year to date. So you're seeing today a rebalance in some of those things. Tech is the biggest sell-off today, obviously, with more of the defensive names like utilities doing well today, even many names positive today. So I think that you need to look at that as an overall positioning in your portfolio from an asset allocation standpoint.
Right. It's going to be tough.
Another one.
They say, why, there's not a sexy ETF for that yet, but there will be, I'm sure. After
My ass gonna be knocked
David,
out.
Thanks for your time today and for your reactions. We appreciate it.
I'm gonna come in just like a drunk, see a bunch of cans laying around, knock the fudge out.
Just posted its strongest month in a year and a half.
I'm gonna get my blood pressure out. I'm gonna be sitting in this damn chair, not doing anything but looking at the screen. And then I'm gonna crash my ass off. Watch. No, I should be okay.
We'll get the action, the story, and the trades ahead.
I'm not even tired. It just tastes so good.
I
don't know. So the SPY is pretty much just held up here, guys, and it's not. We're not going up. We're not going down. The tape is slowed down like a lot. It's still there's still a little speed to it, but maybe this is it right here. I want to know where it is that we go. I want to know where we're going. Where's the destination? We'll never know, but we can get a good idea. I'm kind of actually thinking about buying the VIX outright, just for like a hedge going into the next like week or two. I want to see where it's at and see if, because even if we're at like 16, 17, maybe we get to that 20, 21 area. Let me see here. So we are, yeah, look, we could still get up to the 20 area. We could. Doesn't mean we will. But it looks like it wants to grind higher. So, puts are pretty cheap right now. This is the environment we're in. All it takes is a 5-minute headline news and something like that to happen, and then puts will shoot up. This is insane. Literally, just Monday. Today is Wednesday. Monday, I said, are we putting in a higher low? Well, I'll be damned if we didn't. You can't foresee this move coming. You can waste the money on puts up here, but it's just crazy. So it's crazy. It's hard. The market's hard. It's easy, but it's hard. It's easy, but it's hard. So what does it look like? Looks like we're turning this into resistance now. That's what I see. I see this area. Let me see. I wish. Yeah, matter of fact, yeah, give me an hourly chart. All right. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put a little box here because it's always an area. It's not an exact.
Eligible.
Welcome back to the exchange. Oil back below $80 a barrel today after closing at the highest level since last April on Monday. The recent surge in prices has pushed gasoline sharply higher. The national average for gasoline is sitting about $3.80 per gallon. That's 26 cents higher.
So this is going to be, we're going to make this red.
But is it just a blip, or could
All
we
right,
see prices
so
go up even from here? Let's bring in
my
Bob
next
McNally,
area, if we
founder
do
and
not get
president of
above
Rapidan
here,
Energy Group. Bob, welcome.
I think
And
we
this one
gotta
caught
look
people a little
for.
by surprise because we had heard, forecasts for so long it was going higher, but it didn't, and then all of a sudden it
Man,
did.
we have nothing.
Hi, Kelly. You know, you're
We
right.
have
We've
something,
gotten
but
this
it's like nothing.
Sharp $10 a barrel rally.
Gotta look for
Many barrel counters, I and others
449.
were kind of expecting. It was surprising.
The
is that
low
it took a little while to
449s.
get going. Today was a bit odd,
Like
though.
440
We had a
449.10.
largest ever crude oil stock draw in the United
Um,
States, but crude oil prices are off today, so that's making us all scratch our heads. But
We
stepping
gotta
back
we gotta
and to the
dip below
point
here
about
though,
Washington
too
and
though.
President Biden,
We gotta break
oil
this
settling
level right
above
here.
$80
I don't know if you
a barrel,
guys can see this or
gasoline
not. Here,
retail
let me see if
pump
I can make it
prices
bigger
hitting
for
the
you.
high 3.7s,
So you
the
guys can
3.78,
see it.
3.79. The
Want
alarm
you guys to
bells are
zoom
going
in on
off,
this.
and investors and
This is this.
policymakers
I'm
have
just
to
getting
start to
my.
reckon with something
Oh,
again many of us have been
CNBC.
saying for a while, is we're going to have a
That-
sharp oil price rally in the second half of this year.
So
But
why
I
is
have
that?
the
What do you
SPY
see
up
in the
here.
numbers?
I just turned it on for
is
us because
not gangbuster demand, but
I mean,
decent demand
not
for
really at this time,
1.8,
but more like
1.9 million
lunchtime. I
barrels a
like
day.
it.
Lot of
They
fear
have
about
some fund
China.
managers that come on at
Chinese
lunchtime
oil
and
demand data are not weak, and more
and
importantly,
more towards the
China
end of the
is
day.
hoarding. They are building
But
their
here I'm
strategic
watching the
reserves.
SPY. I'm
They're
getting my
pulling in
levels
well
for the
over 1
SPY if
million
we
barrels a
continue
day
to
and
reject
putting it
this
in the
area
ground
here.
because they fear a war next year. So China
So
needs to
this
keep pulling.
is the
The
pivot.
United States demand
This is the
not too
open.
bad.
This is
Not
that
too bad at
previous
all.
open.
India is smoking hot.
Right there. Let me
And so
Like
you need
Morgan
to see strong
Brennan.
demand. The second thing
like
is
my
these
girl.
huge OPEC
Let's
plus
see here.
and Saudi's supply cuts. They're going
So
into effect, especially this month, with the
450.29
Saudis voluntarily cutting by
is
a million
one.
barrels a day.
True.
And Russia, for the first time,
What's the lower
surprising
end
folks
right
by
here?
actually fulfilling
449.
promises to cut their seaborne crude oil
10.
exports. We are seeing that, and that is something
We
you can
could
watch.
see a
So
little bit.
supply cuts
There's a flat
plus
top
decent
resistance
demand
right
growth
here.
will equal
And I'm gonna go
large
crazy.
deficits
We're
in
gonna watch. We're gonna
inventory
hit every
supplies,
single
and
one of
those
these.
should get crude oil
And
prices
then
headed
I think
higher.
the
Yeah, we've
final.
heard people say there was a lot more destocking
The
so far this year than
final
expected, maybe helping
countdown.
to keep prices lower, but you have
Down
to
here.
imagine that's run its course. And you buried the lead a little bit there,
Pivot
saying
low.
China's stockpiling because they expect
There's
a war
still
next
not
year.
much.
No question. Xi Jinping is very concerned that the relationship with the United States is off the rails structurally since really President
Oh,
Trump. And if he can't sell growth and linkages to the United States and leading the Western economy and decarbonization and all that, if he can't make that the basis of his legitimacy, he has to go back to snatching Taiwan. And you have the Japanese, the South
He said
Koreans,
snatch.
Taiwanese, United States, India's. We are starting to
Um,
sort of form up and protect ourselves against Chinese
Yeah.
militarism, really. And so he sees the writing on the
I think we
wall.
gotta
and when
watch
China
this
gets
area right
worried, they
here.
start to hoard all commodities, not just oil.
Four
So do you think the
47. So
national
there's our
average will be
levels,
back below
folks.
$4 a gallon?
No question. The only
This is
question
me with a
when.
Red Bull. If you
When.
ever want to
You're
sponsor
certain.
me,
I
I'm
think we're in the
here. I'm
foothills of
ready.
a
Send me the
multi-year bull
papers.
cycle.
I got a
So
pen,
President Biden could have
and
either a
it's a gel
recession
pen
or
at
lower
that.
oil
Love
prices,
gel
but not
pens.
both. If the economy is
So
going
if
to
you're
be
gonna send me a
healthy,
case,
my view,
I'll
we are
literally drink
certainly
these
going
all
back
day
up
long.
above $4 a gallon
No
for
water.
gasoline prices. We should just
Just
hope
send
that we
them
can do
to
that
me for
while
free.
still
You ain't
having
even
a
got to
growing
pay me.
economy. We are
You
not
know?
investing in
And we'll
producing
drink them
enough,
and market
to
them
meet
all
demand
day
in the world
long.
on,
Shh. Oh, you hear how good
at
that
current
sounds
prices.
just when you
No way.
open it?
Quick last question on the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. You mentioned China's been stockpiling. What's our status, especially after this energy draw?
So
you
good.
mentioned?
Yeah, so we've been draining our reserves. We're going the other way. We've drained it in half. Congress, on a bipartisan basis, has been doing that, and then President Biden really dumped it last year. So we're at 40-year lows, about 347 million barrels, a little over 700 million barrels capacity. So 40-year low. Now, look, yesterday, the DOE said, okay, we're going to stop filling up the reserve. Even the Biden DOE is concerned that the strategic reserve is too low. We're still in a geopolitically dangerous world. However, they only were going to take in 6 million barrels. They said, we're not going to do that. Now the question becomes, will President Biden resist further drawing down the strategic reserves
Right.
if oil prices continue to march higher? That we'll have to see.
Everything with the economy and the price of oil, I'd say, normally it's high pressure, but when you're going into an election year or re-election year, the stakes are even that much higher. Bob, for now, thanks. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Kelly.
Bob McNally with Rapidan. Coming up, a chip maker whose valuation is practically worth an arm and a leg. The numbers for SoftBank's semi unit and the big name investors that are backing it. And as we head to break, take a look at the Dow heat map with Intel, Microsoft, and Boeing all the worst performers today, while Walgreens is bucking the trend up 2.5%, even as its competitor warns about profits next year. The exchange is back after this.
Sorry about that. Oh, I know. It wouldn't surprise me, that's for sure. So there goes the SPY. Looks like we need a test. Doesn't look like we need it. Like, we don't need anything, but I think that would be, this would be a good place. Right there. To get short. Get short. Get short, get short, get short. So if I do this. I want to listen to some music, but I mean, like, I don't think, like, I won't have copywriting issues because I don't have, like, it's like I don't get paid for this or anything. Oh, there it is. I was like, where the hell did it go?
Welcome back to the exchange. We're in a holding pattern after the declines that were initiated by Fitch's U.S. downgrade last night. The Dow's down 242, about 50 points off session lows. The Nasdaq remains the worst performer, and its 2% drop has put it back below 14,000. The SMH Semiconductor ETF is also threatening to post its worst day of the year. 3.5% drop after what had been a pretty strong run.
Why do I have
2%
two squares
gain since
going
Jan
on
1.
here?
Taking a pause today.
Oh, I
And
see.
shares
Look,
CVS
bottom of
are
the
moving
range.
higher after the company
There's
reaffirmed its earnings
resistance.
guidance for this
Breaks
year.
up. It
But
holds the
looking
bottom
ahead
of the
to
range. Was
2024,
resistance.
they
Then you
just said
popped
their
it up,
adjusted
brought it
EPS
back
target of
down.
$9
You
is
guys
no
see that
longer a
range?
reasonable starting point. CVS
If
says
you don't,
uncertainty
I
in
do.
Medicare Advantage, a weaker consumer
It's all good, 'cause I
potentially,
see
a
it.
recession maybe, along with
No, I'm
reduced
just playing.
contributions
I'm
from
just
COVID
kidding.
and plans to accelerate their Oak Street
I'm gonna
health
pull
clinics
up
will
AMD
all
here in
weigh
1
on the
second.
bottom line. Their new guidance is $8.50 to $8.70 a share. They're also throwing out their 2025 EPS guidance of $10. Pretty remarkable. Shares are down
So-
30% from their pandemic high about 18 months
And
ago,
guys,
with
I
many
also
investors
think we need
like
to
the
watch
reset.
the. I think we
Today,
need to
they're
watch
up
yields,
nearly
because if we
4%.
start to
Over
get
Seema Modi now for a CNBC News.
a yield curve that starts to uninvert because of this, because this is more to do with longer term debt. Watch out. People are going to be like, oh, the yield curve's not yield curved anymore.
Hundreds of migrants have been sleeping on the streets in Midtown Manhattan as they await processing. And New York City's mayor saying there
gosh,
is
I don't
simply
know
not
what
enough space to house them.
is
Nearly
wrong with her.
100,000 migrants have arrived in New York in the past 18 months. Northwestern
Well, we gotta
University
do
is facing
something
a
about
10
it.
hazing lawsuit. A former
Have
football player
Mexico
claims
fix
he
their
was
shit
hazed
so people
and
don't
mocked
feel like
for his
leaving.
Mexican heritage when he
Shouldn't be
played
that
for the
bad
team
where they
from
have to leave their own
2005 to
country.
2008. He is
As
the
much as
latest
I would love to
athlete
say
come
for them to
forward and
fight,
sue the
they don't have any
university since
damn
the
guns, I
firing
don't
of the
think.
football team's head coach over hazing allegations.
But again, that's
And
why
it
you
comes
make
a
guns
day
legal.
after the university tapped
You
former
know?
Attorney General Loretta Lynch
Shouldn't be up to the government whether you, you know, it shouldn't be up to the government whether you have the right to decide whether you'd like to, you know, have the opportunity to, you know, defend yourself in a moment you might have to be taking your last breath and be defenseless.
Seema, thank you. Seema Modi. Coming up, if meme stocks are back, is Robinhood benefiting from that? We'll preview its results along with PayPal and Warner Brothers Discovery. Shares of them all are lower today. Hood down by 4%. The numbers and
That's a whole
narratives to
nother
know
issue,
are
just
next
because I feel
in
like
Earnings Exchange.
all these people that go to Joe Biden and they're like, what are you gonna do about gun control? Motherfucker, what are you gonna do? It shouldn't be up to the government. The government can't solve issues. Let me rephrase it. The government can't solve every single issue, and that's not the purpose of the government. Yeah, the government could be there to help, but this idea that they are the ones that can handle the situation, come on. Why don't you stop looking at someone, at another human being about an issue and fucking handle it your goddamn self? Like, motherfucker, I'm gonna carry that shit whether it's legal or not legal, and a motherfucker starts some shit. Well, hopefully you got 4 or 5 of me in the same damn room with them. The motherfucker might think twice about it, or it's not gonna end well for him, and then you know, make the right common sense decisions, and maybe you saved, even if you saved one life. You know, it's not even about being a hero, but it's about just, you know, doing what you can do for other people, putting other people before you. This looks like we're putting in a little reverse head and shoulders. I don't know. Just some of that stuff just really bothers me. I don't even know how I got on the topic of it. I really don't. I really don't. Let's see here. AMD. I'm gonna go open the window for Abby. I'm gonna get a picture of her and I'm gonna put it on the thumbnail. Actually, that's gonna be my watermark. I'm gonna make it my watermark. She was actually homeless when she was a baby, and we got her. My girl's dad brought her home, and I couldn't imagine if he'd never picked her up and brought her home. She's so beautiful. She could be out on the streets right now, wandering around, and she's like smart as hell too. She's like, I don't know, she's just smart. Like right now, I know she wants the window open. She's telling me she wants the window open. She wants to go sit in the window and whatnot. And I'm thinking about getting her a leash too. I don't know if there's any other cat or pet friendly people here.
You're trying to solve. Welcome back. The biggest week of earnings continues. We didn't even know. We had Fitch. We have everything else going on. We got Jobs Friday. Anyway, let's get straight to the action, the story, and the trade on 3 more names on deck to report, starting with PayPal. Up after the bell. Well, they're up. They're on deck to report after the bell. You know what I'm saying. The stock is down today, pairing some of the steep losses last quarter, but it's still off its 52-week highs set last summer. Key things to watch in the report are transactions for PayPal and Venmo, a clue on the consumer overall, and comments on credit exposure. KKM Financial founder and CEO Jeff Kilberg has our trades today. It's good to see you, Jeff. And what would you do with PayPal?
Hey, Kelly, great to see you. And I want to be a buyer here of PayPal. And yes, you're absolutely right. Just 2 years ago, you saw the price of it, above $300. So it's dramatic to see that big of a move down. But growth, expectations for growth this quarter are about $7.27 billion. That's up from $6.8 billion a year ago. But I think you have to understand that who owns this stock? Who's betting that this stock is going to come back? It's institutions. It's got a very high concentration of institutional ownership, near 75%. And I think when you talk about what PayPal was, let's remember going back to the X on top of the San Francisco building right now for the formerly known company as Twitter. X.com was the precursor to PayPal. So there's a lot of synergy. I think there's a lot of upside if Mr. Elon Musk decides to get a little creative about this $84 billion market cap company. But I want to own PayPal here. I think the technicals are lining up. It makes sense to take this for a trade, Kelly.
I'm not even going to go in the direction of what, but it is fun to trace.
I put it on the rim for you.
No, but the ecosystem from the Musk, from that original, because then PayPal launched Palantir. And anyway, this one, while it's only up 2% year to date, that is a good point about institutional ownership, and that'll be something to watch. Kind of the flip side for Robinhood. That's the retail investor platform, also reporting after the bell. July was the best month ever for the stock, believe it or not. It's up 52% year to date, but still down about 70% from that IPO price. We'll see how consumers traded equities and, of course, crypto, as both have resisted the threat of major downturns and face a lower volatility environment. What do you think about Hood, Jeff?
Well, back at the Board of Trade in Chicago, we talked about selling with both hands. This is a sell, and I don't like Robinhood. I mean, let's look at the largest fine ever from FINRA was delivered to Robinhood.
And the mic wasn't even on. Good thing I looked. I was saying thank you guys for hitting the like button. Thank you guys for subscribing. I think this guy played at Notre Dame. Either he played for Notre Dame, or he went to school there, or he's a fan and went to school there. I don't know. He's got used to at least have a Notre Dame helmet in the back. Should be right. It was right around here somewhere.
Would suggest staying away from this from a long-term investment, and I'm even afraid to trade it because who knows what fine may come out next on Robinhood.
All right, very good point. So let's move on now to what I'm just going to call Barbie, because I think we're going to hear quite a lot about that. Warner Brothers Discovery post.
But yes, thank you guys for liking, subscribing. If you guys have anything that I can do for you, throw it in the chat. Any questions, anything at all. On the SPY, I want to see if we start to regain this level. 451. I want to see if we start to regain it, and then can we break back through. We're going to take it up in stages, right? We'll take it up in stages and see if we can break it up and kind of climb ourselves a bit higher here.
So I think there's momentum. You're seeing people talk about Barbie, and it's not just, if you think of Warner Bros., it's not just domestic. They have international scale and growth capabilities. We're talking about Barbie going to India, Oppenheimer, all these movies that are bringing people back into the brick and mortar component of going to a theater, that experience. I think there's a lot of trajectory to the upside. So I want to be a buyer here. I think if we considerate of where this has gone, year to date outperforming, but still on a longer metric, it has some distance to make up here. So I think you can catch that as you go to Barbie, maybe for the second or third time, like I'm probably going to get dragged to.
I'm just looking at the stock, again, under 13 bucks right now, and wondering if it's going to take something much more strategic to really get it going. The fact that it's under $13, even after this incredible box office run, again, you just wonder, can this kind of pure play, small scale streamer survive next to the likes of Netflix?
It's a great point, and Netflix obviously having a great year as well. So I think when you look at those side by side, they're complementary. And I'm a numbers guy, you know that. And to get a little geeky here, I think instead of looking at Barbie going up to $1 billion in global box sales, that's not the important number. The important number is where the 50-day and 200-day moving averages are lining up for potential breakout. You catch some shorts offside, catch some underinvested, and you can have that rally. That's a dramatic move back up to that 52-week high, but it's not implausible when you see momentum come back into a name that was kind of left to the sideline post-COVID.
All right. We have a CEO tomorrow that I want to ask, Portillo's. And if I'm not mistaken, did we talk about this before, Mr. Chicago?
Yes, and I liked buying it then. I like buying it again. I mean, look at me, Kelly. How many beef sandwiches do you think I've eaten in my day at Portillo's? It's one of the best places. I think the business plan, the strategic, you're going to find out more tomorrow on that interview, but they really have their ducks in a row, and I think that expansion is going to be the template for their success. So I'm a fan of Portillo's. I know it's very small, high beta, very small market cap, so be careful in this name, but you got to take a bite into Portillo's. Come on.
You know, I asked last quarter as they're looking to expand into the Southeast and the warmer climates, I said, do you think there's going to be demand for food, you know, heavy foods like this even? And this weather will definitely put that to the test.
No doubt about that. But I think when you talk about comfort food, we're always looking for options, at least for us, those, I call myself Husky, or at least I was called Husky growing up, Kelly. But I think you're always going to find an option like that. And Portillo's really offers that, not just to Chicago, but I think they're going to have a great success really broadening their brand.
Yeah, no, and I had a lot of viewers write to me and say, you know, I live in, you know, Florida or whatever it is, and they're like, that's not keeping me from.
That looks like a rejection area on AMD.
So appreciate it.
Right
See
there.
How these all
Thanks,
go.
Kelly.
We'll check back in soon. Jeff Kilberg. Still ahead, SoftBank's semiconductor unit is reportedly eyeing an IPO as early as next month, but it could cost investors an arm and a leg. The details are next in Tech Check.
Look at Paycom and what happened with Generac? Wow. Or Generac, Paycom, CGen, or that's Solar Edge. I thought that was CGen. Small cap stock. Wow, these guys must have shitted on earnings. All right, so is Paycom? Did that have news? Or is? So this was. Damn it, guys! Shit.
Spiking here now, 35 cents.
When did it have earnings?
Tango Romeo Yankee LTRY.
Was it last night or today? Last night. So last night Paycom had earnings. Alright, so I did not see it on here. Because it's not on here, I don't think. Space. MSTR, AIG, Devon. So, Match Group. I gotta go through a list of earnings real quick, guys, so that way I have everything ready to go and I don't miss. So that's, again, I want to reiterate these tech companies that miss earnings, that, you know, they've been giving us big moves. Snap, Spotify, like a lot of them. So I want to lean on them, especially with this stuff that's going on. So like when the market's going down or the market's going up, you want to lean on whatever the market's doing. If the market's going up, you want to be long the strong stocks and short the weak ones. Or just, you know, lean on that long. Or if we're going down, lean on the shorts. So you have stuff that has like technology in it, along with bad earnings. You know, it's just, you know, you're putting yourself in the right position, because if yields are going up, technology is going to be coming down. It puts a strain on them because they're, you know, especially the newer small cap ones that don't necessarily have the liquidity as some others. You know, it's capital intensive to get some of these things going. If they're not at a place where they're past that stage, then, you know, it's going to slow their growth. So it's what it's going to do. It's going to take them longer to get where they could potentially be.
This stock was all the rage before SoftBank, but it buys all the rage stocks. And I guess the
So-
question is what's happened in the meantime and how the
Deidre.
IPO might go.
I mean, it's been kind of a roller coaster, right? And if it were to go out tomorrow,
Deidre
the conditions would
Boza.
probably be pretty good. You think about the beginning of the year, and by the way, ARM was always going to go in the next year or so. Its CEO said
Her
so.
hair looks good today.
Masa-san said so in Tokyo, as well as SoftBank. This is a company that wasn't going to necessarily wait for the IPO window to open. It's going to open it itself if it can go successfully. But there's a lot at stake here. Reports saying that ARM is
McKesson.
looking for a valuation between $60 and $70 billion.
So Paycom
That's
was
actually
down,
a
man.
lot
This
when you
sucks.
compare it
That's
to
a
broader
missed
average
opportunity.
industry earnings.
What happened with
Multiple
Generac?
plus. Like I was saying, the excitement is there. When you think about the beginning of the year, there was a chip glut and demand for electronics that use ARM chips. That was actually falling. It was weak. Now we're in this whole generative AI hype cycle where companies,
Wow.
they need more
This thing
computing
just
power, they need more chips. ARM
got
occupies
shitted
a
on.
unique spot as well. It's the so-called Switzerland
even
of
know
the
what
chip
happened.
space. So it works with a lot of the
me
mega
see.
caps like Apple and Amazon and Meta. And Microsoft to pioneer their own AI chips. So it's an interesting proposition. But Kelly, as I said earlier, a lot can happen between now and a month. And you look at the NASDAQ, which is down 2% today. You got to wonder if sort of this momentum and the tech comeback is going to last for ARM to get out successfully.
Well, and SoftBank's had so many things blow up, you know, WeWork and all the rest of them. I'm looking, in 2016, they bought ARM for $32 billion. So if they're going to call it double that over a 7-year basis,
yeah,
I mean, it's not great, honestly. It's okay. Yeah.
You compare it to the NASDAQ, right?
Right.
And then you also consider that they've missed out on this huge NVIDIA boom.
True.
Right? They sold their stake earlier this year, and they've been selling down Alibaba, which is what made Masayoshi Son the legend that he is, was that stake in Alibaba that turned into billions and billions and billions of dollars. He's been selling that down as well. But the point is that they want to make some more big bets in generative AI. They need liquidity to do so because right now it is really hard for venture capital, for private equity to raise money. You read almost, all the time, every week about funds not reaching their target, taking longer than expected. So at least this would provide some liquidity.
And I love how hard I am on them. That's not a good enough return, as if I could do better. But we want to be dazzled.
They're supposed to be tech investors,
Right.
so the stakes are high. The bar is high.
That's true. Deirdre, thank you very much. We'll see you soon, our Deirdre Bosa. Still ahead, just 2 weeks ago, Goldman reported that big drop in profits last quarter. But that's not the only headwind the firm faces. There is an exodus of talent underway. What's behind the departure? CNBC's Hugh Sun has spoke with some of the partners who left and got a response from Goldman. He joins us with the latest next.
That's funny. Look, Waukesha, Wyoming. I didn't even know Waukesha was a city. That's awesome. It's like the name. It's like really a name of the state. What up, Waukesha? Do you love me? Do you love me not? Damn, you hit the spot. Right? Right? Some of y'all might know that song. But anyway, let's see here. I'm trying to see what happened with Generac. Keep forgetting that I have it right here on my whatchamacallit. This is a huge earnings after the bell, guys. You know, Qualcomm, Shopify, PayPal, Robinhood, Etsy, Oxy, Dash, Zillow, QCOM, Qualcomm, Goodyear, Unity, Sunrun, Aurora. I don't know if that's Aurora Cannabis. This Aurora I keep seeing in, I don't know what it is. Spirit, Marathon Oil, King Rose. I have no idea what the hell that is. Simon Property, McKesson, Public Storage, MGM Resorts, Lemonade. Like, seriously, this is huge, guys.
With the U.S. going from a AAA rating to a AA+, Yellen is calling the decision puzzling, saying that the data that was used is flawed and that the rating change is unwarranted.
Wasn't
Yellen
this
is continuing her defense of the Biden administration. She has pointed to a number of economic factors that have recently come out showing that the economy is strong. That includes low unemployment, inflation being down, and recent bipartisan efforts to reduce the deficit. Yellen's initial speech today was focused on the IRS.
I was gonna say, I'll just wait for him to get done. Sabre, remember The Office? Sabre? I really didn't know that they were a company. That's hilarious.
For enforcement. And Yellen's remarks have really been reiterated and echoed by lots of Democrats, saying that.
So, what am I going to do? I'm going to prepare for tomorrow. All right, we have AMD, we have the markets. I'm just going to, it is what it is. What I'm going to do is, I'm going to go through Shopify, PayPal, Robinhood, Etsy, Oxy, DoorDash, Zillow, Qualcomm, Unity, Run, Marathon, possibly Simon, maybe, and some others. And I'm going to get my levels going. I'm going to get my levels. We got Moderna in the morning, right? It doesn't even just stop there. We have Wayfair, ConocoPhillips, Sabre, WestRock, Sigma, or Cigna, BD, yeah. Was that Cummins? CMI, Religion, Repligen, Regen. I know Regen. I didn't know it was Repligen. It's crazy. I thought it was Regeneron. Huh? Regen. Hold up. Hold up. Regen. Regeneron, right? Regeneron. That doesn't say Regeneron.
Work really hard to get into the partnership, aspire to get there.
That's so weird.
The second reason is
Repligen.
Now, we focused a lot here on the show about the consumer mess and how that was sort of something that an unearned foul on their part.
REPLIE or REPLIGEN. That's so weird.
When Solomon joined, there were about 5 or 6
That's so
buckets,
weird. Yeah.
individual pockets
Spy
of
just gonna
investing,
play
their
around
own balance sheet
like a little
funds.
bitch.
Solomon shows up and he says,
Spy
"This is
just being a
kind of
little
insane.
bitch right
I need to
now.
consolidate this. I need to raise third-party
But
funds.
I'll bring it
To
up.
do so,
Sorry.
we'll look a lot more like Blackstone.
I was
We're gonna get
being
better valuation 'cause
a
this
little
is
goofy,
steady fee-generating
but
business. You do
it
that,
is.
and
You're right.
it
It
causes a lot
is.
of upheaval.
I was
A lot
kind of
of
waiting
folks
for
who
this
made a lot
area,
of
so I'm
money
just
in
gonna
the
walk
business
it down in
sort of left.
stages. What I want to see from the Spy is
Finally,
if,
and this speaks
so
to
if I
something
pull
Bill
up a
Walsh talked a lot about
15-minute
Solomon,
chart,
is sort of the chaos that he's
okay, I pull up a
He's created
15-minute
3
chart.
different,
What I want to
new
see
organizations
is
in Goldman
this.
Sachs.
What I want to see a couple
Within his
things.
5-year tenure,
I'm
he's
gonna want to
elevated
see a
people
couple
like,
things.
Luke Sarsfield,
I'm gonna
like
want to
Hugh
see a couple
Salisbury,
things.
head asset
Yes,
management
and we're getting it.
in
Guess
one
what?
reorg, and the next reorg,
I'm gonna probably be
promote
buying
them
calls
to
at
a lead
close
and
if we're
join
still
the
down
results
here.
that we've highlighted
If we're
as
still
well.
down here,
So,
I'm buying calls at
23,
close.
you
It's
have
my song.
roughly 90 partners who left, at least 90 partners who left in 5 years.
I'm 2
Not a
Red Bulls
shocking amount
deep,
to
so
the
I
number of
apologize.
folks
Check this
where it
out,
is a little
fam.
bit more
What do we
locals that the
got?
heads of some of these
What we
businesses
got?
And you have
Huh?
to wonder, you know,
What you
especially
got,
in
bruh?
relationship-driven
What you got for
business
me?
like
Well,
asset
look, I'm gonna
management
show you what I
funds,
got for you, bro.
departures probably
I
are
got
a
that
pretty
call,
big deal
and that
can
shit
be
is
hard to
kill.
overcome if the client is
Look.
used to working with certain people who are now no longer
These are
there.
the
Sorry, I
stars,
got
the
2 Red
faces of
Bulls
the
in me,
business.
and I'm a
Julie,
little
we've had meetings with him.
ridiculous right now.
one
Look
thing
at this, guys.
said
This
is
is
that
called
you
a
are
bullish
pushing these
divergence.
There is
Hey.
no there. And it's also really
Looky
important to say
here.
there is, while there is,
What
I
do
would
we
say,
have?
it's fair to say
We
there's a bit of
have
disarray in asset
a
management.
low.
They're also meeting
Okay,
ahead on their targets
we
for
rally,
raising
we put in
third-party
what?
funds
A new
and
low.
for,
Oh
raising
shit, that is
fees for
higher
management of assets as
And
well.
we know the last quarter
than
was
that.
almost so bad it's
Right?
good. I mean, for
What happened last time
now
when we
kind
get
of
that type
widely
of price
acknowledged
action?
firm has been
Well,
through
I'm gonna
some
show y'all, bruh.
problems.
And I don't
Are
mean
they-
to front
are
run
they
the
seeing
damn
the
move,
right
but
of
I'm gonna have
future
something
now
on.
or not? I mean, that
I'm gonna
to me
put
is a
something
little
on.
bit
Why?
unfair.
Because I'm gonna show you
Building so
why.
tethered
I'm actually
to
gonna show you why.
whims and
Right here,
fortunes of Wall Street.
right now.
There is the sense
Here
that
it comes.
investment banking has
I
reached
did this
a stage
before.
So,
I did it twice in a row.
If they get sort of,
all right, you
more
just can't be
willingness in
skirt.
terms of IPOs,
Give me an hourly chart.
issuances, things like that, which there is some
Okay.
sense of green
I hope I can zoom in enough to find it. I actually have a picture of it. I have a picture of the chart pattern.
Right, although maybe the report card also comparing them with Morgan traditionally, I don't know.
God, come on.
Which is that's a tough one.
I have to just picture where we are. So this, I was Florida. I went long there. I need the base. Right here, guys. Right here. So what is this, an hourly chart? Let me go to 30-minute. You all about to get schooled. About to take y'all to school real quick. Little do y'all know. You guys are getting ready to get taken to school.
That does it for the exchange
Here
today.
we go.
For more analysis on the markets and the
What do we have
economy, you can
here?
always sign up for my
Right?
newsletter by using that QR code
So
on your
if
screen,
everything is
or
still
head over to
same,
CNBC.com/newsletter.
now it's hard to time it.
Coming up next on Power Lunch,
Right?
as
It's just,
mentioned,
you know,
big
the
interview of
timing
day,
factor,
exclusive with
it's a
JP
little
Morgan
hard.
Chairman and CEO Jamie Dimon.
So,
We'll get
pull
his
this
first
up.
reaction to the Fitch U.S. credit downgrade, his general
Right.
state on the economy, and
What
much
do we
more
have
coming up
here?
on the other side of this quick
Okay.
break. Don't go anywhere.
What do we have here? What do we have here? What do we have here? So what do we have? We have circles. Good. What do we have? We have, sorry, right here, guys, right here. So look, there's a low. Puts in a low, right? Bada bing, bada boom. Bada bing, bada boom. There's your low. Right? MACD's putting in a new low. Here's our next low. Let me zoom it in for you so you guys can see it clearly. Look at that. Right? Bullish divergence. And then what happened? Bang. And then what happened? Look. Come on, you son of a bitch. Excuse my language. I do apologize. So look, guys. Look. Another low. A low. A hello. A low. Another low. Look at this. A low, but a higher low with another higher low. And what do you get? You get hello. So we'll see where we're at. Maybe we get a little bit of volatility and that creates opportunity. We put on a little bit of risk and then we capitalize on that little bit of risk. Either we lose it or we make a whole lot of money. That's it. No, I'm just playing. But I'm just gonna put out some risk. You know what I mean? That way, at least I have a position on early enough, and then I can, like, you know, add to the move, or it doesn't even work. It's hard to say, but I'm just reading the chart. I'm letting the chart tell me what I should do. And if I had to do anything, I just got a low with a new low. You know what I mean? Higher MACD, somewhat a higher RSI. Because we could, but what could happen is the timing part. Because we could still pop our heads up and make a new low, like you saw on the other one. Like we could still possibly like just bounce off of here.
When you badge it.
Right? We don't have to go that far, but we bounce up and we make another new low. Like we could bounce up and then we pull it back, and then that's the day we get the rally, which could be Apple and Microsoft. So it's about timing. You know, it's about timing as well. So maybe I put a little piece on and we see what happens. Maybe we get a little bit of covering. I mean, the downgrade doesn't change anything other than if the United States wants to borrow money, they're going to have to pay a little more. You know, it's going to send yields higher, which should help out the inverted yield curve, because I think it affects more so the longer term debt. You know, as you can see, the 2s and 10s are closing in.
Hey, Kelly, thank you so much.
So
thank you, Jamie,
we can
for
see where they're
being here.
trading at now.
So you've got
You
a
also
big
want to
bus
look
behind you
for
here on your
Fed
annual
funds
bus
rate
tour.
too.
This year it
You want to,
comprises
the Fed watch tool. Could use CME, whatever you want to use, because we want to know what the chances are, the likelihood. So now look, the 2 years pulling back. We're at 4.8. 4.8.
You know, 100, 150 clients of ours. We go to the branches, we get to talk to our people.
That sounds like JP Morgan or Jamie Dimon.
And loan officers and small business.
4.8. So we're at 8 basis, 0.8%. I knew it. I knew it was Jamie Dimon.
And then we do places we have.
Come on.
Expanding in Montana, Idaho, Washington State, so we're Spokane.
Oh, he's on his
and
he's just practicing for running for president.
What have you learned so far this year?
Okay, so this is for folks on CNBC. Leave California and New York, come visit Montana and Idaho, and you know what? America is alive and well. The innovation is unbelievable. The people get along. It's not all about the polarization you read about. The innovation is everywhere. People think Silicon Valley, but I met with a company here called Bridger Photonics, run by Peter Roos and all, that does monitoring of methane gas. And
What did they say? Never trust a man.
About how to improve their emissions.
Never trust somebody that has a van and lives down by the river.
You know, Gibson guitars are now built here.
Freaking Jamie Dimon. Living in a van down by the river. Who would have thought? CEO, the biggest bank in the world, now he's in a van down by the river. Thank you guys for the likes. Thank you guys so much for the subscribes. It's greatly appreciated. It's greatly appreciated. If there's anything I can do for you, whether it's trading, questions, whatever it is I can do for you, throw it in the chat. I'd be more than happy to assist you with whatever it is you need. So I will be kind of looking for calls here. Now, I don't want to get cute. I'm not just going to sit here and say, hey, there's a liquidation going on, profit taking, and I'm going to be I'm going to try and front run an up move. I mean, I'm going to, do it small. The McCafe doc. No, I haven't. Why? Is it like a scary movie or?
These are countries like Canada.
I do want to see. I do want to go see this weekend Oppenheimer. I do want to see that.
Political brinksmanship surrounding the debt ceiling.
Oh yeah. No, I know. I thought when you said McCafe or whatever, I knew who you were talking about. I know the guy, but I haven't seen the I haven't seen like a biography or anything on him. They say he was crazy, but I mean, who's to say? Who's to call that one? Yeah, I know who you're talking about. He was in jail. He was locked up for a while, and I think he passed away.
Let's talk about your thoughts on the economy, because you've been conservative with your balance sheet for a while now. You said that.
Yeah, I mean, he might have been wild. I think it was. I don't know if it was like more or less wild. Maybe he was wild. But I think there was just like a lot of conspiracies and stuff like that he believed in and stuff. Maybe he did have a little bit of mental issues and stuff like that. Why is that? You just curious? Oh, because he was like the CEO, and then he's like just, he got his whole life ruined. Ended up practically living in a van down by the river.
Still innovation. The consumer still has more money in their income, in their checking accounts they had pre-COVID. Their home price.
Oh shit, man. So we're kind of just stalling here. I'm really curious if we're going to make up some ground and try and turn ourselves around. So again, right now it's 2 o'clock. We have 2 hours until the close. 2 hours until we get some big earnings. Look at this. I don't know if they're trying to suck people into the long. If like the long is there to be had.
Which give me heightened concern. One is the fiscal spending
Hold on.
and the quantitative tightening. We've never had quantitative tightening.
Goldman Sachs and Apple?
At one point, and I'm not, don't want to be surprised about it.
I've been watching Goldman Sachs. Goldman Sachs and Apple News?
The impact on oil and gas and food and
nothing.
Migration. It could expand.
Nothing.
Nuclear proliferation is nuclear blackmail. Right. This is serious stuff which we have not really faced since World War II. So I put that in the cautious category. Hopefully that'll all sort out and the world will be safe again. But I hope people learn the world's not that safe. It will never be that safe, and we have to be very, very careful how we do that. And
so yeah, I'm watching this pattern set up here because now we're starting to shift to put in
medium landing or hard landing.
Higher lows. I want to see if we do.
All things being equal.
And of course, you mentioned QT as well. You've said previously at Investor Day that everyone should be prepared for rates as high as 7%.
Yeah.
And there's a narrative out there that June's softer than expected.
They're still expensive, man. That's crazy. I mean, maybe they aren't, but they are. Because tomorrow, how am I to justify paying 70 cents, 70 some cents for tomorrow for 453? call.
saying 7%. I'm not
So
saying
that
it
means
happen.
I
I'm saying
need
as a business
the
person,
SPY by
reasons why
tomorrow.
it might happen,
I
and
need
you
the
should be
SPY
prepared
to
for it.
be.
You never want to be in a position and say, I didn't expect oil to go to 120 or 30 or interest rates go up 500 basis points, and therefore I'm bankrupt.
I need the SPY to be right like
But there's been a
here.
sea change in
I need the
capital
SPY
flows
to be
around the
right
world.
there
Governments have to sell
by
more debt than
tomorrow
ever
at
before.
close for
All
me to
governments,
even
including
break
ours.
even.
Now, some say less than down.
Like
deficit. We're
what?
not
So
down
it's got to
deficit
go
goals. Debt
1,
levels are
2,
very high. They're selling more
3,
debt. Interest rates are
75,
going up.
almost
Central
$4
banks are
before I
selling. They
break
were big
even.
buyers, and now they have to sell
What?
for QT.
No.
Never
Like, so
had
you guys
QT
got to start
before.
thinking about that
And
stuff
then
when you guys are
also,
watching
new
options.
economy of ours, the green
Like,
economy,
yes, you
$4
can buy
trillion
it,
a year,
it can go up,
IRA,
and you can get
CHIPS
paid.
Act,
But,
militaries
like,
around the world,
is it a good
beefing
deal?
up its military
Are you
budget.
paying too
Those
much?
things may be a sea change in what you're seeing about
The
capital.
volatility from this
And
has
might
ramped them
be a
up.
good chance that you guys, you know,
I mean,
six
really,
months
it's just
to
the
9 months,
puts
we're
that
talking about
get
crowding
it.
out.
But
And so we'll
so
find out. You know,
I'm
the 10-year
paying
bond just went to 410.
70
You know,
cents
it
a
could easily
share
go to 5%.
for a
I'm just saying,
$4
folks, be
move
prepared for it. Don't be afraid
to
of it.
break even
Just
for a
be prepared
break even
for it.
How
price.
do you see that net?
I just
you know,
can't do it.
playing out?
I,
Because
you know,
mentioned the fiscal
because
spending
I don't
plan,
know if
and
we
then
get up
that's
here.
concurrent
I
with
think we
QT,
get
so
here
they're kind of running
452ish. Like, you know, I'm not sure.
There are
But
contradictions in raising short
I
rates
do
to
want some
double
calls. I
liquidity
just
and take
can't
the
pay
liquidity
that.
out.
That's so
But, you know, the
absurd.
curve, a natural curve one day might be
That expires
3.5
tomorrow.
on the
So if
short
you
end
guys
and
start
5 on
thinking
the-
about
on
it
the
like
10-year
that,
end. And
it'll kind of
maybe-
help you
maybe
put
we're
into
going. So
perspective
we're at least 2
how
in
much
December
you're really
20. I don't
paying
know.
for
I think some
options.
of these things could have real,
You
real
know, because
problems
it's
down the
important to
road
know
if you
that
don't deal
stuff.
with them today. You're
So I'm
really
pretty
gonna
much
lose them today.
paying
They
$1,
bring,
which
you know,
my
good
break even
results.
price would be
But to your
like
point,
pretty
the
much
consumer has been more
454.
resilient than expected.
Our average true ATR for the SPY the past couple weeks has only been $1.50, maybe $2. We haven't been moving that much. So if you look at it like that, it's like, and then I also have the nighttime to deal with. We only have 2 more hours left in the day. Then we have overnight, which will tear the premium out of it. So like from here, what is that? 452.32. We'll say 455.
In terms of the
452.
consumer, do you think they
So
fully absorbed that stimulus yet?
$3.
Absorbed the period of low
Yeah.
interest rates we've seen for so long. You know, will we
3,
ultimately
4,
start to see the
5.
effect of
$3.
that, you know, when the tide
$3.
rolls in?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. The storm clouds down the road.
453.
Or, you know, fiscal spending,
Same
QT,
thing.
higher rates.
Even these,
We
like,
haven't
look at
had the full
these.
effect of that yet. I don't know what that's gonna do.
456.
I don't want to guess about it. I don't know, and I think when people spend their time
High to
forecasting,
low,
they're
that is,
mostly wasting
to
their time.
458.
Do you think
That's
the Fed's done a good job?
$2. And they want me to pay $1?
I think it's quite obvious
They want me to pay $1 of movement for a damn near a $3 move.
They've kind of said that. They caught
It's
up
a
like
$3 move,
5%.
but with the
They said
dollar
it's a,
that I'm paying, I'm pretty much paying
uh,
the price of a dollar
we're gonna
is,
see. They
you know,
may
I'm
go
pretty much
higher.
paying
I
a
don't know,
dollar.
but,
So
they've
so
come up
that
with a
$1
number
movement's
very
priced in,
small.
and then it still has to go an extra $3 for me to break even, and the ATR is only like 2 something, so it's not a good deal. It's not a good deal, unless something changes. That's a bad deal.
Is there some way
You
someone
know?
can actually quiet that group down over there? Okay, yeah.
He
sorry.
just said
Is that a
that.
metaphor for?
What? I don't
He
know.
just said that.
Maybe we can. Sorry.
Jamie Dimon just said that. He said, "Yo, can you tell them
You
kids
know,
to shut the
higher
hell up?"
capital requirements for you all. What do you think is
Can
the
we tell
overall
them to
impact
quiet down a
from-
little bit?
from these new rules that have been proposed?
Shut the
First
hell
of all,
up.
it's
That's so
one-
funny.
It's hugely disappointing. I think these rules are I mean, I've always thought G-SIFI was a joke. Now we have operational risk capital, which I think is equally bad based on models which kind of make no sense to me. And if I was the Fed, I'd be very careful about saying their models are perfect. Remember, their models didn't show inflation and they didn't show
That's so
5%
funny. He
interest
just
rates
did
and stuff
that.
like that. They lack transparency. I don't know what they want the outcome to be, but I think they should be saying, here's what we want the outcome to be.
All right, I'm gonna go over Shopify and this
Best
stuff like I said I was gonna do earlier,
I don't
but
think
with
there's a
my
lot of calibration
ADHD.
among- you know, we have hundreds of rules.
It feels like
Not-
to me the
you know,
SPY
very little
doesn't.
calibration among
It's
the
holding
rules.
now.
And
I just am
have
kind
a
of
little
worried
effect
as
on,
if
you
we
know, people
we have
all
more
mortgages,
downside to
all
come.
small business banking, our banks.
I feel like
So
this
many,
might
they
be a
should totally
lower
have to
high.
with that. And so and it'll have real effect on consumers. So just take, I'm going to say just mortgages. You know, the way that I've read it so far, and more detail to come, you know, it's going to make it much harder to make a small mortgage and a mortgage to a lower FICO person. And I just think that's a huge mistake from a policy point. Now, if that's what they wanted to be, so be it. But they should tell the American public, when we do this, it's going to reduce mortgage affordability and raise the cost by X dollars. Because that is exactly what's going to do.
There you
I can
go,
say the same thing
Jamie,
about
tell
small
them.
business, and a bunch of other impacts.
Just so
we're
y'all
going to adjust to it. I'm not sure
don't
it's the right
know.
thing for America. And we're still reading all the details. It's 1,000 pages long. I also want to point out, it's 10 years after the crisis.
Correct.
This has been
10
going on for a
years.
long time.
And
We need
they have it at 100
policy
billion.
that, the stress
It needs to
test,
be at
we
least
did one,
150 to
so
200
we do
with
100
inflation and
they do
stuff.
one, and
With
they have
new
to get the
people,
real
new
stress
money.
company.
It's
I'm
not the
far more
same
worried
as
about China and
2008.
cyber.
Basel
Name it,
III
got
should
that
not be
stress
this.
test. And I just think, and
the same as 2008.
Anymore. We should be having
I wonder if
conversations
he
with
touches
about
on it.
What we're worried about, what they're worried about. There's almost none of that. So it's both lack of transparency and lack of conversation with real
Yep.
practitioners. A lot of people
He's right.
Ivory Towers, a lot
He's
of
so
employees
right.
Here, they've never been in the real world. I'd like to see them get in the boxing ring one day.
Well, speaking of the recent banking turmoil, you said in your letter to shareholders in early April, quote, "The current crisis is not yet over, and even when it is behind us, there will be repercussions from it for years to come."
Yeah.
Do you think that these new regulations solve for that?
No. I think they're, to some of these folks, to hammer everything's a nail, that's what this is. A lot of these folks are using every issue that takes place to justify what they already thought. The best advice I ever heard was use your brains.
So again,
think
I'm
through,
going to
not
cover
justify what you already think.
these
So,
earnings real
look,
quick.
this will
Shopify,
sort out.
PayPal,
Jason
Etsy. I'm
will
going to
be
get all my
fine.
levels ready
I
for
don't think they're gonna
tomorrow.
run a
Kind of
railroad,
watch
but, we
AMD.
have
See
a
what
good
see
choice.
what happens the last
They do
hour.
it.
Maybe
They
see if I
supposed
can
to
get
be
a
cost
position
benefit
on.
analysis. They're
See
required
what
to do that.
arises.
They're also required to adjust things to the size of the economy, the size of the banking, and none of that took place. So none of this calibration, and so I wish we did it. I think we'd have a healthier banking system, I thought Dodd-Frank accomplished a lot of stuff. I think this is way beyond that.
What do you think are the repercussions from the banking crisis? Because there are reports out there that you all were directly involved in the Bank of California PacWest deal that was announced last week. You personally received regular briefings as it came together, according to those reports. You advised Bank of California in what some have called the rescue takeover of PacWest. You're buying about $2 billion of mortgages to facilitate the deal. Placement agent for $400 million worth of private equity infusion here. Is this the playbook now for potential stress that could arise?
No, I called it a mini crisis. Only so many banks were offsides on interest rate exposure. Remember, some of these things were incented by accounting, incented by regulators, and we were not completely aware of how quickly deposits can leave someone like Silicon Valley Bank or First Republic. That didn't happen anywhere. So we were quite clear. We thought First Republic was the last domino. A few others may sort out. PacWest, thank God, it's good for them. I'm glad they did a public type of transaction. So it's over for now. All the banks, we're the biggest bank to community banks and regional banks. I support all of them. And they reported the first quarter, they reported the second. Most of them did okay. They didn't have runs in the bank, they earned money.
If you guys didn't notice, look at Tesla. It has its weekly moving average right there, and we stuck it today.
It's a sound system. You're going to have
right, we
failure.
stuck
We
it
shouldn't
today.
have
That's
every
this
failure
1,
failure
2,
for the system. But
third
we should learn from every
hold
failure. And I think there are
of
a
the
lot things we
100
can
weekly
learn
moving
and done
average.
differently, and they're not in the
It
new regs.
is.
There's something
It's
that
trying to
should have
pop
been done
itself
slightly
up,
differently
which is
in other, maybe
odd
professional
because the
requirements.
50 weekly moving average is
lower the
facing
threshold
down.
to those with $100 billion or
And
more
20.
in
It's
assets,
just
which would
weird. This
probably
whole setup is weird.
More along the lines of a mid-sized bank.
Yeah, I'm not sure that would have made any difference to Silicon Valley Bank, but
You don't think so?
I don't think so.
What would have made a difference, do you think?
That you don't just stress one thing, but you stress multiple things, and that you look at other things that you create liquidity. Like liquidity is created in so many ways. Like we have so much liquidity, but when things get bad, I cannot use it because of current rules. I think there are ways that things can be set up, and I won't bore you all with credit facilities and stuff like that. Credit facilities with the with the FHLB or the Federal Reserve, something like that, where every bank actually has all the liquidity they need to back up a major run in their bank. And so there are things to fix it. They are not in these new rules.
And obviously the funding costs are higher when you do see some sort of run, and so margins for the industry are under pressure as well.
Yeah, but some of that is just some of that's just people have to pass on more of the the earnings to their customers. That's a normal thing. That isn't because of the crisis.
I see.
Right.
You mentioned First Republic, and part of this bus tour is actually meeting different First Republic legacy places. How's the integration going?
Excellent. Jen Peepsack and Jen Roberts and Marianne Lake are doing it. They have thousands of people working on it. But here's the most important thing. They did a lot of great stuff. when we were just in all over Bozeman and all over the place, a lot of great customers. They did some things very well. We want to incorporate that in how we do things. But the integration itself, you have to get systems, technology, risk, legal, audit compliance, branches. I am going to a branch later today, First Republic branch. They've got some great people, and we were able to assimilate it, help the people.
All right, it's 2:15. It looks like we're getting a little froggy right back up here to this level, guys.
So we
and
didn't add
girls.
to our balance sheet by doing that, and so the system is safer. We save those jobs, and hopefully we're going to do
So
a
what
great
do we
job
have?
online.
We still have
Appetite to do any more deals?
lower highs
I mean, they don't want
and
to, which I think is fine.
lower
They don't-
lows.
They don't want big banks to do other deals to make them bigger, which I think is fine. If you set, again, this goes back to you said regulations, but I also don't think that the FDIC, the public should know we pay for the FDIC. It's a mutual insurance thing. So Silicon Valley Bank is probably going to cost us $2.5 to $3 billion.
Wow, look at that,
And,
guys.
so I don't want
That's a
whatever happens when the
beautiful
next bank
head,
comes
reverse
bidding,
head and
I wanna
shoulders,
make sure the
guys.
bid is a reasonable bid and not
If
where,
I'm seeing this
$10 million
correctly,
is
I don't know if I
being bid to
am,
a small bank. That is
but
not fair to
wow.
anybody else. So I think they need to set up clear rules.
Wow.
If you want to do resolution recovery. I also think we made
I don't know
huge
if it's a
mistakes on
trick,
Silicon
though.
Valley Bank. I hope the regulators
Left
look at that
shoulder,
one
it's
day.
got a little,
What went
like,
place,
cancer or
created a
something, little,
crisis and we created
you know, he
magnitude
fell on a
that
skateboard or
maybe didn't
something.
have to happen.
And then look,
What
there's
do you
his
think
head, and he
needs to
busted
be
his head right
assessed from a
here.
regulatory standpoint there?
So left shoulder,
Now,
head,
but they should be asking a
it's
lot of
kind of
questions of
just,
themselves. Like whenever we
it's
make
got
a
a,
mistake, we spend a lot of time on
I don't know,
really
it's just
air
got a
facts
big
report,
gash right
post-mortem.
here and a
What did we
big
do
gash
wrong?
right here.
What can we do better?
I don't know.
How do we make sure we're doing that
Usually
across our
there's,
company?
you know, it's
we know
usually
we're
when
gonna
you
make
see them, they're
mistakes.
nice
I
and
don't think we should treat
clean.
every mistake like, because it's a violation of morality or something like that. But I think they should be doing a little bit of that, a little soul searching.
Do you think there is an appetite among regulators and an appetite among the C-suite to do more consolidation in the industry?
I think some companies need to. And I think, again, I hear, consolidation, et cetera. It's a dynamic system. It's not a static system. They say there's 4,000, they merged, they're all getting bigger. There are a lot of big companies that have gotten smaller because they didn't do a good job. There are a lot of new companies, Marcus, Ally Bank, PayPal, Apple, basically is a bank today. There are a lot of startup. I just drove by a bank, that here, I'm sure it's a startup bank. And some middle-sized banks and small banks want to merge because they can do a better job for their customers or diversify their base more. It's a dynamic system. Let it happen. And it's a great system. America has the best financial system in the world. And the other thing I should say about regulations is, I really do mean this, hedge funds and private equity are dancing in the streets because they're just going to pick up a lot of business because of this. But we do have the best system in the world, including private equity, hedge funds, venture capital, middle market companies. It's extraordinary. That strength is part of the strength of America. And part of what America Free Enterprise is the most important part, it's not the money, it's the people. It's people starting things and growing things and moving places and having dreams and being allowed to further those dreams, which has risk. Sometimes we make a loan.
Okay, so there's the 50-day. We've tested the 50-day on Tesla.
Photonics accomplishes our goals and serve their clients. And yeah, sometimes we make a mistake or something like that. Though I think that's a great company. I'm not referring to them. So.
Well, what kind of music do you think they're going to be dancing to? Because that is the big criticism of increasing capital requirements, is that it's going to send business to the non-bank financials, the unregulated sector of the economy.
Yeah, so that's not always bad. I'm not against competition, but the mortgage business is now 80% outside of banks. Okay, and that, I don't know what it's going to do with the rest of that. It makes it hard to do small business loans. It makes it hard to do some risky loans. And obviously, a lot of that's going to go to the non-banking system. That may not be all bad, but again, people should be analyzing the consequences and saying, we want that to happen because it's better for America and the citizens of America. I've never heard that statement. I think a lot of these things are done without any forethought about the ultimate consequences and very little calibration. We really need to be very thought about how we're doing things. So, the banking system's been, this has been going on now for 15 years. And maybe we should take a deep breath and analyze and think about it. If you look at our regulatory system, it's not just, I have this chart, I don't want to have it. I was going to show it to, can you hand it to me? Thank you.
Thank you, Judy.
I made this chart, and people made fun of me about our regulatory systems for banks. And I don't know if you can see that up close. There are so many people involved, there's cross responsibilities, no one's really responsible. And I'm not showing this because of banks. I'm showing this because we're doing this for
Look at my
bridges,
picture I made in class.
opening schools, building roads.
Nah,
starting
he's so
companies,
right though.
starting small
I like
businesses.
Jamie Dimon,
We
I
shouldn't
really
be
do.
crippling America with stuff. We don't recalibrate regulations all the time. What we really should be doing is, what's the best thing that works? Acknowledging flaws, making modifications. We don't do it. And I believe that some of this stuff has slowed down the growth of America. I wrote in my chairman's letter, for 20 years we've grown at 1.7%. Had we gone to 3%, which is definitely what we can get done, we'd have 15,000 more per person GDP, which, by the way, is the GDP per person of China. Ours is 80, theirs is 15. We would have been 95 today had we done stuff. I think this stuff has really slowed it down. Bad policy making, bad regulations, thoughtless type of stuff. You know, it's easy to just pile more stuff on people. George McGovern, the most liberal guy who ever ran for president, wrote an op-ed, I think in the Wall Street Journal, after he ran for president, after he was a senator. He bought a small inn somewhere, and I think it was entitled, "If I'd Only Known How Much These Things Hurt My Ability to Build." He spoke about OSHA and litigation and the ability to hire kids and all these things. You know, maybe a bunch of people should ask that question. What do I need to know to understand the impact of these things on America? And the reason you want to grow America is because it is the foundation of helping our lower paid citizens too. You know, and so I think we should do a better job taking care of lower paid individuals. I would double the earned income tax credit, but a healthy economy is the foundation of everything, including a stronger military. And so I think we got to spend a little more time about how do we grow the economy and make it better for everybody. And you know, unfortunately, there are a lot of policy issues in D.C. You know, people look at J.P. Morgan Chase. We're not the reason that inner city schools are failing. And I think people should be a little more thoughtful about what they actually want to accomplish and how you can lift up. So I think if you fix inner city schools, and by that I mean kids should graduate with a livelihood, paying $55,000 a year, I think that's doable. If you do that, change the earned tax credit, I would tax carried interest too, you can fix America. And that's exactly what we should be doing.
I mean, at least the man has a plan, you know what I mean? Half of them don't even have a plan.
No.
So
I think companies should be involved in policy making. So we do a lot of things to lift up society, which I'm very, very proud of. But getting policy right in D.C. is more important than individual corporate efforts. And so if you say education, immigration, regulation, health care, affordable housing, mortgages, if we get those policies right, that'll lift up society far more than any one company can possibly do.
What about the deal environment? We talked a bit about consolidation. What about the overall picture for deal making right now? Are you seeing any green shoots on that front?
is Biden talking about this? Depends on you guys saying Biden is responding to Jamie Dimon, or is he saying no? I think he's saying Dimon.
Companies will find a million ways to grow.
Hold on, let me see.
And yes, it's getting better today than it was 6 months ago, but we don't run the company that way. We run the company, we know there's going to be bad weather. We know there's going to be mild recessions, hard recessions. I call that the weather. We try to run the company that we serve those clients over there day in and day out, regardless of the weather. We want to be a fortress for you, and including NBC Universal and Comcast. That's what we try to do. You know, earnings will go up and down.
I have to ask you, because there have been some headlines recently regarding Jeffrey Epstein and the ongoing litigation there. Has it impacted your brand equity at all?
A little bit sometimes, but we banked Jeffrey Epstein, and I'm so sorry that we did it. I wish we hadn't. Had we known then, we know today, we obviously wouldn't have. And so,
have you changed the vetting?
Why would
potential clients?
Yes, because you know we have to be very careful. You can't kick out people based on allegations. So, but yes,
yeah, kicking people out based on allegations when something may or may not be true.
System, by the way, sets the highest standards of know your customer, AML, protecting people, and yes, we make
All right, so Tesla, I think we want to look for the rejection here, especially if the SPY continues to be weak, or we want to get it up here. So I see what I want to do with Tesla. Let's do this, guys. Let's do this. I love this shit so much. So
are you positive about this technology? Are you worried about some of the unintended consequences that could arise from such a powerful technology?
Yeah, so first of all, we've put a person on the management committee, appointed Daniel Pinto and me, who does data analytics and ML. That's how important we think it is. It is a game changer. Now, it doesn't mean it's going to change it tomorrow. It may take a while to build in, and it can do wonderful things. And we also, just so that your public knows, we have an AI ethics department, an AI Explain. We have to explain it to regulators, political leaders, and stuff like that, in addition to running 300 programs. And there's machine learning, there's AI, there's large language models. We kind of do all of those various things. It is a game changer. And yes, it needs to be done right. And it's going to be hard to regulate. I do worry about it because bad guys are going to use it too. You've had people like Henry Kissinger and Eric Schmidt, who I have deep respect for, worrying about if it's ever used in military, you know, it can lose control. But so yeah, there could be downsides. But remember, there were downsides to cars, pharmaceuticals, airplanes, but you live a lot longer, you have a far better life. And the other thing, I think in society, I'm not, you know, people, we went from working 6.5 days a week 60, 70 years ago to 5 now. You know, my view is in 30 years, your kids will probably be working 3.5 days a week. They'll probably live to 100, and they probably won't have cancer. Those are good. So technology drives all that. That's fabulous. If it causes too much, you know, job loss and stuff like that, then we, society, can step in with relocation, retraining, income assistance, all those various things. So there are a lot of solutions, again, if we get policy right.
If we get policy right.
Yeah.
Jamie Dimon, thank you so much for sitting down. Wide-ranging discussion today, an important day for the markets, the economy, and the banking industry as a whole.
So there's the 50-day.
We really appreciate it.
Thank you, everyone out there. Keep the faith in this wonderful country
Keep
of
the
ours.
faith.
Support free enterprise. Thank you.
Thanks, Jamie. Kelly, I'll send it back to you.
Leslie, thank you very much. Our Leslie Picker, an extraordinary interview with Jamie Dimon there. Probably one of the most ebullient interviews I've seen him conduct in some time. That said, take a quick look at the markets. We are at fresh session lows right now with the Dow down about 308 points. The S&P is down 57, its first decline of more than 1% or move of 1% in either direction in quite a while. And the NASDAQ is down about 2%. Let's bring in Aaron Klein, Brookings Institute Economic Studies Fellow. Chris Katowski is Senior Research Analyst covering banks with Oppenheimer. And James Pethokoukis is AEI's Economic Policy Analyst and a CNBC contributor. I want to just get some reaction. Welcome, everybody. Aaron, to you first. And let's start with what you heard Jamie Dimon say about the importance or lack thereof of Fitch's downgrading of the U.S. credit.
Yeah, no, look, I think he's right. I mean, credit rating agencies are overly relied on by investors, by government, by regulators.
So if you guys don't look at the 52-week high, I would start doing that, because like, look at Tesla, right? If you bought Tesla a year ago, you're pretty much still down money.
Yeah.
Do we start to see a sell-off?
Circle back to that in a second. I just want to get Chris your reaction as
Okay.
well. Would there be implications from the downgrade that we're missing for instance, the major U.S. banks?
No, I don't think so. I kind of think that's noise and it's silly. It's, you know, we're the world's reserve currency still. You know, in effect, the Fed could always print more money. So, you know, the risk of default is really not really there, in my opinion.
Well, so Jimmy, I turn to you because, as I said, a very optimistic or upbeat, I guess I should say, discussion there with the major, probably the most important bank CEO in the country telling us the downgrade doesn't matter and so on. And not to make too much of it, but the markets are sinking to session lows as we speak here. So didn't quite get at least the immediate lift that some might have hoped.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I like the Jamie Dimon theory that if America's not AAA, then basically nobody should AAA, since they all depend on us for everything. Their defense, the innovation, that's kind of an interesting point. But I think it's always a good time, whether it's from a rating agency or anybody else, to remind the American public and remind policymakers that we are on an unsustainable debt path, and there is no plan from Democrats or Republicans to do anything about it. It's not fun. It's not as fun as talking about, an AI productivity boom or anything like that. But that's still the reality, and I'm glad Fitch reminded us. I hope other rating agencies remind us. I hope policymakers remind us.
Yeah, no, I'd rather the 3.5-day work week, the cancer-free, all of those sounded great to me.
I like Jamie Dimon, the futurist.
Yes. But Jimmy, I'm surprised to hear your level of concern.
The thing with options is it's about timing. It's just a little hard, you know what I mean, bro? It's like, it's easy. Like, we knew the downside was the target. It's just like, do we get a bounce like up here and then get short, or does it bounce and then we get short up there, or does it just come out the gate, to the downside? And we know what happened there.
It's just not even.
So,
it's not even on
I know,
the
I feel though,
so
buddy.
There is no plan, and if we don't,
I'm still wondering if
not the ratings agencies, but when markets
if
say,
this is a reverse
up,
head and shoulder
then it
right
really
here.
is up, because we've already should have had those plans in the works, and they're not in the works, and they're not even close. So we're going to have to wait until there's a market shock, I fear, before Washington really acts.
Aaron, you want to respond to that?
It's not.
I mean, the Republican Party has structurally become the party of tax cuts for every purpose.
It's trying. It's trying to give us a reversal.
Really now, since the last fiscal
year, it's trying to put in a reversal candle.
Bush 41 has just been cutting taxes solves everything. And so there's a little bit of a harsh reality where you have a political situation where large majorities of the American public actually want wealthier people and corporations to pay their fair share, and you have one political party that's entrenched kind of over their dead body, and that makes a unsustainable, and you begin to understand where Fitch and other rating agencies come from. But the reality, and I thought Diamond was very strong on this, is the models have done a poor job of predicting where things would happen. The fact that the markets have taken the huge amount of debt that has been issued by this country for a long time with very, very low interest rates is not something that textbooks said would have happened 30 years ago.
And Jimmy, I'll just let you respond.
Yeah.
Yeah, he said yeah.
What is the Biden entitlement reform plan? What is the Medicare reform plan? What is the Social Security reform plan? I think both parties have zero interest in it. Maybe that's because
all right, I gotta get busy here. I'm trying to get this shit done. My body's trying to fall asleep. It's trying to crash on me, but I'm not letting it happen. I'm not going to sleep. I sleep when I'm dead.
From the Jamie Dimon interview on the other side of this quick break here on Power Lunch.
All right. So here we have Tesla.
Crude futures settle at 79.49, down $1.88.
Come on. This thing, Thinkorswim pisses me off sometimes, guys. Sorry for my language. It frustrates me sometimes with everything that, all the clicking you have to do. It's like, why can't I just right click and have manage it right here where I can just click and bang, click bang, click bang, click bang, and I don't have to keep going to up or down or whatever. There's got to be a way. Just got to learn how to do it. So there's our 50-day moving average. I want to see if, let me see if we take this move back. I hate that we had such a gap down. It makes this stuff look so weird. Move. I mean, I gotta say, with Tesla, this here, it's kind of worrisome. You know? That's a light volume, though. So far. We haven't gotten to the close yet. Because I still see a bear flag. It's kind of... You know, it's a little rough around the edges, but it's there. At least I see it.
Free consultation.
Welcome back to Power Lunch. Just wrapping up our exclusive interview with Jamie Dimon. If you didn't catch it, here were his remarks about, or his reaction, I should say, when asked about Fitch's downgrade of the U.S. credit rating. Listen. In just a moment. Let's turn back to the panel. Aaron Klein, Chris Katowski, James Pethokoukis are all with us. Chris, let me start with you as we kind of turn to some of the nitty-gritty as well about the banks. He had a lot of sharp comments to make about these proposed capital requirements, really trying to tell regulators they could do more harm than good here. What would you say could be the fallout if we do move forward with this, economically speaking?
Well, I totally agree with him on this. And in addition to covering the banks, I cover the alternative asset managers. So the Blackstones, Apollos, and that ilk. And, you know, if you go back to 2006, between them, the companies I cover had about $10 billion of credit assets. Today, that number is over $1 trillion. And most of those assets used to live in the banking system. And, where the regulations.
All right, looks like we're trying to regain this level here. I can see it slowly. Sorry, guys. I'm just a little tired, but...
And it's really perverse if you think about it. The regulators always had this thing they called the CAMEL score, and that stands for capital, asset quality, management, earnings, liquidity, and sensitivity to securities risk. And if you think about Silicon Valley, what sunk Silicon Valley was the liquidity and the sensitivity to securities risk. And so apparently
liquidity is
the
so
answer
important.
And it was a small bank. So instead, we're going to come out with a rules proposal that raises the capital, that pulls the C lever one more time for the big banks. And I think he's right. It's just.
Are we getting a possible failed breakout?
They're all
Getting ready to put in a new low?
They're all getting increased opportunities.
Watch this.
Chris, at some point, would they face increased scrutiny and rulemaking as well, or would that take a crisis first?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard, right? Because if you think about who goes into these credit vehicles, I mean, generally it's accredited institutional investors who have their own teams of lawyers and so on and so forth, voluntarily in an arm's length transaction, giving money to Apollo and Blackstone and KKR to manage for them. So it's a arm's length transaction among.
I think Benzinga Bill fell asleep too.
For the most part. And so, at some point, is there regulation? Yeah, but I'm not sure exactly.
I think he fell asleep.
What angle they would take to get into the middle of all that.
Yeah, and Aaron, this kind of has big implications, right? Are we moving in the right direction or in the wrong one in terms of general credit availability to the economy and especially to those who might be most vulnerable to it?
Yeah, no, look, don't forget about the M in Chris's.
Do we turn this into resistance now? Curiosity killed the cat. The cat didn't kill Curiosity.
Their CEO on the board of the San Francisco Fed who regulated them. I thought Jamie Dimon
you would
was spot on when
think
he showed that chart.
that it's trying to work its way back up, but where is the
out of the Federal Reserve, let them focus
where's
on
that point
monetary
at where it
policy,
just
which really is
it
their
just
core
can't do it?
And so I think
feel
that
like
you
it's
have
got to
too
be
many
up here.
regulators fighting amongst each
We
other,
have a gap
often
fill
trying
up
to
here
solve
though,
for the last
too.
crisis and not looking forward.
I just have to work on these charts tonight. I got it. My mission was complete today. The goal was put on some trades, get green. You can take back the loss from yesterday and profit. You've completed the task of the day. I completed the task. All right. Now it's time to take advantage. We have a bunch of tech companies. We need to know what do we need to have it for a long, short, etc., etc. I may, if you guys want to, I could possibly do like Shopify earnings and play Shopify earnings and things of that nature.
Right. So I sense what Jamie
right, or PayPal. What's the biggest earnings tonight?
Always October.
What is the biggest earnings? What do we have?
They're not concerned enough about trade-offs and unexpected consequences, like moving a lot of this, moving this money into a different sector. And I thought that was.
So we have Shopify, PayPal, DoorDash, Zillow, Qualcomm, Unity. Unity might be nice. Probably Shopify, I would say, right?
$95,000 per capita country instead of an $80,000 per capita country. Like that makes a difference. We need regulators to think.
I'm gonna put a poll in chat if anybody here wouldn't, if you guys wouldn't mind just answering it.
The idea that he himself might enter the policy race, the presidential one, certainly. Gentlemen, thank you for your time today. Aaron, Chris, Jim, we appreciate it. Bond yields are moving higher after Fitch's downgrade of the U.S. We'll head live to the Cboe floor to hear what the traders are saying about that next.
CNBC.
Welcome back. Stocks are falling today. In fact, the Dow down 331 points is right around session lows as we've seen a renewed selling pressure this afternoon after Fitch downgraded the United States debt rating. Bond yields are higher as well, the 10-year at its highest level since November. Let's get to Rick Santelli out in Chicago with more. Hi, Rick.
Hi, Kelly. Yes, there are a lot of moving parts in the marketplace today. Look at that 24-hour chart of 2s and 10s. 8:15 Eastern, ADP better than expected, doesn't include government hiring. We see rates climb. And of course, when you pointed out the 10-year, it needs to close above 407, which it barely is now, to be the highest yield since November. But technicians aren't worried about 23. They're worried about 4.25 from October. And as you look at a 30-year on top of crude oil, another influence that takes me back to the old days in the pits. Long-dated treasuries like to pay attention to higher energy prices. That's another reason to make sure you pay attention. Now, let's remember, we had a record by volume drop in inventories. That's significant. Let's find a trader. Hey, Dave.
My man.
All right. Let's talk about the issues of the day. We had strong ADP, tomorrow's initial claims, Friday's jobs.
Big deal.
What do you think and how the market's acting considering we've seen such a huge drop in crude?
Well, I mean, it used to years ago it was all about the jobs report. For a long time it dried up. Nobody cared about the jobs report. Now they're caring again. Now it's a big deal.
Could it be something that reverses the Fed from the standpoint that you have some, like a Goolsbee on the Fed, who continue to talk that, well, we need more evidence before we truly advertise we're done? Do you think they're ever going to truly advertise they're done?
They have an agenda. They don't care about anything. They don't care about numbers. They have an agenda. It's whatever fits their agenda. That's what they're
I can't believe this is happening right now.
They might try to play along. They have an agenda. That's all they care about.
Why do you think stocks are down today? And
It's all right. I have it myself. Thanks, guys. I don't know what the hell I'm doing.
What do you think? You see the Fitch report? They got downgraded. They downgraded the U.S. debt. I mean, that's a huge deal. Yes, earlier we rallied when they had some good numbers, but this is a big deal. It's a big deal.
Well, what's been the talk about the Fitch downgrade? Because I actually remember 2011 when Barack Obama was in office, and of course we saw S&P downgrade us a notch.
Sure.
Now another administration of Democrats that like to spend. And I'm not saying it's a horrible thing. Sometimes they spend it on good things, sometimes they don't. But it is about spending because we're spending other people's money.
It's always a waste. And anytime the government's in charge, it's a waste. They don't know how to run anything efficient. Look at them.
So do you think traders believe that the impact of Fitch, unlike 2011, which it was hardly noticeable, you think it's having an effect on Treasury rates?
I do. I think it's a big deal. I really do.
Well, one thing I can say is we're all boiling frogs. And in the end, I'm not going to comment about why they downgraded or the substance of the downgrade or how all the emperor's men are saying what a great wardrobe the naked emperor has. But I'll tell you that if you have kids or grandkids and you're awake, we have too much debt. It's like rust. Our economy's rusting. They need to do something about it.
Preach on, Rick. Preach on. You're 100% spot on. And hey, where's Moody's?
You know, oh my God, you're the fourth person that asked me that today.
Exactly.
Kelly, back to you.
And we'll see if they follow suit. Everyone's fired up out there, Rick. Thank you. That's the bond market take. How are
that was a little
with the downgrade news?
That was a little
That's
joke.
next with the Dow down 300.
Because how Biden always talks about Moody's. Well, where are they at? Where are they at? Huh? Where y'all at? It's funny. It's so funny. Moody's said this. Moody's said that. Mother trucker, you're running a deficit. Talking about we're not running a deficit. We're still running a deficit. It's okay because no matter what any of them do, there's going to be, you know, it's going to be mixed words, mixed feelings from everyone. All right, so let's get on with it. Let's get on with it. So probably Shopify, PayPal. What could be the most earnings anticipated? Maybe no. Man, this is hard. I know Unity has news with Apple. Probably Shopify. PayPal is just like, ugh. I feel like Shopify is probably the earnings we're going to want to have. Man, look at that move. I think, what's his name? I think Bingo called this out earlier in chat. Shout out, Bingo. I mean, just beautiful job right there. Beautiful job. He said, hey, yo, these puts is printing, bruh. I said, oh, nice. Couldn't get on it. I was a little late. I was a little wuss. I was a little chicken. I had my little AMD trade, got my little green, and was scared to put up. You know? Scared money don't make money. Scared money also doesn't lose money too, though. So, that's how you gotta think about it. And again, I'm sorry. I'm you know, I'm crashing, but I need to get to work. TSLA. I need to run through the news. I'm just, for some reason, I'm watching this Tesla. I want to see what it does, because I feel like it can, you know, we could get a nice pop here, and I don't know. I don't know why I'm looking at it. What's Microsoft doing? So it fell off. Wow, look at that move. I can't believe today is Wednesday. Can't believe it's Wednesday. Let me see here. Let's see here. What did AMD end up doing?
Trust.com.
Welcome back to Power Lunch. Stocks continuing to drop on the back of
So
the US
semiconductors were really weak.
The Dow and S&P both near session lows. The Nasdaq down more than 2%.
And
For
I
more on
mean
what it does mean
weak.
for the market, we turn to CNBC contributor Michael Farr, CEO and founder of Farr Miller and Washington. Michael, it's good to see you. And what do you think the market's overreacting or underreacting?
I think it's probably pretty much in line, Kelly, and thanks for having me with you. You know, a downgrade of the debt, that's never going to be looked for. Fitch is a little bit weird. A year ago, they upgraded. The U.S. debt rating was already AAA, and it went from negative to stable a year ago. Arguably, the last 4 or 5 months, we've seen better economic data. It's a weird time to be, I think, lowering it. But you know, overall, it's a shot across the bow for the economy, and I think particularly for Washington, because they cited sort of
AMD gets back up here, guys. You gotta watch this thing. No, that's NVIDIA. Okay. I was gonna say, man, this thing gets right back up here. I would watch out.
And saying we have the printing press, but we did push
All right,
it
what
to,
are the Qs doing?
Kind of the last minute on the debt ceiling a couple of times. You know, Jamie Dimon says we need to get rid of it, but I don't really know if that's in the cards either. So if we're going to keep pushing it to this point, isn't this a response to be expected from Fitch? And do you think Moody's could be next?
Yeah, I think Moody's is probably going to keep its mouth shut. I mean, we got a response from Janet Yellen, and then we heard it sort of echoed from Jamie Dimon. That sounded like the administration's response. We've got to have faith in the U.S. dollar and the U.S. debt. But I think the point that what I think was made earlier with you from Stratagas was it probably brings that sort of debt ceiling debate back in and makes it less likely they'll get through that easily.
Shooter at the Capitol. News, guys. That could send the market down.
And the debt's increasing, and the cost of servicing that debt's going higher. It doesn't take.
There's news on the Capitol, guys. There is a shooting on the Capitol.
So normally when we start talking about government shutdowns, you know, not as big of a market impact as something like the debt ceiling, but also usually not that bullish, or maybe I'm misremembering. I mean, at the same time, I noticed from Brian Reynolds this morning, though, he thinks a lot of institutions are still chasing this market higher, and that as they continue to do so, that you could still see stocks generally moving to the upside.
You know,
there's the news now. This news is coming out now. Shooter at the Senate.
Spending is still sound. Now, the consumer may be running out of wallet vis-a-vis inflation, but even those data are coming down a little bit, that inflation is beginning to moderate. So, you know, there's signs of a soft landing. Certainly with the market near all-time highs, you have to be cautious, but companies are still earning money. The U.S. economy is still expanding. We're not in a crisis, but we shouldn't ignore it. We've got to pay attention to this, Kelly. We can't keep racking up the debt on and on without a plan here, and it seems like both sides of the aisle are intent upon doing just that.
J&J, Microsoft, couple of names if people are looking to kind of hide from all the drama.
AAA rated.
Yeah.
AAA rated.
Exactly. They'll be the new benchmark. Michael, thank you so much. We'll check in soon. Michael Farr.
Thanks, Kelly.
Meanwhile, losing its edge. SolarEdge shares sinking 18%. Weak guidance thanks to canceled orders and elevated inventory. Why is the U.S. solar market so weak right now? We've got the details next.
I want to see GLD start to curl itself up. I would hope that it could. I don't know if it will, but I would hope that GLD could start curling itself up. I'm going to do a little work on this. Again, a bear market like this, everything's going to go down with it. Because like last night, we seen that we had this starting to form. And look what we have. And this is what we want to see. All right. You have a decrease in volume on the way down. This was pretty high, but I guess the hourly chart. So right here. Whoa. So it looks like we have a left shoulder, head, right shoulder forming, possibly. You know, I would hope it wouldn't go any further than this, or that pattern's done. And if it gets, it's just hard to tell. I don't know. It's kind of ugly. I would honestly just rule that out. I don't know if we're going to get that head and shoulders. It looks nice, but doesn't look bad. Just a lot of sell side volume.
NBR board authorizes $500 million repurchase of its common stock. The member Victor Romeo.
It's so weird because I was just talking about like gun violence and stuff like that, like about them going to the governments and saying, "What are you gonna do about it?" All right, so I want to see if GLD can start to get up. I gotta find some things to start trading.
Business.
I wanna have a good week
Welcome back
this
to Power
week.
Lunch. A down day for the market
So
and
I'm gonna-
a really down day for SolarEdge. Shares are down almost 18%. Pippa
15
Stevens
minute,
has more of the
30 minute.
details on weak U.S. solar market. What's going on, Pippa?
Yeah, so the shares are at their lowest since October, and SolarEdge posted a mixed quarter, but today's drop is thanks to the Q3 revenue guidance, which missed estimates. And the company is the latest to warn about weakness in the U.S. market. CFO Ronan Fire telling me, quote, "In the U.S., there's a real slowdown. The U.S. market is not growing this year, and I don't see any resolution next year." He said the picture is better in Europe, while distributors are pulling back on
That's
product
crazy.
purchases
Microsoft put
as
in
they
a
look
new
through
low.
excess supply.
I think
It's not a
we
demand side issue like it
finally
is in
got
the
down
US
to the
residential
daily
market.
50-day
The
broke
slowdown
down,
in part because
but I
of
want to
higher
see if
rates,
this
which
thing can
increases the
get a
payback
pop
period
and
for
test the
solar
upside
systems.
up here.
Now, SolarEdge gets about
Because
20% of its revenue from the U.S., while about 60%
it could
of
that would mean that it
Enphase's
turns it into
revenue is
resistance.
domestic.
All right.
Enphase CEO Badri Kothandaraman told me the market has changed quickly.
So there's the
saying
break.
last year was all about not
It was
enough
hanging
supply,
on
while
to it.
this
It
year,
finally broke.
There's not enough demand. But utility scale projects
If I go
are less
to a
sensitive,
30-minute
and so
chart,
demand is still
15-minute
robust in
chart,
those
you guys
markets,
will
names
see.
like First Solar, Shoals, and Nextracker, all higher over the last 3 months. But the
actually.
turnaround here has been very fast and very steep.
Not enough demand, higher rates, as you say, Pippa. Close things out.
So I'm kind of curious if this sell-off happens and then we kind of just meet in the middle of this downgrade and Apple and Amazon do good.
6% in July.
Amazon and Apple both beat, and now it's like, okay, you know what I mean?
Trucks were up 8%, but the
So
F-150
you get
Lightning
them,
down
either one of
40%
them
from a
to,
year ago. And that unit
you
is
know,
expected
if they
to reach $4.5 billion this year as
if they don't beat and they miss, then it's like, okay, you're just piling on a whole lot. you're just pouring gasoline on the fire,
Yeah,
pretty
so
much.
they're saying that it was because those factories were
So,
offline for a period, but I think that there are
Microsoft,
still
I want to
consumers
see
who
if
still have
Microsoft can
range anxiety.
get
Maybe
itself
not the
back up to
same extent that we did a
333,
couple years ago.
334.
People are still worried about that. Also, the
333.50, really.
prices, if you are a little bit more sensitive with your spending,
Absolutely.
are you going to shell out?
Right.
Not sure.
Good thing for consumers are starting to come down, but another headwind for Ford. Meantime, have you heard about this? The nation of Iran is instituting a 2-day shutdown as they grapple with unprecedented heat. Government offices, schools, banks will be closed till Friday, according to state-run media. They've seen a triple-digit heat wave for days. July, of course, was estimated to be the hottest month on record around the globe. Maybe Phoenix is next, week-long shutdown. I hope there's no more of these.
And I think some grid concerns as well. Are they actually able to supply? But this is becoming more and more of an economic issue.
It is.
The Lancet said 470 billion labor hours were lost back in 2021 because of climate. So it starts to, have a real impact across the economy.
And the bills are adding up. I see people, complaining about how they're going to be $400 or $500 a month, and that's with the cost relatively tame, as you know. It could be way worse. China finally is trying to do what millions of parents, no comment, around the world have failed at. They're considering a 2-hour per day limit for people under the age of 18 on, what do we call this, kind of technology, smart social media. Smartphones have to have a minor mode now to help parents manage their kids' screen time. If this becomes law, it's bad news for some of China's own biggest companies like Tencent and ByteDance. And the fact that they would choose to do this now at a period of economic vulnerability is, to me, pretty shocking.
Yeah, I think it's a big statement. I think there's a lot of issues around how do you actually enforce it. Also, a crackdown on the social side, maybe some content limiting from foreign nations.
Yes.
But I think a lot of parents are interested in how you actually do this.
Pippa, you turned out pretty well. What was the Pippa Stevens household approach? I don't take it you were a big video gamer.
I was a big Cartoon Network
so weren't we all?
watcher, and I think they helped me along the way.
That's how I learned socialization, I think, is from Looney Tunes. Pippa, thank you very much today. Appreciate it. Tyler's back tomorrow. Thanks for watching Power Lunch, everybody. Closing bell starts right now.
Welcome to Closing Bell. I'm Mike Santoli in for Scott Wapner here at Post 9 at the New York Stock Exchange. This make or break hour begins with some sudden turbulence disturbing the market's recent calm as higher long-term bond yields and some mixed earnings reactions help send the indexes toward what would be their worst day in months. You see the S&P 500 down more than 1.25%, pretty much near the lows of the day. 45.11 or so was the low of the day. The NASDAQ has been the big underperformer. A lot of the winning stocks in that group, including semiconductors, leading to the downside. About 80% of all volume is negative today on the New York Stock Exchange. Take a look at Treasuries. That's part of the story as well. 10-year yield up about 4.08. A lot of that gain in the yields on the long end happened after we got a stronger than expected ADP payrolls report. And we also have had recent kind of indications of higher oil prices and maybe some inflation concerns. So a lot of things in the mix, of course, along with that Fitch downgrade of the U.S. federal debt. That all brings us to our talk of the tape, where we ask, is this just a routine shakeout in stocks after this powerful multi-month rally, or a sign of a much tougher tape ahead? Here to discuss all that is Ritholtz Wealth Management CEO and CNBC contributor Josh Brown. So, Josh, we can write it any way we could basically say everything lined up for this. We had a 5-month winning streak in stocks. Sentiment was getting a little bit frothy. Technicals were stretched. We have a negative seasonality. Something's going to come along to maybe create an air pocket. And we did that. On the other hand, we also had a lot of bears capitulating. The economy looks really strong, and everybody agrees with that. So do we have, the makings of a perfect, ironic top in the market? Where along that spectrum would you sit yourself?
Well, as someone who is really good at explaining what just happened, I would say that this is not very much more complicated than sell the news. You had a huge run up into this earnings season. We're in the middle of it. I think we're on track to see a 7% decline in earnings for the S&P 500, which was the expectation for this quarter. And that's where we are. And, you've had a lot of beating, believe it or not. If you look at that, we've had 51% of S&P companies report earnings, and you have 80% of these companies beating on earnings, which is the highest number we've seen in 7 quarters. So you're getting those good results. That was the reason for this huge rally we've had since May. Okay, we have them now. 64% of companies beat on revenue. Now you could say, well, that sounds low. Shouldn't it be like 72, 73? Yes, but here's the other way to look at that. You're seeing companies with decelerating revenue growth still finding a way to beat on margins with that earnings beat. So I think on balance, like, we're getting the justification for the rally we've already had. We're not really getting a justification for further gains from here. One thing I want to point out, very strange situation. Look at the reaction in stocks after they report. The companies missing numbers are doing better on average the next day than the companies beating. Let me put some meat on those bones and then I'll turn it back to you. Companies reporting a beat on earnings, and a lot of my companies have beat and fallen that I'm involved with, an average price decrease of 0.7%. The 5-year average is +1. So it's not even an environment that's rewarding better than expected reports. So if we just accept that we've had a lot of the run up and we're just getting the news that people are selling on, I think it's a better take than, something's materially changed, because we're still in an uptrend. You really have to pull the lens back, and you can see that.
There's no doubt. You look at the chart, the trend has been encouraging. We've kind of been rotating around. The market's broadened out. I was pointing out earlier that the lows for the day today, and really where we're trading right now on the S&P, is its 20-day average, right? If you want to be a real kind of scalper, short-term trader, that's what you look at in terms of buying the first dip. On the other hand, the sweet spot that the market has been in, where essentially we got comfortable that companies are going to make their numbers. The economy seems like it's far away from recession, and yields weren't doing a whole lot. Maybe there's a little more complication here, and we were in a market mode that wasn't really interested in thinking too hard about the tough stuff. And we get this Fitch downgrade, we get yields going above 4%, and the sweet spot looks a little bit less sweet.
All right, so the Fitch thing, these are not serious people. I think it almost seems like their intention is to influence the negotiations in Congress.
There was the belly I was talking about, guys, right there. I said, if this thing can just hang on to this previous high, give it a little time, let it pull back to here. This is going to be the tell. If we can pull back to 48, 49, I will be a buyer. Unless we already have done it. But we haven't done it in the manner that, like, it needs to climb and, like, kind of like, it did it here. Let's see it go up. Let's just see it sit here and bang. Get her going.
Treasury yielding 3 years or less is down right now. Every treasury bond yielding 5 years or more is up. The 10-year, 2-year spread is now down to minus 0.82, which is the least inverted it's been since the failure of Silicon Valley Bank. To me, that's the big story. The 10-year yield is now back at its highest level. You have to go back to Thanksgiving. It's only 14 basis points away from the 2022 highs. That's the story here. It's a good story. It's a story of an economy not poised to fall into recession. Let's just take it as that and not try to make it more complicated.
Sure. Let's hear what Jamie Dimon actually had to say about the Fitch downgrade and some other macro issues as he talked to Leslie Picker last hour.
It doesn't really matter that much. The markets decide. It's not the rating agencies who make these big decisions. Number two, they point out some issues which we all knew about our debt ceiling crisis and things like that. But number three, most important, the American public, this is the most prosperous nation on the planet. It's still the most prosperous nation on the planet. It's the most secure nation on the planet. And I would point out to the rating agency, that there are a bunch of countries rated higher than us, like AAA, but they live under the American enterprise military system. To have them be AAA and not America is kind of ridiculous.
Let's bring in Liz Young of SoFi to talk about that and all things markets. Liz, so hard to argue with the idea that Fitch or a rating agency in general is not going to tell the world how it should view.
What up, Liz? How you doing, baby?
States or the attractiveness of the paper, but
yeah,
it's a little bit of an occasion.
Liz is really cool. She's actually my girlfriend.
Fiscal position,
you guys don't know.
State of the economy, sustainability of current trends.
This is my other half.
I mean, this is not surprising stuff, right? We knew that debt was high. We knew that we had continued to create debt in order to cover everything that we've done and stimulate the economy and sort of save us from disaster, a la March of this year. So I don't think that this is a huge surprise. The reason for the downgrade, I would agree with Josh and I would agree with Jamie that it's not that big of a deal. It's one ratings agency. It's one little step downward. It probably goes back up decently soon. I think actually the bigger risk right now, which we knew when the debt ceiling issue happened, was that we just kind of kicked that down the road. We got through summer, and then it was going to come back up again in September or October. We have not entirely resolved that issue. Now, I think we probably will resolve it, but that doesn't mean it's going to come without conflict, and it's not going to heighten up, the volatility in the market just because we're sort of waiting to see. And as we know, those things usually happen over a weekend. It always seems to happen when there's already volatility in the market, and we find out in the 11th hour. So
That's right.
Eyes on September, October for that.
Yes, there's no doubt about that. And I think, so we all kind of agree here. Most people, I think, involved in the markets agree that this is not in itself much of a change of the outlook or a reason to incrementally worry. That being said, we do have the market down 1% for the first time if we close here since May. So clearly, even if it's just kind of a convenient excuse or just a coincidence, we were in a place where the market had some pent-up selling to do.
Well, I think it was pent-up valuations, right? And you're looking at, if you just look at the broad indices and the pattern that you see today, the Dow is down less than the NASDAQ, the Russell is down more than the S&P, right? So the stuff that had run and had a really good July is giving back some of that. I think that's very natural. I think that's healthy. Even if you're a bull in this market and you think that this is a new bull market, these little pullbacks are good. These little mini corrections are good because it gets you back to more of a right-sized price and it gets you back to a valuation where if you missed it and you want to be in, you get an opportunity. I don't think this is the last daily pullback that we're going to see in August, but again, I think it's healthy. The question that remains and that continues to be further and further away, at least for me, is will this be the beginning of a deeper pullback? Will this be something that gets added on to with credit issues or something that could happen in fall and surprise us from the Fed?
Sure. And I guess, Josh, to that point, I mean, in theory, there's a lot of house money that's been built up so far this year in equities. The total return in the S&P went above 20%, up 31% from the lows. And even if you look back farther, you look at the 5 and 10-year annualized returns to this point, it's like 12.5%. It's not like the market owes you anything right here. So for selling off on good earnings, at least in the short term, and everyone seems to like the market after they were expecting a retest of the lows for the start of the year. How does that shape up for you?
I think today is what the old timers would call an inside-out day. The 20 best performing stocks in the S&P 500 this year have gains on average of 83%, and that's an average. So a lot of these things have more than doubled. That's your top 20 stocks. Go down the list. 8 of them are tech, 6 are consumer discretionary, 3 industrials, 2 healthcare, 1 communication. It's pretty broad-based. If you think about an inside-out day, it's like all counter-trend stuff going on. Those stocks, those top 20 names of the year, they're down today on average 3%, way worse than the overall market. So that's the kind of thing that you see on a day like today. And again, I think it's counter-trend. The reality is, Liz is right. If you've been locked out of this market because it's been trending and you just can't think straight and you're watching it tick up day after day after day, this is what you want to have happen. I really don't care what Abercrombie and Fitch thinks. I think this is a situation where you want to look for opportunities to get long. You want to see stocks pull back. If you want to use a moving average as kind of a gauge where they should pull back to, where the buyers step in, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. But we'll get through earnings here, and then we'll be basically facing a situation where we've had the trough quarter. We're not expected to decline another 7% in earnings next quarter. So this is the trough is here. And I think people will go into the end of the year feeling positive about that, not knowing where earnings will trend, but probably not down.
Yeah, gonna just walk right by you, invoking old timers. I know that was directed at me, but that's okay, Josh. We'll get to it another time. Liz.
No, not you. Not
Okay,
you.
even
Never
older
you.
timers. Yeah, got it. Liz, I did mention earlier that if you looked at the tick by tick of how Treasury yields traded today, it was actually yields lower across the board overnight because, of course, it's the safe haven trade, even when the story is, somebody downgrades the debt. And then yields went higher after the ADP number. We all also want to kind of take the ADP data with a grain of salt. Last month, it was wildly off, looked way stronger than the official jobs number did. But maybe the market's saying, are we going to bet twice in a row that it's a couple of 100,000 jobs off for Friday's jobs report? I bring that up only to say, just as everybody was glad we got soft landing conditions, maybe it's looking less soft. In other words, no landing. We got 3.9% Atlanta Fed GDP now. It's early. And then we're sort of gearing up for what is the Fed going to have to do to restrain this economy again.
Yeah, well, if you look at just the way that things usually happen in the formula, the market moves first, then earnings, then the economy. So if you're a bull and you think that 2022 was the correction that we needed, that's over, right? Now we're in the third quarter of negative earnings growth. If this is the third quarter and the last quarter of negative earnings growth, we come back out of it. Wasn't so bad. Wasn't great, but wasn't so bad. So that's an earnings recession, so to speak. If both of those things are foretelling what should happen in the economy,
Thanks, B.
it shouldn't be that big of a pullback. It shouldn't be that big of a contraction. We haven't seen it yet, but it's still probably going to happen. Part of that is that if you look at what's happening with earnings, Josh mentioned this earlier, revenue is missing more often than earnings are missing, right? So revenue is coming down, which is also natural as inflation comes down. Companies have to manage that really, really well with their operating costs. They usually don't manage that very well with operating costs. So the chances of margins continuing to contract are higher. That does eventually bleed through into the economy because we're so driven by consumption. So I would expect a contraction in the economy. But that's only if this all continues at this clip, in which case the Fed doesn't really have to do much more. It worked, right? I'm still not sold that it's over, right? And the yield curve inversions, I know I'm obsessed with them. Every time I am on a program on this network, I talk about it, but they keep me up at night. There's something wrong there. It's not functioning as it should, and the re-steepening is usually where we get the pain. So if we are able to re-steepen and get out of that without pain, I will absolutely accept defeat and say, okay, you know what? It didn't happen.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, we are still within the lag period of when we can get an inverted yield curve and then we don't yet see a recession, right? It was very long in 06 and into 08 and all that stuff. So we'll see. Josh, you were going to say?
I would point out something really interesting that I think a lot of people are starting to pick up on. If you are a wealthy person in America, let's just say upper middle class, not a billionaire, but like the people who own 80% of the stock market, let's say. So upper middle class, and you don't have floating rate debt, which most people don't. It's very likely if you were carrying a mortgage, you refinance that during the 24 months where it was basically 2 or 3% to do so. And so if you're in that situation and you have cash, higher rates actually have acted as economic stimulus. If you're not facing a situation where Fed funds affect you negatively, and again, upper middle class, they don't carry credit card balances. What do you think they're doing right now? This is why you're not getting that economic slowdown. This is exactly what's happening. That really
look, the Dow's still making new lows, and then it's like the Qs are actually trying to turn themselves around. They haven't made a new low. So there's divergence right there, guys. Keep your eye on that. It's just something to take notice. Look at IWM. It's way back up here, damn near where we opened. Right? Oh, shoot. Is there a shift? All right. Is there a shift?
That's why everyone you know is in a
I wonder where ARK is.
That's what people are doing who are
ARKK.
And for those people, you're not getting any kind of a slowdown in their consumption.
XLV. There goes the SPY. The SPY should go lower.
I don't know what the Fed does about
because
that. I just think it's something that we
why
should
would
start thinking
IWM
about.
still be up?
There's no doubt
Why?
about it. It's a major offset. And in fact,
Maybe
I
the
think
IWM is what we
Multi-Journal
short.
said It's almost equal the amount of increasing interest expense that tends to fall most heavily on people who are net borrowers and not net savers. So we do have this uneven situation. But yes, those people who would be in the stock market probably have had a windfall to some degree in terms of income. You know, Liz, this little bit of market volatility also comes after a period when we saw massive short covering in the hedge fund community, according to Goldman Sachs, coming into this week. In fact, the most active short covering activity in a long time, and a run in the meme stocks. I mean, it seems very textbook in a lot of ways. People started to get a little overexcited. The silly stuff started to run a little
I'll be right back.
And now today, you see all that stuff getting kind of wiped out. So again, it might be to your point of this is kind of a healthy sort of gut check in the short term.
Yeah, I mean, it's exuberant, right? And that's what happens. You see it happen, you're not really sure why, but then you start to chase it and everybody just sort of piles on. Something that I talked about yesterday on Halftime, I'll bring up again. PE ratios and valuations are a terrible timing mechanism, but they do a decent job of telling us what the forward return expectations are. If you look at the PE ratio on the S&P right now, let's say 19.8 times, it suggests that an annualized return for the next 10 years is 3.6%. That's pretty disappointing given that the average is 7%. So we need a pullback in those valuations, or we need earnings to absolutely go gangbusters to justify that. And I think some of this is healthy for that reason. I want those valuations and that particular ratio to suggest better returns for the next 10 years rather than this sort of flat inflation-like return.
Yeah, and here we go. To your point, S&P making session lows, 45.10, down about 1.4% as we sit here and talk about it. Liz, Josh, thanks very much. Appreciate it. Oh, and by the way, Josh, as you know, I'll see you Friday for a CNBC special, Taking Stock. Josh and I will be together for the full hour, tackling the biggest stories impacting your money. Catch it this Friday, 6 p.m.
It's almost
Eastern,
too much.
right here on CNBC. Almost too much? I was counting on you to make it absolutely too much. We'll see how that goes. Josh, see you soon. Let's now get to our question of the day. We want to know, where's the best place to invest right now? Is it stocks, bonds, cash, or real estate? Head to @CNBC Closing Bell on X, formerly Twitter, to vote. We'll share the results later in the hour. Let's get a check on some top stocks to watch as we head into the close. Christina Partsinevelos is here with that. Hey, Christina.
Hi. Well, we've got a couple of tech ETFs that I want to get to and in danger of recording their worst day of the year. That would be the SMH. The semiconductor ETF is down over, 3% so far and is on pace for back-to-back losses. Results from AMD yesterday, specifically around its data center weakness, did not inspire confidence in the chip space. You can see the VanEck ETF down almost 3.8%. And let's switch to the computing ETF, Sky, also down over 3% and on pace to break a brief win streak. Component Paycom is weighing on the computing sector and is one of the worst performing stocks in the S&P 500 after the company issued weak guidance in its latest earnings report. Paycom down 18, almost 19%. Mike.
Christina, thank you very much. Talk to you again soon. We are just getting started here. Up next, much more from CNBC's exclusive interview with JP Morgan's Jamie Dimon. His take on the banks, regulation, and the overall market. We will bring you all the highlights after this break. Dow down 350. We're live from the New York Stock Exchange. You're watching Closing Bell on CNBC.
JPMorganChase.com.
Welcome back to Closing Bell. J.P. Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon sitting down with our senior banking correspondent Leslie Picker for an exclusive CNBC interview within the past hour. Leslie joins us now live from Montana with the highlights. Leslie.
Hey, Mike, you can actually potentially see Jamie behind me. He's on his annual bus tour, and he's currently hosting a luncheon with some clients here in Montana. But as you mentioned, it was a wide-ranging interview. It was on the heels of some pretty sizable regulatory actions last week known as Basel III Endgame, which heightens the capital requirements for the big banks. It's a proposal at this stage, but he said that the banking industry has so many rules, but very little calibration among those rules.
We need certainty, policy. That the stress test clearly didn't work. So we do 100 a week. They do 1, and they act like that's the real stress for the company. I'm far more worried about China and cyber than I am about that stress test. And I just think, and the other thing, we don't have many conversations with them anymore. We should be having conversations with regulators about what we're worried about, what they're worried about. There's almost none of that. So it's both lack of transparency and lack of conversation with real practitioners. A lot of people in ivory towers, a lot of opinions here. They've never been in the real world. I'd like to see them get in the boxing ring one day.
And while Fed officials would say that heightened capital requirements are important for financial stability, Dimon believes that the March and April turmoil wouldn't have been prevented by higher capital rules. He said they wouldn't have made a difference, but he was critical of the regulators' handling of the Silicon Valley Bank demise.
I also think we made huge mistakes on Silicon Valley Bank. And I hope the regulators are going to be looking at that one day. What went place? We created a crisis and we created a melting cube that maybe didn't have to happen. They should be asking a lot of questions of themselves. Like whenever we make a mistake, we spend a lot of time on what I call the after-action report, the post-mortem. What did we do wrong? What can we do better? How do we make sure we're doing that across our company? We know we're going to make mistakes. So I don't think we should treat every mistake like it's a violation of morality or something like that. But I think they should be doing a little bit of that, a little soul searching.
In that category of DC soul searching, he also said, that may include what we do about the debt ceiling. Dimon said we should get rid of it, saying it's always, quote, used in a way that makes it very difficult. We need certainty in the world, and we should have more of it. Mike?
Yeah, Leslie, some somewhat familiar themes that Jamie Dimon has hit on over the years in terms of, the risk of perhaps a higher bond yield interest rate environment in general, but also potentially the risks of the non-regulated or less regulated sectors of finance. I was interested in what he had to say about, the private capital, private credit markets and what that could mean about, general economic stability.
Yeah, he said basically with higher capital rules, a lot of the business will be...
All right, so of course I walk away at the wrong time. I was watching. So guys, take this. The hourly chart, okay? The hourly chart is way oversold on the RSI. That's just, or stochastics. Stochastic on the hourly chart is oversold. Daily, same thing, okay? It could go down a little bit further on the daily or intraday. But monthly, okay, monthly, and I'm talking the SPY here. The 20-day moving average has broken. Let's see. Today's what? Wednesday? Friday. What would the 440s be? I'm going to take a 440 put. Okay, and then I'm also probably going to try and get a call in that also. Okay, that's let's see here. I'm going to see what's the high and low of this. Back. Come on. Okay, no. Come on. SPY. I'm just trying to see the prices of everything. So we have our levels here. That takes us at least to 447. All right, MACD's still trying to roll over. I'm on a 3-minute chart here. All right, let me zoom this thing back in real quick. All right, so damn it. Now again, this is for Friday, and we got to remember that we have Apple and Amazon earnings coming up tomorrow night. So we may want to sort of kind of lean on the NASDAQ. So the high and the low, so day's high was 23 and the low was 11 cents. Previous close was 13 cents. I'm trying to make my decisions. All right, I'm trying to make my decision on what it is that I want to do. All right, because this is huge. This whole day, again, we're followed up by Apple and Amazon earnings. We could still get some real good volatility even to the upside. You're going to get it both ways. I'm not sure if you guys can really see the time in sale, but like you got like a 2,000 sell ordered through there that got filled. So 1,200 buy side. You know, you can't really read into a lot of this stuff because it could be shorts and everything, but it's just telling you the order flow. Right? It's just telling you order flow that's getting filled. So, you know, what do I do? The 20-day has been broke. The daily 20-day moving average has been broken. I'll let you know where that's at, so we know where we could retest it at. Okay, that 20-day moving average sits there right at like 450.40. So 450.40 is the daily 20-day moving average, which is funny. Ironically, it's right here. It's right here. 40. Right there. So, oh shoot, I'm sorry. So, you know, we kind of hung around it. Now we've broken it. Are we trying to get to the 50-day? It's going to be, I want to see how we close. All right, I want to see how we close. But I'm kind of leaning like that. As much as I want to like look for a reversal, it's going. You know, I just wonder if we could get another gap down. We've already came down quite a, you know, a little bit. We haven't came down that much compared to like last year and like when we get some real volatility. But we're down 1.5% on the day. What could we get a gap down? And I mean, we're down on 1.5% on a gap down at that. So we're way down. You know. Yesterday we closed at like 456 ish, and we gapped down X amount, and we still went down 1.5%. That's weakness across the board. I want to see how we close this thing out. You know, I want to see how we close this thing out. Oh man, I want to get puts so bad. Because the 50-day is still a ways away, guys, on the daily chart. We're still way above the daily chart on the S&Ps. All right, and look, the Qs are trying to put in a higher low. So, you know, these are the things we got to take into consideration is what is the overall market doing? Because the SPY is going to meet right in the middle between the Dow and the Qs. It's weighted both ways. It's got energy, it's got tech, it's got banks, it's got all that fun stuff. We have a major gap fill here, too, at 444. Is this the reason to, you know, pull back? You know, that's what I want to know. Let's look at the weekly just to make sure we don't have any type of, to make sure we don't have anything. Let's see where our moving averages are. So, our nearest one is way back down here at 418. 418, so... yeah, man, I think I gotta look for a, you know, 436. Let's see.
So what can we expect this afternoon? Yeah, I think the key thing that got this.
So that's all I'm saying is I'm trying to paint the picture. Again, there's your reversal. Are we trying to retest the 20-day moving average? I'm not sure. All right, I'm not sure. The Qs are putting in a higher low. The Qs did not put in a new low. Do the Qs follow or the Qs leading? As of right now, it seems as though they're leading. But they could get hurt with the earnings that are going to come out. The Dow, it's pulling way back. It's still making lows. The Dow has just been making lows all day long. IWM, oh look, IWM just straight face planted off of that level. That's a nice rejection there. The IWM might be a nice, is a nice thing to play there because it gives you like, it sticks to its levels. And if you have trouble sticking to levels, the IWM would be a place for you because, it really, will either hold it or it'll, reject it. Like, look at it not being able to close up here. That's a 2-minute chart, mind you. Let's pull up a 3-minute. It'll look a little bit better. Okay. So those are my thoughts right now. I haven't made a decision on what it is I want to do. I don't know if we should wait and then get a gap up tomorrow to look for more downside, depending on tech. Nobody knows. These are things that you just got to use the indicators that you have. All right, I know we've had a strong day to the downside. We've broken the 20-day moving average on the daily chart. Right, stochastics on the daily chart is still pretty high. It's still pretty high. It's up at like, well, I should say it's in two different, it's on the upper range of it. So could it come down? Absolutely, it could. But again, it usually stays around this level. It's hard to say. I kind of want to say maybe we do get a bounce. Maybe we do get a bounce. We have that gap down there at 47.50. I want to look for. See, I would like to get that 450, 250 again, but I'm not sure if we're going to get it. We did turn the.
There's a massive pent-up demand for student loan refinancing.
Oh, come on!
It's very, very cheap. It's one of the best banks out there.
All right, yeah. Well, the stock has in the past traded along with the.
We turned 451 into resistance, which is right here, 451. That's our previous pivot high. Maybe see it did it there too.
Two stocks moving in very different directions because
let's see if we get sell orders at this 9 EMA right here on the 3-minute. It's trying to bring it down. And look, the sell volume is falling off a bit. Or was. So there's a 5-minute retest of that area right there. Maybe I might try and put it on, see what happens. Again, there's time, so if we break it, we break the level. We're breaking the 9 EMA. I just, for Let's see. August. What's today? Wednesday. I think I might go for it. They're cheap enough where if we're going to fill the gap and we get like another gap down, I don't know how much it'll pay, but man, it's tough. So I'm going to take a stab. It's just, I hate to do something like this at the end of the day, but maybe we see some more downside.
Just about 20 minutes until the closing bell. The Dow down 1%.
Shit.
Let's get back to Christina for a look at the key stocks to watch. Christina.
Well, we got a couple of earnings movers, starting with Humana. Shares of the health insurer are surging after they reported earnings that beat estimates and also forecast, there's that outlook conversation, of expanding Medicare Advantage business. And that's why shares are up over 5%. But on the other end of the spectrum, SolarEdge falling today after its earnings report missed estimates. Falling is probably an understatement because it's down almost 18%. While the revenue miss was small, investors are concerned about current quarter revenue guidance amid waning solar demand. Mike?
Christina, thank you. Now to a developing story on Disney. New reporting on CNBC.com regarding the future of ESPN and its search for minority partners. Alex Sherman has those details. Alex, I know you've been on this story. What's the latest?
So a few new details to pass along. Just briefly background here. It was last month that Bob Iger went on our air in an interview with David Faber and said he was looking for strategic partners for ESPN. About 10 days ago or so, I broke the story that ESPN has been in talks with the leagues, the NBA, Major League Baseball, and the NFL as potential partners there, where the leagues themselves would take stakes. You can add the NHL to that now, too, I found out. So all four leagues in talks with ESPN to be potential minority stakeholders here. Disney is paying a consulting fee to two former executives.
So even though these things are way out of the money, I see that they are paying. Even just a little bit of pullback, this little bit of pullback, like from here to here, they win a few cents. So if we were to get like $1 or $2, they are paying. They are paying because they're liquid. These things are very liquid. I mean, right now you got 6,700 on the bid and 7,800 on the ask. So these options are liquid, right? They are liquid. I need to just do it, but I kind of think I should look at that selling getting ready to come in here. What time? 3:42.
Yeah, and Alex, I mean, in the days since you have broken that story, clearly all of the questions around such an arrangement have been raised, right? I mean, look, the leagues rely on these big checks.
All right, I took it.
Like ESPN,
I'm going to be taking profit on them whenever it
and
comes.
that's the whole value of the leagues. And of course, other
And then what
networks are
happens?
also
A
in
ton
there
of
as
buying
well.
comes
So
in. You got to be
presumably there would have
shitting
to be
me.
some kind of revenue participation by those leagues. All these things perhaps have been hashed out. Has anything happened since then that makes that scenario?
Yeah, that selling is
less
down
likely to you?
a little bit.
Well, I can't comment on it.
We're
from
down
a league
1.47, so
perspective.
yeah, I
talked
got
about
to
it in the
go.
story on CNBC.com. There's
I
still
got to
a
go.
lot of reasons why I think the leagues might not go down this path. You risk irritating the other media providers who you're relying on for bidding rights here. If you take a stake in ESPN, you may give them preferential treatment because you're going to care more about the performance of ESPN than all of the other various partners.
Because you're going to get a lot of covering and all that stuff too today. So you could start getting covering at the end of the day. Right? Or it doesn't. You know, this is why it's tough. You're coming into the end of the day. You got to get your timing right. That's why I stopped out right there. That's why I said, you know what? It's not going to give me follow through amount. You know, that's why you use time and sales level 2 and stuff.
There's a realization, I think, even at
You
Bob
know.
Iger's level, that this asset is now.
Now it could
potentially a
reverse.
drag on
It could
earnings
sit here and reverse, but I just seen the volume that came in on that buy side.
stock.
Now it's
moving
there.
forward.
They
So
are.
it's kind of
There they are. They're just up here
so
now.
many people have
So
canceled
450.
traditional cable TV
They're sitting
as
at
they transition
450
into this
now.
direct-to-consumer
There we
business,
go.
which,
Now
by the way,
we're
also
looking at the
reviews
pieces of the
nugget for you.
puzzle.
That's
Oh
where
wow.
that
Look at that.
direct-to-consumer
Yeah,
ESPN
guys, you see
probably
that?
won't be launched either this
Did
year
you guys
or
see
next
that?
year.
That was
So we're
nuts.
thinking
Look at
about
all that buying that went
2025
through there. I was like,
and
whoa.
beyond. But as they transition to this world,
That was nuts.
either they're going to need to have some minority stakeholders, or they're going to think
Now
about
we're
having to
getting
do
volatile,
something
baby.
even
Last
more
15
drastic,
minutes.
like spinning out ESPN completely.
Yeah, that's a smart point. There's almost no doubt that the valuation it gets a bit punished based on their exposure to the linear ecosystem there. Big
No, they
change
can
in
just
Pat
sell it
Adams.
off
Thanks so
after
much.
hours, and I'm not going to hold something like that after hours
Weigh in
because it'll
on our,
come down.
question of the day. We
So
asked
what I would
where's the best
suggest
place to invest
is
right now? Stocks, bonds,
taking
cash,
a
or
picture
real
of the
estate.
options
SG
price
Max,
for like
CNBC,
Fridays
Bell
or for
on X.
tomorrow even.
We'll
If
bring
you
the
play
results.
daily options, go ahead and I would take a picture of them. Right? I would take a picture of them and so like where like the open interest, the volume, the price, all of it's changed. You'll see where are they now, okay, in comparison to today, right? All those things. Because it's important, and you can use that to your benefit, and knowing the high and the low of the options, right? That also is something good. Knowing your options and expect at least for the SPY and the Qs or whatever it is that you like to trade. All right, so let's see what's going on here. So we know that the 20-day moving average is still up there at 450 on the daily chart. Are we going to pay it no mind? Or are we going to start reversing on the hourly and kind of maybe run this thing right on back up? Because you're going to get a lot of volatility, As soon as you think about getting calls, that thing's going to reverse on you. All right, so we did wick below the 20-day moving average. We're right at it right now. Come on. There we go. Yup. She's going. Let's get that 452, baby. Let's go. Oh, man. That would have been a nice reversal to get a hold of. Come on. We have 10 minutes. I don't know if this would be a good idea to do. You got 10 minutes left, like... Look, we closed it right at 4. Look at the volume on those calls. Wow. And then, can we hold it? So we're taking it back. Are we running up to VWAP? I think you got a mixed bag here. The buying kind of just slowed up there. So if you're looking to make a scalp play or something, you want to use the 1 minute to really see where the volume's at. Yeah, look, there it comes. There. Sellers are just, now they're starting to warm up a little bit.
That and much more when we take you inside the market center.
feel like, okay, there it goes. That was weird. The candle wasn't even there. So I was waiting for a pullback to the 9 EMA and then see if we break it. There's the big selling. Let's go. 350. Come on.
Market on close and balance $1.5 billion
249.
on the sell side.
Wow, look at that tail. They're going to whip this thing around, guys. Watch out. This is crazy. Look at that volume. It's still on the buy side. I was thinking if we got back up to VWAP, that would be nuts. You could have a big short squeeze for anybody that was short, anybody wanting to buy, and all that fun stuff. There's still a lot to digest. Still a lot to digest. I do want to take a minute to thank everyone here who has subscribed and liked the stream. It is greatly appreciated. We're here to just build a community of traders. You know, go through the news, help each other break some bread. If you like to break bread, then this is the place to be. I've had a lot of good green days. I had my first red day yesterday. It might have been my second, but from what I remember, that was my first day on a red trade since I've been on here. So not too bad. It's a good percentage rate. Okay, so it looks like here's the value area that we want to get to. This looks to be 450.88. Looks to be the hot spot. Right around here. It's a lot of consolidating, a lot of buying, a lot of selling. I feel like, yeah, this selling that just gets overtaken by, it just gets, look at that, bang. Look at that, and it's still going up. Look at it, it's ripping up. So that's a little false. The RSI is way overdone. Good luck today, guys, or the rest of the night. I'm not doing anything. I thought about buying the bounce, but I'd rather wait for a directional setup. Right.
You know what? We're due for a little bit of a pullback. A lot of folks felt like they wanted to buy that dip. You've been positioned a little more defensively coming into this. How do you view today's action?
I mean, we're not surprised at all, right? I mean, we're kind of through that phase, that fever, if you want to call it, where people pay ever higher multiples for the same stream of earnings. And now you kind of go right back to, all right, we've had, a lot of things play out kind of better than feared. But and I know that we can go from better than feared to not as good as expected in a dime in these markets. And unfortunately, I think that's probably what we're in store for into August and September.
What if the other side of it being investors paying higher valuations for what they consider to be a rising stream of earnings, at least looking into next year? Because it seems as if, if you could explain the trade of the last few months, it's inflation coming down more than the economy's been weakening, and it looks like where earnings are perhaps on the upswing again.
So even on the futures, we have a gap fill up top. Looks like we have a gap here, and we have a gap below us. So that'll be our range. There's a gap here, and then way below. Not way below, but below us.
Again, we're just in this phase where, people are enjoying the fact that things could have been worse up to this point. We appreciate the fact that Wile E. Coyote might be thinking.
I feel like everybody's going to try and start buying, so now they're going to run the test back down. I don't know though. Just telling you how I feel.
And so, how bad do you think
See?
this will be? In other words,
It's itching itself down.
Not going to be enough. Are you pushing against the emerging consensus now that a recession is not on the horizon?
Look at that. I told you.
We are. We're
You know, you give it time in the markets, you'll start to
reason
see
we
things
are
like that,
in
and you can
recession
use those
is only
examples
way
to
to solve
scalp.
for
You
inflation.
know, bang, you
Otherwise,
just
you're
would
gonna
click
have
your
a
hand,
Fed
boop,
that is
boop,
forced to
boop,
go
and then
further.
look,
And
still
if
dropping.
they are forced to go further, that
So-
Fed funds rate at higher levels than markets expect will drag that 10-year higher. And every time we've gone north of 4%, the market has been unwilling to pay the multiples that they're currently paying. So for all those different reasons, about the only way this really works out in a positive way is if a recession comes sooner, inflation is solved for, and then the Fed actually can cut rates.
You say it's still time to stay defensive in equities and fixed income. Just quickly, what does that mean specifically in each asset class?
Sure. So within equities, we would stay up in market cap. We really like large caps. We like the sector mix, and we like kind of the quality characteristics, right? Lower debt, higher ROEs, et cetera. We like the U.S. over international, so we would kind of stick with that theme too. The sectors we like are energy, materials, and healthcare. We think those have kind of been left behind by some of the growth areas, so we would, kind of maybe take a look at those. On the fixed income side, this is not the time to be chasing yield in, lower rated parts of the market. We like treasuries, and at these higher levels, we'd be locking them in for long term.
All right, Samir, appreciate the update. Thanks so much. Let's get to Contessa on MGM. What are we looking for, Contessa?
Well, in focus for MGM here is the Macau performance, and I will tell you that the gross gaming revenues from the whole destination are up more than 4,000%. So there's a lot riding on what MGM has to say about that. That's 4,000% in July, and that's year on year. But with all the skepticism on the Chinese consumer, the question that we want to hear from the CEO, Bill Hornbuckle, is, are they spending? Are they going to keep spending on travel to the world's gaming capital? We had bullish commentary from Las Vegas Sands. We are also looking at the
Look at Up. Up is still going, guys.
in Vegas against tough year-on-year comps. Again, we got bullish commentary yesterday from Caesars CEO about the domestic situation heading to the back half of this year, and we'll see how MGM stacks up. Finally, I'm hearing a lot of whispers again about M&A, especially where Entain is concerned. That's the JV partner in BetMGM. CEO Bill Hornbuckle tried to put the speculation to bed earlier this year when he said he was putting those acquisition attempts in the rear view, although he added for now. But BetMGM's recent earnings update put some juice back into that story, so we'll have to see how that goes there, Mike.
For sure. And when it comes, Contessa, to Las Vegas, and I guess to a degree Macau as well, investors have been attempting to figure out if we're seeing peak travel, peak lodging demand, the peak desire to get away. What can we glean so far from what some of the gaming companies have
Okay,
have
so
been able to report?
the two biggest operators in terms of footprint on the Strip are MGM Resorts and Caesars. What we heard from the CEO of Caesars yesterday, and he came on last call with me last night, he said, look, we think that we're going to get a 5% lift from F1 alone, and that the bookings, the forward bookings for Super Bowl in February are way ahead of where they would be and at rates far higher than typical. And so he said, when you're looking at the kind of displacement that happens, when you're bringing in those higher spending customers, you're displacing the lower segments. So even if you get fewer visitors into Vegas, they're spending more.
Formula One, football, and Taylor Swift is driving the travel and service economy this summer. Contessa, thanks so much. Let's get to Christina on Qualcomm. What do you have, Christina?
Well, Qualcomm has really already set investors up with two warnings to avoid surprises. First warning was continued weak smartphone sales. Management already lowered its 2023 handset demand to high single digits year over year. Q3 demand, they're expecting to be worse than the normal seasonal drop-off. And so the consensus right now on the street is that handset revenue will fall 1% quarter over quarter. The second warning from Qualcomm is about inventory levels. Management had guided for inventory.
All right, guys, great job today. There's the run up. We'll see what happens tomorrow. We'll see what happens with Shopify earnings. We're going to cover them on the live stream tonight. Thank you guys so much for joining us. I hope you guys have a great night. We'll see you on the watch list. We'll come in. We had a good day today. Everybody did such a great job. Thank you guys so much for liking. Thank you guys for subscribing. Greatly appreciate it. Again, if you guys need anything, comment down below. I will get back to you. You guys have a great night. We're going to cover these earnings. We're going to cover some other stocks that we have on the watch list. Maybe go over the trades of the day. Big shout out to Collins, Bingo. You guys did such a great job today. You guys really did. Throwing out calls, reversals, what's strong, like just all that good stuff, man. So I really wanted to say thank you. Again, you guys have a great night. We'll see you guys in just a couple hours. See how these earnings come out. See what it does. See what it does to the Qs. And we will take it from there, guys. So Qualcomm's out. All right. Qualcomm is out right off the jump, guys. Qualcomm is out.
The S&P 500 has been hovering most of the day at this level. It's a 20-day moving average, so that sometimes is a short-term support area, though it has been a pretty broad-based sell-off today. About 80% of all S&P 500, of all New York Stock Exchange volume has been to the downside. Not exactly a washout, but a pretty good.
So Qualcomm is out.
Treasury yields, part of the story as well. You have the 10-year above 4.07 to 4.08. Those highs on the cycle, more like
Let's see who's closing the bell today.
some folks on alert and people reassessing
Release the.
now, although short-term yields have remained much more contained.
So Qualcomm beats. I'm going to wait to zoom in. So Franklin Templeton, Viva.
Looking toward the jobs number on Friday and the next Federal Reserve meeting in late September. That's going to do it. The Dow down about 344 points into the close. Let's send it over to overtime with John Fort and Morgan Bradley.
My girl Morgan. All right, so
as Fitch's downgrade hit sentiment. That's a scorecard on Wall Street, but winners stay late. Welcome to Closing Bell Overtime. I'm John Fort with Morgan Brennan, and it is another blockbuster afternoon for earnings with reports on the way from Qualcomm, PayPal, DoorDash, Robinhood, Etsy, and many more. We will bring you all those numbers and expert analysis.
Plus, two CEOs join us on the back of their results. We'll talk to the head of last mile freight company RXO, falling hard today, and the CEO of self-driving tech firm Aurora.
Also lower, along with just about everything else in the NASDAQ and tech stocks. As we await those earnings, though, let's bring in BD8 Capital Partners CIO Barbara Duran. Barbara, so what are the chances that this Fitch rating cut triggers a shift in sentiment here? I mean, AMD, noticing, was down, what? I was looking at one point today, it was down more than 6%, even though, you know, the response immediately